Tabling of documents. Pursuant to Section 79.22 of the Parliament of Canada Act, it is my duty to present to the House a report from the Parliamentary Budget Officer entitled Supplementary Estimates B 2018-19. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the standing order, I have the honour to table in both official languages
Canada and the Government of the United States of America constituting an agreement amending Annex 4 of the treaty between the Government of Canada and the Government of the United States concerning Pacific salmon, done at Ottawa on November 27, 2018, on December 19, 2018. Accord visant à prévenir la pêche non réglementée en eau mer de l'océan Arctique.
agreement to prevent unregulated high seas fisheries in the Central Arctic Ocean.
Change of notes between the Government of Canada and the Government of the United States of America, concluding amendments to the treaty between the Government of Canada and the Government of the United States of America on Pacific Coast albacore tuna vessels and port privileges, done at Ottawa on 22nd May 2018 and 24 May 2018. And finally, accord de coopération dans les domaines de l'environnement.
Agreement on environmental cooperation between Canada, the United States, and Mexico, done in Mexico, December 30th, 2018, and Ottawa, December 18, 2018.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. No?
No.
The Parliamentary Secretary doesn't have the response to 4 petitions? Not today? Not today, all right. Oh, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary?
I really very much appreciate the reminder. I actually do have, pursuant to Standing Order 36, Bracket 8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 4 petitions. I guess I was kind of spellbound by the previous Parliamentary Secretary in his report, Mr. Speaker. My apologies.
That happens a lot around here. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills, statements by ministers, reports from interparliamentary delegations.
From committees, the Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 14th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development, and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, entitled Supporting Families After the Loss of a Child. I'd very much like to thank all those involved in producing this report, and especially all those who came to speak to us and contribute to this report. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur de présenter dans les deux
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 17th report of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. It is on Bill C-369, an act to amend the Bills of Exchange Act, the Interpretation Act, and the Canada Labour Code, National Indigenous Peoples Day. The committee studied the bill and has reported it to the House with amendments.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored today to table a petition on behalf of my constituents from the great community of Quesnel in the incredible riding of Caribou, Prince George. You call on the Government of Canada to withdraw Bill C-27, an act to amend the Pension Benefit Standards Act. They'd like to add that this is yet another broken promise by this Prime Minister.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to table a petition from constituents from Nanoose Bay, Qualicum Beach, and Courtenay, and coastal British Columbia. They're calling on the government to draw their attention to the twinning of the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion and concerns they're raising around that 40,000 barrels of oil have leaked from the existing Trans Mountain Pipeline, including 2 major spills in Burnaby since 2007. They're concerned that this oil will not be refined in British Columbia, sold to benefit Canadian consumers, or used to meet Canada's energy needs, but instead will be shipped by tanker to foreign markets. This pipeline will pass through densely populated urban areas such as the territories of 15 First Nations. And the construction and operation of this new pipeline will negatively impact the city of Burnaby as Kinder Morgan is seeking the use of publicly funded municipal resources and infrastructure. So they're calling on the government to immediately act to prevent this new oil pipeline and twinning of this pipeline from proceeding through Burnaby.
Okay. The honourable member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Petition to the government, whereas there are over 550,000 Canadians living with dementia, and this number will double by 2030. 60% of people with Alzheimer's will wander at least once during their disease. Wandering is common as the disease progresses. Silver Alert is a public notification system to quickly help find seniors who wander because of Alzheimer's disease and related dementias. A Silver Alert would provide information to media outlets and activate an emergency alert system through law enforcement agencies. And the provinces of Alberta and Manitoba have established a Silver Alert through an amendment to their Missing Persons Amendment Act. We, the undersigned citizens of Canada, call upon the Government of Canada to develop a national Silver Alert strategy for all Canadian provinces and territories. Thank you, Mr.
Honourable member for Banff-Airdrie.
Well, I table this petition today, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of parents from across Canada who've suffered pregnancy or infant loss. And there's thousands of signatures on this petition. And those parents in their most difficult time, seeing government programming often ceasing to exist, and it's causing more unnecessary and emotional financial hardship for those parents. And today, as we just heard, the Human Resources Committee study on the impact of pregnancy and infant loss on parents was tabled, and it recommends that EI accommodate a bereavement leave. So on behalf of all of the bereaved parents in Canada, I table this petition today, calling on the government to act immediately on these committee recommendations and to introduce changes to show more compassion and sympathy towards grieving parents.
Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, today I have the honor to present on behalf of people from across Winnipeg a petition in favor of a pan-Canadian strategy to address eating disorders. Eating disorders such as anorexia and bulimia have the highest mortality rate of all mental illnesses, but the sooner someone receives treatment, the higher chance they have of a full recovery, Mr. Speaker. Currently, there are children as young as 7 who are affected by eating disorders. They've been diagnosed and are being hospitalized for them. More than 1 million Canadians suffer, and families have been negatively affected physically, emotionally, and financially by these struggles. Hence the call for a pan-Canadian strategy to address these. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, questions on the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. If a supplementary response to question 2050, originally tabled on January 28, 2019, could be made in order for return, this return would be tabled immediately.
Pleasure of the House that the aforementioned question be made in order for return, that it be tabled immediately. Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And then furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government bills, Commons.
Indigenous Languages Act.
Monsieur Rodriguez, appuyé par
Mr. Rodriguez, seconded by Ms. Bennett, moved that Bill C-91, an act respecting Indigenous languages, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, it's a privilege to rise in this House today to discuss Bill C-91, an act respecting Indigenous languages. I want to begin by acknowledging that this House sits on the ancestral lands of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe. I also want to acknowledge the significant role that Indigenous people have played in Canada's history and the importance of our relationship as a government with Indigenous people. The importance of that history and relationship underpins our Indigenous language legislation. The Indigenous Languages Act is historic. Mr. Speaker, its impact will be felt by many future generations to come. Cette loi sur les langues autochtones est historique. Et
This legislation is historic and will have an impact on generations to come, and I'm honored to be able to be involved with this legislation. Before going any further, I'd like to talk to this House about why this legislation is so important.
Indigenous people spoke about 90 different languages. These vibrant languages and cultures define people's identity, customs, and spirituality. This changed in a significant and very negative way as European settlers began colonizing the country. This began a process that can only be described as forced isolation and assimilation. We should not take lightly what assimilation meant. It was a conscious act of taking away a people's identity, their languages, cultures, and replacing it with another. And much of this happened through Indian residential schools. On June 11, 2008, the Government of Canada acknowledged these mistakes in a statement of apology. That apology stated, and I quote, "Two primary objectives of the residential school system were to remove and isolate children from the influence of the homes, families, traditions, and cultures, and to assimilate them into the dominant culture." Indeed, some thought that it was infamously said to kill the Indian and the child. And today, we recognize that this policy of assimilation was wrong, has caused great harm, and has no place in our country. Over the span of 130 years, more than 150,000 Indigenous children were sent to residential schools. Their parents, often threatened with jail time, were forced to give them up. In these schools, Indigenous children were abused, neglected, and isolated from their culture. They were beaten or humiliated for talking to each other in their own language. Many children grew so afraid that they just stopped speaking altogether. And in losing their language, they lost a part of themselves. It's a sad legacy and a dark part of the nation's history. And there are other factors that have had a detrimental impact on Indigenous languages and cultures, and they include creating reserves and relocating people away from their traditional homelands and ways of life, moving Indigenous communities to non-Indigenous communities, such as big cities where there were limited supports in place, separating children from their families and communities, placing them with non-Indigenous foster parents, putting a disproportionately high number of Indigenous peoples in the correction system, a place where youth and adults had limited support for their languages. This period in our history has led to a loss of culture, identity, and language. Selon l'UNESCO,
Mr. Speaker, according to UNESCO, none of these some 90 Indigenous languages in Canada are considered safe. Specifically, UNESCO estimates that 3/4 of Indigenous languages in Canada are in danger.
The state of Indigenous languages in Canada has been the subject of much research and many reports. In 1996, the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples reported that Indigenous language speakers form only a small percentage of the Indigenous population itself. That Indigenous language speakers were aging, and that fewer and fewer young fluent speakers, even the language heard most frequently, were in danger of disappearing.
In 2004, the government of the day set up a working group on Indigenous languages and cultures. A working group made up of representatives from the Assembly of First Nations, the Inuit Tapiriit Gatami, and the National Métis Council. In 2005, the working group prepared a comprehensive report that contained 25 recommendations that were sent on to the Government of Canada. These were recommendations designed to help preserve, promote, and revitalize First Nations, Inuit, Métis languages and cultures. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the response to the report was limited, and the vitality of Indigenous languages continued to erode.
In 2015, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission challenged Canada to act on these issues. The TRC had 3 specific calls to action addressing languages, 3 very specific ones. Call to Action 13, to acknowledge that Aboriginal rights include Aboriginal language rights. 14, to enact an Aboriginal Language Act founded on a number of principles, including that Aboriginal languages are a fundamental and valued element of Canadian culture and society, that the federal government has a responsibility to adequately fund the revitalization and preservation of Aboriginal languages, and that this work is best managed by Aboriginal people themselves, their communities. The third call to action, 15, is to appoint an Aboriginal Languages Commissioner in consultation with Aboriginal groups, and that this commissioner would help promote Aboriginal languages and report on federal funding of language initiatives. So, Mr. Speaker, clearly there's a need for urgent action. We have to act now because, and as we all understand, language is who we are. It's our identity. And our Prime Minister recently said that languages are the fundamental building blocks for our sense of self. It's how we transmit our heritage, how we transmit our culture. It's how we tell our own stories and connect to the world.
As someone who's had the opportunity to speak 3 languages and who's working on a 4th, Mr. Speaker, I know just how linked our languages are to our identity. And I couldn't begin to imagine what it would mean to be forced to give up my first language, the language I spoke for so many years initially, Spanish. But that's what happened to thousands of Indigenous children. They could no longer use their language. Now, Mr. Speaker, we can't change the past, but we can and we must together improve the future.
Said to me a couple of days ago, this is where we draw a line in the sand, no more Indigenous languages being lost. Mr. Speaker, restoring and strengthening Indigenous languages is a fundamental part of reconciliation. And reconciliation drives much of our work. And that's exactly why, for example, every minister's mandate letter includes direction to renew our relationship with Indigenous peoples, a relationship based on recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, partnership. Et alors que je lis ces lignes, Monsieur le Président, notre gouvernement
And as I read these lines, our government is working with Indigenous peoples to improve access to drinking water, to fight poverty in Indigenous communities, to reunite families separated by policies, discriminatory policies. And it's also why, in Budget 2017, we committed $89.9 million over 3 years to contribute to preserving, promoting, and revitalizing Indigenous languages.
members of Parliament agreed to support interpretation services so that Indigenous languages can be used in this House. That's huge, Mr. Speaker. And although these are positive steps, more work is needed. And I will continue to work with my colleagues to improve the lives of Indigenous peoples. Mr. Speaker, increasing the vitality of Indigenous languages requires a framework designed with the long term in mind. And I'm proud to say that this bill will do just that. It will do exactly that. So, projet de loi?
This bill is historic. It's absolutely essential, not just for Indigenous peoples, but for all Canadians. It's a bill that draws a clear line in the sand, Mr. Speaker. This bill is the result of 2 years of intense work with Indigenous peoples across the country, from each region. The work started, as you will recall, Mr. Speaker, with a commitment by the Prime Minister in December 2016. A commitment by Canada to enact legislation with the goal of ensuring the preservation, protection, and revitalization of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis languages. A commitment to co-develop the bill with Indigenous peoples. And in June 2017, my honorable predecessor and the leaders of the Assembly of First Nations, the Inuit Tapiriit Katimi, and the Métis National Council declared their joint intent to collaborate on the legislation. And following that declaration, we mobilized. We sat down and started to work together.
For 8 months, the Department of Canadian Heritage led more than 20 roundtables across the country with a wide range of experts, practitioners, and academics of Indigenous languages. The feedback from those sessions, as well as those conducted by each of our partners, was used as the basis of 12 principles, fundamental principles that set the foundation of this legislation. My officials also conducted some 30 intensive engagement sessions across Canada with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis participants. Our online portal collected some 200 questionnaires and electronic submissions. Sessions were held and presentations were made as requested with self-governing and modern treaty groups. Other organizations that provided feedback include the Native Women's Associations of Canada, the National Association of Friendship Centers, and First Nations Confederacy of Cultural Education Centers. Mr. Speaker, and the list could go on. My colleagues in the House have also worked hard talking with Canadians and Indigenous people about the need for this very important legislation. And as you can see, the process lead to the legislation has been robust, very, very robust.
And as I mentioned, this bill is based on 12 principles established and approved by the 4 partners. This bill reflects those principles. This bill is those principles. This bill is a tangible framework that contributes to achieving the objectives of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples regarding Indigenous languages. And, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind the House that our government committed to implementing the 94 calls to action by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and this bill responds directly to 3 of those calls to action. Calls to action dealing with language, calls to action supported by Indigenous peoples. calls to action that our government has committed to implementing. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to tell you here today that we have kept that promise. Now, I'd like to talk about the mechanisms provided in our bill. First of all, the bill recognizes that the rights of Indigenous peoples are recognized and confirmed in the Constitutional Act of 1982, include Indigenous linguistic rights. Our bill also puts into place measures to facilitate the provision of adequate, long-term, stable financing for the reclamation, revitalization, maintenance, and strengthening of Indigenous languages. It requires me, as Minister, to consult various governments and other Indigenous governing bodies to achieve this objective. That is evidence of our determination to invest in Indigenous peoples, their communities, and their futures. We will also be establishing the Office of the Commissioner of Indigenous Languages that will work to promote languages, conduct research, support people in the defense of their linguistic rights. And this bill also provides a legislative framework to enable the government to enter into agreements with the provincial government, Indigenous governments, and other governing bodies, Indigenous governing bodies. It will also enable us to take into account the unique needs of Indigenous communities and peoples. Ultimately, the provisions of the bill seek to enable Indigenous people to recover and conserve mastery over their language, to ensure their survival and their culture. And I need to emphasize that this bill was intentionally designed to be neither restrictive nor exhaustive. It includes flexibility, and it makes up a foundation that we can continue to build on.
That this bill is a giant step in Canada's support for a long-standing struggle to preserve, revitalize, and promote the use of Michif. The Assembly of First Nations described it as a landmark legislation, and that because of it, there is now hope. Certains pourraient dire que la loi ne va pas assez loin.
Now, some might say that this bill doesn't go far enough. But in fact, the bill was designed specifically so that we can build on it. It offers the possibility of entering into agreements developed in full respect of the hopes and aspirations of Indigenous First Nations. Each group, First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, their unique circumstances will be considered. And this bill focuses on the various regions and groups, and as I've mentioned on several occasions, we will continue with co-development work until we implement the Act.
The word Dakota means ally. I believe that this is a good way to describe how we have approached this legislation as allies, as partners with Indigenous people. And while it is my voice being heard in this House today, the voice of Indigenous peoples are here too. Their voices are here with us today. Our partners, Dakota. This legislation is about all Indigenous languages in Canada and all Indigenous people, and it's meant to benefit all Indigenous people regardless of their age, gender, linguistic distinction grouping, or where they live. 5 generations of harm inflicted upon Indigenous people have brought us where we are today. But today, Mr. Speaker, we're making a real difference. Our difference is clear. It's time to act now. Let's do it together.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will have an opportunity in just a few minutes to talk about this legislation, how it is important, and how we will be supporting it through to second reading. But I want to go to a bigger picture, and that's how the minister started his speech. He started his speech about this important relationship, and I'm going to suggest today that that is simply a veneer. What we have found out today is, of course, we have the Everyone was so proud when the Attorney General, the Justice Minister of Canada, was an Indigenous woman, and we congratulated her on her amazing success. We are now learning that this government threw her under the bus. And let me say what she had said in a speech on October 30th. She has not always received the respect she deserved from Cabinet. Indeed, in her own experience, serving as an Indigenous person, Canada's Minister of Justice and Attorney General, I unfortunately have had it reinforced that when addressing Indigenous issues, no matter what table one sits around, or what position, or what title, so she talks about the marginalization. Today, we hear, it's reported by the Globe and Mail that the Prime Minister's office, in bowance to SNC-Lavalin and their friend, has thrown their minister under the bus. So I would like to suggest that it is simply a veneer, and I would like this minister to stand up and justify how they can be so disrespectful to someone and to create such a veneer that is not actually the reality of what they believe and do.
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage and Multiculturalism.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague had a wonderful occasion to say that she supported such an important bill that is supported by Indigenous groups across the country, Mr. Speaker. And this bill has been co-developed with Indigenous groups from every region, and it's based on things that are extremely important for all of them. For example, that it responds to the call to the calls to action 13, 14, and 15, which are extremely important, Mr. Speaker, not only for Indigenous people, but for our government. And this is a chance that we have to work all together, to change history, to draw a line in the sand, to say no Indigenous language will be lost, Mr. Speaker. That's our intention, and I hope they collaborate with us.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Abitibi, James Nunavik, EU.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in response to my colleague for Kamloops, I learned in the news that the most important relationship for the government is with SNC-Lavalin. Here is my question, Mr. Speaker, to the Minister. Section 7 of the bill, the Minister talks about consultations for budget considerations and funding for the bill. I'd like to know if those consultations have already been undertaken, because the budget is coming, will be brought down very quickly. And it's important or it's very important for the budget to include the necessary funding to respond to the requirements mentioned by the Minister, but also to respond to the urgent situation when it comes to Indigenous languages across the country. The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I also congratulate him for all of the work that he's done over the course of his life when it comes to languages, Indigenous languages. I have great admiration for what he has accomplished in his life. And I want to tell him that we have had discussions, we will continue to hold discussions with Indigenous communities, because it's about them. This is about them. It's not about me, it's not about us, it's about them. And it's based on their priorities, their needs, their hopes and aspirations that we will be following up on this bill, and that we will be putting in place the financial aspects and components necessary. And that will be done in conjunction with them quickly. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Northwest Territories.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to first of all thank the Minister for bringing this important piece forward. I come from Northwest Territories, and I grew up in an era where strapping and spanking and was common practice in the school that I attended for any word that was not English. And I'm a product of that time. I've lost 2 Indigenous languages through that process. I've lost the ability to speak my mother tongue, which is the Michif language, and I'm glad it's incorporated in this document. It also lost the ability to speak the language of Dechulutene, which both my parents spoke. In the Northwest Territories, we've done a lot of work in terms of recognizing Indigenous languages as official languages. We have 11 official languages, 9 of which are Indigenous. And I see in this piece of legislation that there's an ability to work with jurisdictions to enhance what they are already doing. Maybe I could get the minister to talk about how this is going to help places like Northwest Territories who are very intent in saving languages. We have languages in Northwest Territories that maybe have 10 years before they disappear. There's a real sense of urgency. Once these languages disappear, there is nobody else that can speak it in other parts of the world. So I'd like to ask the minister if we could respond to that.
Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question, but most importantly for the leadership, his leadership on this file on the Indigenous languages. And this, as I mentioned before, this language is flexible to adapt, in order to adapt the reality of the different regions of our vast country. And what this bill does, it draws a line in the sand and says, now it's over, no more language lost. Let's start working together by providing long-term, previsible financing, by giving the tools and the opportunity to the various communities to do exactly what they need to do in their own regions based on their own realities. Mr. Speaker, I am not the one, and the government is not the one who's going to be telling them what to do to achieve the objectives. It's them that will tell us this is what we need to do, and we'll be there to support them.
For Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do also want to say that I do support this piece of legislation. As many know in this House, that my wife is First Nations, my children are First Nations. They too do not know their culture and know the language. I stood in the House last week on Friday and I gave a statement with respect to Cletli Tene elder Mary Gucci, who passed away. She was one of 4 Cletli elders that were left that know the Cletli language, that were remaining, that knew the Cletli language. And in her passing, she left with the dictionary, a full dictionary, essentially, of the Cletli language. But I do want to bring it back to the question that my honorable colleague from Thompson Caribou brought up earlier. Now, our honorable minister was part of the leadership. He's now part of the cabinet, but he was the government whip for a term as well, or a time. And the former justice minister, in her speeches on October 30th, brought that no matter the title that she faced, she was the first female Indigenous justice minister, one that we were all proud of. But the cabinet table that she sat around, she too faced marginalization. This was a serious question brought by our colleague down on this side of the House, and the minister failed to answer it or address it. And through you, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to know how the minister squares his speech today with the actions from the cabinet to the former justice minister, in her own words, faced marginalization from our own team.
Here, here. The Honourable Minister in 60 seconds or less, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, thank you for supporting the bill. I think it's really important that we all support the bill because it would send a very, very strong message to our Indigenous friends from all regions of this country, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure exactly why the link is with the question and the bill. This bill is about preserving, revitalizing Indigenous languages. Too many languages, as my colleague said, have been lost. It's time, it's over. Now this has to end. We have to revitalize the languages. We have to provide the resources that are necessary for them to do it, because it's not about us, it's about Indigenous people, it's not about their children, their grandchildren, it's about our country and how we can do this together.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am very honored to stand up and speak to C91 today. And I do really actually want to start with a very personal story. And the reason I want to start with this personal story is perhaps not directed to the, First Nations, the Indigenous peoples who have worked so hard to see today a reality, to see this bill presented in the House, but is perhaps to my colleagues who will be supporting the bill but really don't understand, as well as others, why it is important, or perhaps for the people that might be listening at home saying, this sounds important, but really what is it all about? So my personal story, and that's because I'm a Shama, and I learned that word. I was 25 years old. I had a degree under my belt. I had maybe 2 years of nursing experience under my belt, and I went in search of adventure. And my adventure took me to an Indigenous community where I was hired as their nurse. It was one of the first nurses that was actually hired by the band as opposed to the federal government. So that in itself was very unique because it was the first step in the devolution of services. So what was that experience as a 25-year-old urban white person who had a university education, lived in a big city, going to a community? And it was quite a shock, to be quite honest. As a nurse, the first week I was in that community, there was 3 suicides. And it was very, very devastating as young men, in this case it was 3 young men, took their life in the first week that I was there. I then continued to, I would visit homes where there would be perhaps a very small home, a home that needed a lot of work, where there would be up to 16 people living in that home. So very, very poor living conditions. I witnessed some of the abuse. I witnessed some of the destructiveness of alcohol. And so that was my initial sort of experience, impression, and it was devastating to see what was happening in this particular community. It didn't actually take very long before, though, I had some great mentors. There was the drug and alcohol worker who took me under his wing. There was the youth probation officer who took me under her wing. And there was the community health reps who made sure that I saw more than just the devastation of the community. What they made sure that I saw was I was part of the feast where the communities came together and they enjoyed food together. Every fall, the fishing camps where they would fish and then they would hang up the salmon to dry. The berry picking, and of course, nothing was more special than the drumming and the dancing under the moonlight and the stars that were shining and the jokes that were told. So I saw two worlds here. I saw a community that was devastated, but I also saw the beauty and the richness that they were trying so hard to recreate in their community. And I think, as a young nurse, that community gave more to me in terms of knowledge and life experience than I could ever give to them as a nurse with 2 years experience. And, maybe I was pretty good at vaccinating the babies and giving a little bit of information, but really, truly, that was one of my life educations. So now I want to talk about the elders. And if you think about the years I'm talking about, this was 1980. The elders of that community were born pre-residential school time. So when I would go visiting the elders, first of all, I witnessed the beautiful cedar baskets, the giant gardens. There was an interpreter that had to come with me because many of the elders did not speak English. So that was, my opportunity to interact with the elders, many of them not speaking English. But what was really important about that experience was I had an interpreter that came with me. But the elders, their children that have returned home from residential school, did not speak the language. So can you imagine that you are a mother, your children have been taken away to residential school, they come back, and you can't communicate with them anymore because many of the elders, their knowledge of English was very limited. So their ability to even talk to their children who had come home. The children had no interest because, of course, when they were in the residential schools, they became ashamed of their language. And so they really were not wanting to learn their language again. Many of them, I wouldn't say all of them, but many didn't want, or were able to learn the language again because of their experiences in residential schools. So you have the pain of grandparents who cannot talk to their children and they can't talk to their grandchildren. It truly was, and you saw the pain. You saw the pain in their eyes as they witnessed what had happened to their children, as they witnessed that their children were lost, some of them in the destruction of alcohol, and some of them in all sorts of other areas. So I guess I feel incredibly, it was an opportunity like none other to see what has happened and to understand the actual destruction that happened in these communities. So when the Prime Minister, the residential school apology that we talked about a little while ago, he talked about the residential schools being a place where languages and culture and practice were prohibited. And then he says, the government now recognizes the consequences that this policy has had a lasting and damaging impact on Aboriginal culture, heritage, and language. So what I would say today, Mr. Speaker, is we acknowledged in 2008 that we were part of the destruction of the language and culture, and the government must be part of the solution in terms of helping to bring language back. And so that's one part of what we have today is this Bill C-91. So C-91, I think, as I've indicated, we absolutely support the bill in principle. We do recognize that we're going to need to do our due diligence. And of course, our due diligence means, is this bill going to accomplish what it's set out to accomplish? And that is, of course, promoting the protection and the revitalization of languages. And the example that I was given in terms of my nursing experience, the number of language speakers there in that community that speak that language now is 3%. So in the 1980s, it might have been significantly higher. It is now down to 3%. And this community does have a plan, and they are working very hard to get it back. And this bill needs to support them in moving that work forward. And this bill also needs to recognize that it's going to be the communities. There's many different languages we're talking about here, and it will be the communities that are going to be able to drive how they renew and revitalize their language. Certainly, when you have 3% language speakers, your strategy has to be very different than when you have some of the more commonly spoken languages where the number of people that are fluent are larger. So I think we need to have flexibility within this bill where we recognize that different strategies are going to be needed for different languages, but the goal is all the same. So what have we got in the bill? We have a number of components. I think we do need to understand. I think it's the rights are going to be affirmed in Section 35 of the Constitution Act. I think, certainly at committee, I think it would be good and important to have some constitutional lawyers to help us understand what that's actually going to mean. And the Office of the Commissioner, we need to make sure that the Officer of the Commissioner, its powers and duties have been laid out. But I think not only are we going to have to look at the powers and duties, but we're going to have to make sure that we monitor this office in the long term to make sure that this bill is actually doing what we have asked it to do, which is, so I think the ability to research, the ability to monitor is going to be absolutely critical. So, Mr. Speaker, I think, I've talked about this bill, I've talked about language. I want to note Kupki Ignis in the riding that I represent, Skichison Indian Band. This has been him among others, but of course he's from my riding, so I want to give a special shout out to Kupki Christian. he has made this his life work. I know when I run into him regularly, whether it's on the airplane because he's coming to Ottawa to do the important work around language, or whether it's in the riding, he is another teacher for me in terms of the importance of language, the importance of culture. And so I do want to give a special shout out because I know for him today it's important. So I think, I do want to say I came in today and I wanted to talk about completely C91, but I have to say I am terribly, terribly disturbed by the reports in the Globe and Mail today. We have, I think, which will speak to the government's veneer. The government having a veneer that this relationship is the most important relationship to them. And I think I really appreciated my colleague's comment that no, the most important relationship is for SNC-Lavalin, and I thought, how appropriate is that in terms of his comments? I think we need to be absolutely worried. So what we had was great pride in 2015. I mean, we were, of course, disappointed to be on the opposition bench, but I think we greeted the first Attorney General of Canada, the Justice Minister, the first Indigenous woman into her role, and celebrated. We celebrated with Canada, we celebrated with British Columbia in terms of her taking on that very important role. And what we have found over time is that this government in their most important relationship, we all were very curious because we saw a minister who negotiated the very difficult medical assistance in dying through the House. We saw her move a number of important initiatives. I would suggest if any minister needed a demotion, it might have been the finance minister for not following through on his promises. But I think there was a great puzzlement when the Attorney General, the Minister of Justice, was moved to Veterans Affairs. And she talked about truth to power. And she also, in a speech of October 30th, talked about no matter, she's still one of the most powerful positions in this country, still had a feeling of marginalization at the cabinet table. This government is responsible for that feeling that she had. So what is it that is happening where you have someone in a powerful position who is getting pressured by the Prime Minister's office to make decisions that are absolutely inappropriate for the Justice Minister to make? Again, I'm repeating from a very comprehensive article today, so this is widely reported in the Globe and Mail, where the business interests of the Prime Minister's friends, the SNC-Lavalin, was more important to him than the integrity of his Justice Minister doing the job that she was supposed to do. And that, I think, is absolutely shameful, and it is showing a pattern by this government in terms of neglect, in terms of marginalization. So one example there, I think we have other examples of what this government has done. The Prime Minister stood up, he promised rights and recognition legislation. Not sure where it is. The gender equity legislation that they promised, the S3, was an absolute mess, and it's still a mess, and it didn't do what it was supposed to do, and we haven't seen any fixes come back. We passed, they did the bare minimum, and they've been out consulting, and they haven't fixed S3 in terms of any fixes that it needs. Child welfare legislation. What's happening? It was the Prime Minister. He said child welfare legislation will be tabled in this House in January. Mr. Speaker, it is February 7th. There is 12 weeks left in this House, and there is no child welfare legislation, and I don't see any conceivable way that they will get the child welfare legislation done before this House rises. So what we have, again, we have a bill that we absolutely support. We support the revitalization of languages, the C91, moving forward. But I think if you are going to look at this government and its record, for all its stated promises, it's absolutely abysmal. They should be ashamed. They should be ashamed how they treat women. They should be ashamed in terms of the ethics and the moral scope, the moral depth to which they have gone. Mr. Speaker, I see I have a few minutes left, and so I think I would just like to close and, say thank you. I'll go back to out of this negative frame, which is really, it was such a stunning revelation today, and it is a very concerning revelation. It's a moral and ethical failure of this government, and I think there's going to be more to be heard and said on that one. But I want to go back to the communities, and I want to go back to the communities that have taught me so much. And I want to say, you know what? Since 1980, and we are now 2019, we still have a long way to go. This bill might be a step in the right direction, but we need to move forward in terms of, we know that the revitalization of language and culture is integral to the success of people as humans, and it's also going to be integral to the success of communities. And as we work, economic opportunities are going to be another critical piece in terms of working towards success in communities, because of course jobs are important. So I think we have one piece of a puzzle in this legislation. We will support it to second reading, and I do think the government needs to be very reflective about their overall record in all the other areas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before I go to questions and comments, I just want to remind everyone that the acoustics in this room are fantastic. They're very good, and we can hear everything. And I noticed some members taking their phone outside into the hall that surrounds the chamber. And some members are very blessed with having a voice that carries, so when they're on the phone, we can hear their conversation come in over and into the chamber. So I just want to remind everyone that if they're going to speak on their phone, please whisper or go into their respective lobbies so that it doesn't interfere with the discussions that are taking place in this wonderful room, and we don't hear their private messages. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for her speech, and although this question seems off topic, I feel I must respond to something that is part of the member's speech. She referred to what's happened with our former Justice Minister, who is now the Minister of Veterans Affairs. She refers to her as having been thrown under the bus. I would have thought that all members of this House would have more respect for our veterans than to consider transfer to the Ministry of Veterans Affairs as being thrown under the bus.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through to my colleague. When you talk thrown under the bus, when you have a justice minister who's saying, I am marginalized at the cabinet table, that is being thrown under the bus. So, absolutely the Veterans Affairs portfolio is a critical portfolio. The justice minister of this country is an absolutely critical portfolio. But when you have someone, and clearly now we know why. And clearly the reason is because, as she indicated, she was speaking truth to power. The Prime Minister's office cared more about their friends than they did about listening to someone with integrity and compassion.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Abitibi, James, Nunavik, EU.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague sat through the committee study on Bill C-262, which is on the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. The things that are contained in this bill is one thing, but what is omitted in this bill is quite another. And I would like to ask her about the place that the UN Declaration has in this bill. When Article 5 talks about recognition of the right to Indigenous languages, it only refers to Section 35 of our Constitution of 1982. It doesn't refer to the specific articles on Indigenous languages in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. I'd like to heard the comment because this government especially has referred to the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as the basis of their new nation-to-nation relations with Indigenous peoples.
Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I think my colleague recognizes some of the we have said that the UN Declaration is a very important document. We've seen it as a very important guiding document, and we have expressed a few concerns in terms of how you can take what is a declaration and put it into Canadian law where there might be some consistency issues. But having said that, the government has not expressed those same concerns. So what the government has committed to with his private member's bill was to implement. They committed to supporting 262, whereas we expressed some reservations. So the fact that they have chosen not to be inclusive about the language in this bill is another example of their hypocrisy. So, you know, if they were up front, maybe they had the same concerns that we have in terms of how you make it all work, something that is a declaration. Like conventions we know are meant to be law in the countries. They maybe had the same concerns as us, but they weren't willing to say it, and they weren't willing to put it in a bill. And so again, it's another example of their hypocrisy.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I want to thank my friend and colleague from Kamloops Caribou for her speech and for acknowledging that the Conservative Party will be supporting this motion at second reading. But my question for her, though, Mr. Speaker, is that I believe the member thinks along the same lines as I do, and that what we find here very troubling in the whole thing is we have a Prime Minister that pretends, and I use that word, Mr. Speaker, because he says one thing, you know, he talks, but he doesn't walk that talk. And by what happened to the Minister of Veterans Affairs and former Attorney General is obviously not something that a true feminist would do to a female minister. And secondly, the other aspect of it is troubling. He's tried to stand up and say, you know, we support Native rights, Native culture, that kind of thing, and the actions all speak contrary to that. So if the member could respond to that, I'd appreciate it.
Well, member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
You know, one of the things that I've noted, and I do thank my colleague from Bruce Grey, Owen Sound for his comments, and we will miss him in the next Parliament for sure in terms of his recently announced retirement. I noted in my speech the number of promises that this government has made that they have not followed through on. And they're innumerable. So what I have suggested is that, you know, perhaps this Prime Minister has a good bedside manner. He says what people want to hear. I'll go back, that's my healthcare analogy. But he's sure not the guy you want doing your surgery, because of course we see that his ability to execute the things that he's actually committed to executing is very, very minimal and restrained.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend from Kamloops, Thompson, for her speech. I just want to clarify with respect to the purpose of the Act. I'm just looking through the bill once more, and it's very clear under Section 5G. It says it advances, one of the objectives of the Act is to advance the achievement of the objectives of the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as it relates to Indigenous languages. And of course, within the preamble, there's a number of references to UNDRIP. So I'm a little perplexed as to her previous comments, Mr. Speaker, where she questions the inconsistent use. I believe that it's very clear that this bill, in part, is a response to UNDRIP, as well as the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action 13, 14, and 15, along with a number of other both national and international mechanisms that have called for protection, preservation, and revitalization of Indigenous languages. I'm wondering if my friend could comment on that.
For Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we do note that there is both articles in the UN Declaration and calls to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that have guided the development of this legislation. My colleague from James Bay, Atibi Ayu, is probably going to be the one in his speech that's going to talk very articulately in terms of how he believes that the UN Declaration is not properly incorporated into this bill, and I certainly, he's been very expert in that area, and I expect to hear a very fulsome response through him.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend and colleague for her speech, but she started to talk about something that I think is becoming a disturbing pattern with this government, which is that although they start out with good intentions, the execution and delivery of many things, especially on the Indigenous file, is not happening. I mean, the effort to eradicate boiled water advisories, I think we still have 60 or 70 in existence. The murdered and missing Aboriginal women's inquiry, which has spent nearly $100 million now and is still nowhere in terms of action. And then we see, very disturbing from the Globe and Mail today, that the Justice Minister, it appears that the PMO tried to influence her to interfere in a judicial process. And I respect the Justice Minister not doing that, but then we see her move to Veterans Affairs and wonder. So it all looks like the government says a lot, but what they do is actually not right. So I wondered if the member could comment.
Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, in 40 seconds or less, please.
We have a Prime Minister who is the first ever Prime Minister to be found guilty of ethical violations by the Ethics Commissioner, and we now see a continuing pattern of ethical violations there is ethical violation after ethical violation. This is just another example, and they should be ashamed.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député d'Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU. Oh, I'm sorry, we have a point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion, that in relation to the Modern Slavery Project Legislative Drafting Seminar, 3 members of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights be authorized to travel to London, United Kingdom in the spring of 2019.
Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed. The House has now heard the terms of the motion. It is the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. Carried. The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank you. Every time I speak my language in this House, I am very happy to be able to speak Cree in this House and to be given the privilege. And it makes me really proud to speak my own language in the House, and I thank you all for this opportunity. Before I start, I will talk about the Bill C-91. Before I talk about it, I would like to begin by offering thanks to my parents. And I would like to thank my mom for always teaching me how to speak Cree. And I would like to thank the people of Waswanipi because they helped me a lot in the past to come here to be able to speak my language. I'm really thankful for the people of Waswanipi, and I want to thank all the Crees across the Cree Nation and even the Aboriginal people across Canada. And those ones have helped me a lot to come here to be able to speak about the things that we had gone through in the past and the things that we will be facing in the future. And I would like to thank all those people that have stood by me and to be given the privilege to speak my language. And I always think about the people that were behind me that have passed on. I always remember them. You probably know that a lot of us do know our Indigenous language, and it's something that helps us in our lives, the things that you think about and the things that you go through. Your own language is something that helps you. The first time I came here, I just want to tell you, the first thing that I asked, I went to go see those people that are sitting there, and I asked them, can I speak my native language to ask questions? And that's what I asked them. Every time I get up, when I talk about any bill Cs or things that we talk about here, can I speak my Indigenous language is something that I asked for. The first time I came here was about 8 years ago when I first came here, and that was the first time I asked that, and I was told no. You can only speak English. And that was all they said. And I felt really sad when that happened, but I didn't let it go. I kept trying to be able to speak my language. Now I see it, that I'm able to speak my own language in the house, and for you guys to hear me speak my own language, it really touches my heart to be able to speak my language in front of all of you all. And I want to thank all of you guys for helping me achieve this. I know that the Bill C-91 that we are speaking about, and there are things in there that I agree on, but I also know that there are things that are not in there. And that's something that I will speak about today. But I would like to say that what we are doing as we are trying, I will stand by you guys to make this Bill C happen. But if we want everything to go right, we're going to have to do it the right way. The things that are not in the Bill C, we're going to have to try to bring them in this Bill C. These things are needed to make it right. And this is what I'm going to try before this Bill C is sent. This is what I'm going to ask. I'm going to help. Probably about a year ago, I remember when the Prime Minister spoke to us. He spoke to us for a while, and I got up to answer. And when I was done speaking, I went up to him. I spoke with him. I thanked him. I even told him, I can help you if you need help. I will allow myself for all of us to work together. When it involves Indigenous rights across Canada, or our people that are still struggling. And this Bill C that he spoke about, I remember when he spoke to the chiefs in Gatineau. And this is what he talked about. And it's almost been 3 years now. He spoke about it. And I remember when he brought it up. And I remember everyone got up. And I mean everyone got up and stood up and thanked the Prime Minister. And when I looked at that, when I saw that happening, Mr. Speaker, I would like to tell you that I got up to. I was really happy when he brought that news to the chiefs. I was happy when he said that this Bill C would be written, that we would try to speak our Indigenous language. And I was really happy. But I was not sure if he understood what was going on when everyone got up, how he made everyone proud. But I don't know if he understood that part. And as we speak about this bill today, and I know that time is going fast for me to speak about this.
As a means of introduction to my speech, I'll come back to my concluding remarks, but I see that the time is moving fast. So, you know, Mr. Speaker, the vast majority of Indigenous languages in this country are endangered, and there is a critical need to address that challenge. There is an urgent need at this moment, as we speak, to address that challenge. Our languages are important, and if legislation fails to reflect what the intent of this bill is, then we're not doing favor to our Indigenous brothers and sisters in this country. It's important for the future of Indigenous languages. And as I said, I was there, Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister, almost 3 years ago now, made the announcement and promised legislation. And it's arriving, it has arrived here. I feel almost too late now. So, but I do remember, after 30 years of going to the Assembly of First Nations meetings, attending those meetings, I had never seen a standing ovation like the one I saw. Never. And as I was watching from the back, I stood up too. As I was watching this, I hope the Prime Minister, I said to myself, understands what's going on. I hope the Prime Minister gets the cue. Mr. Speaker, we know that communities, as the Inuit, for instance, expected the bill to reflect their needs and submissions in order to respect what they call co-development. So what I understand from the situation right now is that co-development does not mean co-drafting. There seems to be a major distinction. I think the government also had expert advice from language experts that had made recommendations. I personally know some of them that made submissions to the government. Mr. Speaker, the creation, for instance, of Indigenous Language Commissioner isn't as good as it sounds. Having a national commissioner fulfills TRC 15 on paper, but we also must address Call to Action 13. And let me read Call to Action 13, Mr. Speaker. At 14. We call upon the federal government to enact Aboriginal Language Act that incorporates the following principles. Aboriginal languages are fundamental value, have a fundamental value in Canadian cultural society. Aboriginal language rights are reinforced by treaties. The federal government has a responsibility to provide sufficient funds for Aboriginal language revitalization and preservation. The preservation, revitalization, and strengthening of Aboriginal languages and cultures are best managed by Aboriginal people and communities, and funding for Aboriginal Language Initiative must reflect the diversity of Aboriginal language, and I would add the urgency, as I mentioned before, because that's where we are today. given their situation. Mr. Speaker, also, the Assembly First Nations has praised, as the Minister proudly quoted, praised this legislation, saying it was co-developed with them and that parliamentarians must support the bill. Yes, we will all support it on second reading, I think. The Inuit organization, for instance, the ITK, however, has said there should be Inuit-specific legislation. The proposed Indigenous Languages Commissioner said the ITK is little more than a substitute for the Aboriginal Languages Initiative program. Also, I've heard many Indigenous leaders throughout the country about this proposed legislation over the years, as we've been talking about for a long time. But the bill fails to define Aboriginal languages. We have two official languages in this place and in this country, Mr. Speaker. They're called official. Should they have considered Indigenous languages as official languages in this country? That's one option, but it's pros and cons, I admit. Should they have called them or given them special status, given the historical value of Indigenous languages? That's another option that we have. Mr. Speaker, I also want to raise a point about while the bill recognizes, as I mentioned earlier, that the right to Indigenous languages stems from Section 35, as a recognition, as the basis of that recognition, it fails to mention Articles 11 to 16 under the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People. We know that the concept of Aboriginal rights is pretty vague, pretty general, but we have a precise document with the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And let me read to you, for instance, Article 13. Indigenous peoples have the right to revitalize, use, develop, transmit to future generations their histories, languages, oral traditions, etc., and states shall take effective measures to ensure that this right is protected. That this right is protected. It's a clear concept. So on one hand, we have under Article 5 of this proposed legislation recognition that this right exists. But one may ask, certainly, does the bill protect those rights? It's a very fair question. And I see my colleague from Rouge River nodding with approval. So, Mr. Speaker, I know that my time is very limited at this point, but I just want to mention a couple of things that I would have liked to see. When one reads, for instance, and this is an important, glaring omission in the preambular paragraph. The preambular paragraphs are good, strong in some ways, but preambular paragraph number 9 says this: whereas a history of discriminatory government policies and practices in respect of, and among other things, assimilation, forced relocation, and residential schools were detrimental to Indigenous languages and contributed significantly to their erosion. What's glaring there, Mr. Speaker, is that we forgot the 60 Scoop survivors. I have many 60 Scoop friends, and none of them speak their language. I know a lot of Indian residential school survivors, like myself. I attended 10 years, as you know, that still speak their language. But the 60 Scoop survivors had less of a chance. So that's a glaring omission there. And as I mentioned again, and my friend just referred to Article 5G, talking about the advance the achievement of objectives of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Well, advancing does not mean implementing for me. It's a very subtle distinction. Also, they should have included the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples under Article 6 and many other omissions because my time is running out. Mimbego, Maste Juin Skomden, Jimonujma.
One time, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank you for allowing me to speak my Indigenous language again. And I would like to ask my friends if they have any questions to ask me. And I thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, and I'm really happy to speak once again.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
I'd like to thank my good friend for his speech, and I know how special it is for him to be able to speak in Cree, and also the importance of this legislation for him personally. And I've noted the concerns that he's outlined, but I do have to counter with respect to the provisions on UNDRIP. I do believe that both Article 5 as well as the preamble clearly set out the commitment and the foundation of this bill that is built on the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. I'm quite confident that this will withstand that type of scrutiny, and I would invite my friend to look at that. I know that he had mentioned that timing can be quite difficult in the sense of it may be too late, but I can assure the member that timing is still in our favor, but it does require cooperation and support of the NDP, and I want to ask the member if he will be willing to support this bill going to committee right away, so that the important issues that he had highlighted here can be addressed through the committee process and brought back for third reading.
For Abitibi Bay, James Nunavik, EU.
The honourable member.
Thank the member for that question. I think it's an important question. And just now,
I would like to let you know that before we send it, that we should all sit down and look at it, and that I could help to make this bill be more strong. And what you just told us, I understand that it's written that the
make reference to it in the preamble, and also under 5G. But let me read 5G to you. To advance the achievement of the objectives of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People as it relates to Indigenous languages. So, like I said, advancing the achievement of the objectives is very different from fully implementing the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, for one. Second of all, Article 6 is important because for this bill, according to how I interpret this bill, Article 6 is the founding principle of Bill 391. And the founding principle is based only on Section 35 of the 1982 Constitution of Canada. So I would have loved to see, especially in light of the fact that you promised to Indigenous peoples in this country, you promised that the new relationship that you talk a lot about, but do nothing about, will be based on the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. So that principle should have been added under Article 6, and it's not there, and it disappoints me.
questions and comments, questions et commentaires. I want to remind the honourable members to speak through the speaker, not directly across, speaking in the third person, if you don't mind. L'honourable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to have this opportunity to have listened to the member for Bay James Nunavut EU, and I'd also like to thank the interpreters for enabling us to understand the remarks made in Cree by the member. This is a clear demonstration that we do need to preserve these languages, and as the member for Kamloops said earlier, this is an important bill. The member, Mr. Speaker, talked about the high expectations created by the government 3 years ago and the results today. More specifically today, Mr. Speaker, because the Globe and Mail has learned us that, or taught us and disclosed that the Minister of Justice, the first Indigenous female Minister of Justice, was asked to do something by the Prime Minister. I'd like to ask the honourable member, who's been a member here, what his reaction is to what is reported in the Globe and Mail.
Bay James Nunavik EU.
The honourable member. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to start by thanking the member for Louis Saint-Laurent for his remarks and for his question. I reacted quickly because I've been watching this government now for almost 4 years. There's a clear difference between what they do and what they say. Now, Mr. Speaker, you don't need to accept my opinion, but I will say that the third decision by the Human Rights Commission in Canada regarding discrimination against Indigenous children, and it says in Section 64, and I remember because I read it, the court states that the government and ministers say one thing, whereas their departments continue to do exactly the opposite. And this is what we've been seeing for years. Now, there is some movement here and there, but we're almost in the same place we were, in my view, because I live in these communities. I visit them. I live there. And so when I saw that this morning, their favorite expression seems to be our most important relationship is the relationship with Indigenous peoples. It gave me the impression this morning that their most important relationship is a large corporation like SNC-Lavalin. That's very unfortunate.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first, I'd like to thank my friend and colleague from Abitibi Bay, James Nunavik AU, for his speech and for his advocacy and work. And while I'm here and able to have an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, I've been asked from the Nuu-Chah-Nulth people at every opportunity to thank this member for standing and defending Indigenous rights that are protected under the Constitution and standing in solidarity with the Nuu-Chah-Nulth people. And I say kleko in their language to my friend and miigwech to him in his language. Mr. Speaker, he talked about the sense of urgency. Les Dorian, the president of the Ucluelet, that nation, spoke about there being 15 native speakers of the Barclay dialect of the Nuu-Chah-Nulth language in 2015. Today there's only 9. And we're losing speakers of our important languages. And the province of British Columbia was waiting for the federal government to move forward with legislation and money to understand the sense of urgency to protect languages. And they couldn't wait any longer, and they've invested $50 million to get things started, which is far from enough, Mr. Speaker. But I'd like maybe to ask my friend and colleague if he can speak about the sense of urgency on getting money rolling to help support our elders and youth to learn languages and protect languages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik EU.
I thank my friend for that question, and it's an important one. It's a fundamental one. It's a central one, because it has to take the money that goes with this bill needs to take into account the diversity, the sense of urgency, especially as I mentioned. And once again, when I asked the minister about that, he pronounced the magic word, that buying time policy word of we'll consult, and we'll consult again. There is an urgency. There's a budget coming down pretty soon. Why isn't there any provisions either in this bill or in that speech that was given by the minister? So that's pretty concerning for many people. Many people expected a lot of things from this government with respect to this legislation, and we didn't get those important questions answered today.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations.
And now all of you in this assembly, listen well to the matter that has become my responsibility to speak about. I first want to greet and acknowledge everyone gathered here in the House, and I thank you for listening to me today. I also want to acknowledge that we are meeting here on the traditional lands of the Algonquin people, and I thank the Creator for everything He has given to us. I have risen here to speak to you in Kanien'kehá:ka, the language of the Kanien'kehá:ka, the Mohawk people. I will speak about a law that encourages the speaking of Indigenous languages in Canada. It greatly pleased me when we decided here in this House that we would provide translation when any member of Parliament would want to speak in an Indigenous language. It's important that we show Canadians that we respect Native languages here in the capital of Canada, and a place that Canadians cherish. Nevertheless, this law is much more important to the Indigenous people. They are on a mission to strengthen their Indigenous languages they lost or that were taken from them. We will debate this law here and in the other chamber. It will help us understand this law better. It will make amends for the wrongs that were done to the Indigenous peoples, and it will ensure that Indigenous languages and cultures in Canada will be more respected. Many people have asked, why does Canada have to preserve and bring back to life languages that can't live on their own? Many people may think that the ones asking don't know anything about this, and I apologize to you who might be offended that I asked. But it is important for me to explain several matters in order to understand Canada's responsibility. I will try to answer the questions by talking about the people who spoke Iroquois languages, one language being Kanien'kehá:ka, the Mohawk language. When the Europeans arrived here, many people spoke an Iroquois language. They had created a confederacy that was brilliant. They controlled the land from the Ohio River in the west to the St. Lawrence River in the east. They occupied a large territory of what is now eastern Canada and the United States. The Europeans and the indigenous people had to work together and to help one another. The Europeans had to learn about the medicines. They had to learn how to live off the land. They had to become friends and partners with the indigenous people so they could survive. When the white population increased, they became divided and began to fight amongst themselves. Both sides made alliances with the indigenous people so that both sides would be equal. Because they fought alongside the British, the Americans burned and destroyed many Iroquois villages and took large tracts of Iroquois land. We should remember this. If we had not worked with the indigenous people at that time, if we had not been friends with the indigenous people at that time, if we had not made alliances with the indigenous people at that time, the Canada we know now would not exist. During the War of 1812, Indigenous and Métis warriors greatly aided the Canadian and British forces to repel the Americans and protect this land. During the war, several thousand Indigenous warriors fought alongside the British and Canadian troops. Recently, here in this house, we honored Levi Oakes, who used his language as a secret code during the Second World War, so Canadian soldiers could safely communicate with each other. It is truth, an ugly matter, that when Canada needed Indigenous people, they volunteered. And now, in peacetime, when then Indigenous languages are in such danger, we would disappoint them. It was good when we were in an equal relationship with the Indigenous people, when we fought side by side. But it's now peacetime, and we have stopped respecting Indigenous concerns and stopped having a good relationship with them. The Indigenous people are deeply wounded by what was done to them at residential schools. That language and their cultures were stolen there. For more than 100 years, Canada, its government and the churches used residential schools to destroy Indigenous languages and cultures so Indigenous peoples would follow the ways of the white people. The students could only speak English or French in the schools. Students were severely punished if they spoke their language. Many of them suffered greatly. It would be an ugly truth to describe what happened to them there. Right now, I'm thinking of a Mohawk woman, Olohiogu Gladys Gabriel, who attended Shingwak Residential School in Sault Ste. Marie. They took her there when she was 5 years old. She missed her mother greatly, but she didn't go home again until she was 16 years old. She wasn't allowed to speak her language there, but she resisted. She hid the fact that she would speak Mohawk with her older sister. Mary, on every occasion when no one was listening, Olohiogo believed that the Creator had given her a duty to pass her language to her children. She believed that she would offend the Creator if her children did not speak the language. She didn't quit speaking her language in residential schools. That helped her children, the Gabriel family from Ganisadage, continue speaking the Mohawk language to the present day. Olohiogo's story compels me because I know some of her children and grandchildren, and I am proud to call them my friends. Many people were not that lucky, and they lost their language. Some people became ashamed of their language because governments and churches tried to make Indigenous people change to white people. Obviously, we have not quit messing with Indigenous languages so that they could continue on with their own. So the government apologized, but we have not done much to make amends for the bad acts and trauma to the Indigenous people and what they have suffered. These days, Indigenous people speak more than 60 languages in Canada, and almost all of them are in trouble. Thousands of people speak some languages. Just one or two speak others. All of the languages have been weakened. Some are dying. If they don't get help soon, only a few will remain. But there is hope. When I visit the Freedom School in Akwesasne, Ngawana Gagilkwa, at Six Nations, or Ladiwanahnilots at Ganawage, I see excited students of all ages becoming speakers. I am hopeful. I see teachers, some of whom who have fought for more than 20 years to protect one element of Indigenous identity, their language. And you, my colleagues in this House, and all the others in the country who have fought to protect the French language, a language that has issue competing with English. What I have said should be self-evident. Many people know about the challenge and how identity and self-determination are so interrelated. Hopefully they will support a law that will strengthen the right for Indigenous people to speak their language, so it will help control their future. and where it is going. It will also encourage more people to speak Indigenous languages all across Canada. If we can't do this, we are not the kind of people we think we are. I will end my words by speaking about some personal matters. I have spoken today in the Mohawk language. It is not my language. I began studying 2 years ago. I've always wanted to be able to speak the language, but I am a member of Parliament and I want to understand the land of the Mohawk people, the language of the Mohawk people, people who have lived here long before my people arrived. I have discovered something that is more complicated than sharing words with one another. I have found that I have become able to understand my place on earth, which I did not appreciate before I began learning. It has now just begun to make sense to me. How amazing the language is. How rich it is. How exceptional it is. It is a lot more complicated than my other languages. I have made many good friends. I have found people who love this earth and everything on it that we share. I am pleased, very much so, and I am grateful to everyone who has helped me begin learning. I thank you who have listened to my words. I wish you peace. Those are the words. That is all.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague across the way, and I want to applaud him for his perseverance in learning a language. I wish that I could ask my question in Mohawk, but unfortunately, I don't speak Mohawk. As we've mentioned, we will be supporting this bill to go to committee. One of the questions that I've heard from several people is, what do we think the cost implications will be of putting this bill in place and doing the extra translation work that's needed? Does the member have an idea about what that would be?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown and Indigenous Services, or Relations, rather.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Either will do. Look, I want to thank the member opposite for her support of the bill. Clearly, funds are needed to go to the right places, the right institutions, the right people that have been struggling to preserve languages, sometimes against leadership, our previous governments, even local governments, to preserve languages. And as we know, some of the gut-wrenching stories, one of which I told in my speech, of people speaking it in private and ensuring its survival. We need to put the money necessary in order to make sure this right is corrected, not only to correct the wrong that was done by our people, but also to ensure vitality. This discussion today, and I thank you for thanking me for my learning Mohawk. It's extremely complex and rich language. I would encourage anyone to learn at least the greetings, but hopefully the whole language. It isn't for me to be speaking up here in Parliament. This is a very symbolic act. It is an act of respect. The most important thing is to ensure that children are speaking in communities taught by the people who know best to do it, who have been preserving it for years against us, and the cost will be significant. So I would encourage your support within your caucus for those funds when they are announced. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I also would like to congratulate my friend on the hard work he's done on learning the local language in the unceded traditional territory where he lives. I want to commend him, and it's inspiring for all of us to see the effort that this member has put forward in learning that language and how it connects him to the land and to the people where he lives. Mr. Speaker, a good friend of mine from the Nuu-chah-nulth people and from the Ahousaht Nation, Cliff Atleo, he always reminds us that our language is what identifies us. He says we're nothing without our language. And we're losing speakers all the time, as the member knows, and I cited earlier today about the Barclay dialect, for example, that's gone from 15 speakers since this government was elected to 9. They've been waiting for funding. And Mr. Speaker, I got a note from a councillor from Sashat Nation, Ken Watts, today, and he says a council member in my community who has helped apply for language funding, that's one of the most important things. Without the funding behind this, nothing will change. They also need to send funding directly to communities. I respect the work of some organizations, but communities needs it as they know, but what's best for their nation's languages. And Sashat's position is language funding shouldn't be competitive. So he spoke a little bit about the importance of the language funding going out to where the needs are. I want to ensure that he also is going to enforce and ensure that the government, when they roll out their funding, that it won't be a competitive process, that everybody's going to be able to have access to that needs it, especially in areas where there's language holders, and we know that there's many of them are aging out in certain areas. So I want to also understand, is the government going to inject money immediately? We're losing language speakers now. And to these holders of knowledge and these holders of the language, as we lose them, we lose our whole cultures in certain communities. We lose languages in certain nations. And it's important that this is backed up with funding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank the member opposite for his question. Very insightful comments as to where and how the funding should flow. I will note that if he wants to learn some words, there's some few people that may or may not be above from him that are fully versed in how to teach it. My teacher, Brian Maracle, and his wife, Audrey. We are already funding schools as we speak. Under the current funding envelopes, we tripled investments. Certainly that is not enough, and certainly the models have been heavily criticized as to their perennity, as to their predictability for courses that take 2-3 years of people fully immersed that give up their jobs in order to take up this language. They are at the prime of their earning career, and they have to drop everything and spend 2 or 3 years learning a language that they are brave enough to reclaim. We're funding now into schools, and this has to be a multi-pronged approach. It needs to be at the very little age. It needs to go from the K-12 system, where it is taught in a fashion that is respectful of language, respectful of culture, taught by Indigenous people, because we know, not simply for the effect of it, but because we know that the outcomes are great. The graduation rates are equal, if not above, non-Indigenous graduation rates. So we know that there are real effects of putting language and culture into the K-12 system, putting it into the kindergarten system, and putting it into the immersion system, which is essential in ensuring that generations can pass it on and speak it at home, because the work is not sufficiently done in the schoolroom, but it's important to have the funds at the disposition. And I have no particular objection to the member opposite's question.
Wow. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. La députée de Marc-Aurèle Fortin.
The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Honourable Member for his courage and his resolve to learn Mohawk. When he goes into a community, how is he received by Indigenous people who can now speak to him in their own language? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his very relevant question. I had the great good luck to meet with people who were very receptive to me. I was able to go into schools, into immersion schools, to meet people who have a passion for their tradition and cultures. Under normal circumstances, they would not meet a representative who spoke their language.
j'ai pu apprendre beaucoup plus en rencontrant des gens qui sont passionnés par la culture, pas nécessairement des politiciens, mais passionnés par la culture, passionnés par la langue surtout, et passionnés par la revitalisation. J'aimerais dire revitalisation, mais c'est vraiment la vitalisation des langues autochtones auxquelles ils ont droit sous cette nouvelle législation, un droit inhérent à noter. Et c'est une question fort pertinente. J'ai eu beaucoup de sympathie, beaucoup d'amitié qui m'a été transmis et j'en suis très reconnaissant. Évidemment, c'est une corde de la langue, comme on le sait tous, et puis évidemment, les gens qui parlent français devraient le savoir, c'est une corde émotionnelle très profonde et dès qu'on la tire, les répercussions, on ne peut pas savoir où ça va s'ensuivre. I'd like to note at this time, Mr. Speaker, I know he thanked me, but the real thanks is the translation service that has been done by a woman called Margaret Cook-Peters, Margaret Cook Gawayanuni, who has been the translator in this House for everyone here today to hear such wonderful words. She is also, I hope I'm not outing her, but she was also the person that translated the residential school apology into Mohawk so that a lot of communities can have that apology formally acknowledged in Mohawk from our government. She is behind that and her wonderful team and group. She has been fighting for years for her language, fighting inter-community, fighting against governments, and I want to thank her profoundly for the work that she's done today in the translation.
Questions and comments? We have time for a short question. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Miigwech, and to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Spectacular work in learning Mohawk. He has all of my Seriwaniostuk, which I hope translates in Mohawk as respect. My apologies if I didn't. My question is this. The bill certainly is full of good intentions. We've heard concerns about funding. I wish we could get this through second reading today and get the committee work happening in the coming week. But I wonder why, in drafting legislation in 2019 that cites Indigenous rights, the legislation does not specifically cite the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Certainly this was an opportunity to do so.
Resuming debate, the Honourable... I'm sorry, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you for the member for her thanks. I note the effort and I really applaud it. A lot of people, when they're speaking a new language, they feel insecure because language, particularly as politicians, is what we are defined by. And as we start to, if we make a stutter, whether it's in English, French, or a language we're not we're familiar with, we get very insecure and start to do it. But we've got to get out of our comfort zone and do that. So I really appreciate it. It's better. And again, the people are above you if you want to learn it formally, Elizabeth. Honourable Leader of the Green Party. Absolutely. Look, we're at first reading, Madam Speaker. Plenty of opportunity to get input. I will note that the rights that are existing and acknowledged today are not pursuant to any declaration, any particular law. They are acknowledged and they need to be perfected by this House, but they existed way before our peoples got here. Thank you.
Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I noticed in that past few minutes the mic system has gone off and on, and the translation has gone off and on. So just be aware that we have a little technical problem going at the moment. I'd like to also share my time with the colleague from Bellechasse Lévis. I'll be sharing my time with him. So, Madam Speaker, I'm happy to rise today to speak on Bill C-91, an act respecting Indigenous languages. But before I begin on that particular topic, it's an honor. This is my first time to stand in this new facility, this new House of Commons, and to be able to speak here. So it was an honor and a privilege to be in a historic building, but also to be in this new House of Commons, the House of Commons for our country. So it's a real privilege. It's an honor to continue representing the hardworking constituents of Bow River in this particular place. So I have a deep respect and appreciation for language. I speak English, that's my background. But I have two grandchildren that have spent 13 years in French immersion and are fluent in both languages, which in the time that I had the opportunity to learn a second language was much more limited than what's available for our youth today. So it concerns me that so many are going extinct of languages around the world. by at least one estimate, 90% of spoken languages will be extinct by 2050 if actions aren't taken soon. Languages have long, proud histories that are fundamental to culture. Their etymologies provide clues into a culture's distant past and their dynamic nature that reflects their speakers. Present-day lives were affected by the language they spoke historically. English is a language, of course, most familiar to me, but through its evolution, we can chart the history of those who inhabited the British Isles, for example. In the pre-Roman period, we can see the influence of Scandinavian invaders, the Norman conquest of 1066, and 1,000 additional years of historical evolution since. I trace my family back to 1200 in Scotland, but I doubt today whether our language would be very similar, and I might have a difficult time understanding my Scotch ancestors of 1200. Language changes and evolves. But I do also know that Indigenous languages have many more words for certain things than English do. Things that are important to their culture are described in a way that would be unfamiliar to someone not familiar with their culture. It's an amazing example how language and cultures are interwoven. For example, Inuit have extensive different words to describe the weather, the snow, the ice, as it's so critical to their culture. So they have many more words to describe those elements in their culture than we have in English. There are approximately 7,000 languages remaining in the world, and I'm certain all are the product of incredibly cultural legacies. According to 2016 census data from Stats Canada, over 70 Indigenous languages are spoken in Canada, and there are 260,550 First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people who speak these many different 70 languages. However, the percentage of people that say they could speak these languages has declined significantly in the last few decades. This is a trend that should be reversed. These proud languages unquestionably deserve to be preserved in the future wherever possible. It is important to note that far too many cases, their continued existence is threatened by globalization and former colonial policies. Our previous Conservative government recognized through our residential schools apology that such schools had a damaging impact on Indigenous language. I have met with and sat with elders of the Siksika Blackfoot Confederacy as they tell me the stories of how they were treated for speaking their Indigenous language in the schools. As my colleague, the member from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou has stated, the Government of Canada was part of the destruction of the Indigenous languages, and we need to be part of the solution. This legislation will create an independent commissioner for Indigenous rights. It seeks to affirm that Indigenous language is part of Section 35 of the Constitution, and it allows the translation of federal services into Indigenous languages. These are laudable goals. I note the Commissioner will have a mandate to take many of these measures to help promote Indigenous languages. They will support the efforts of Indigenous peoples to reclaim, revitalize, and strengthen their languages, and thus their culture. I would like to highlight that fantastic efforts are already underway in my riding to do just that. Siksika Nation, which is part of the Blackfoot Confederacy, have decided to take the first steps to offer immersion programs in Blackfoot language for the first time this September. The immersion program will be offered to kindergartens and grade 1 students to start with. This is a huge challenge, but one Siksika has undertaken in their education department. This is an incredible step to ensuring their language and culture are strengthened through future generations. I hope this program is a great success. Siksika has been a leader in many things as part of the nation, part of the Blackfoot Confederacy. And education is one that they're getting strength in teaching their culture and providing their youth with the link to their past. Using this format in education, immersion in the Blackfoot language will strengthen their connection to their elders and their past. The Commissioner will also promote public awareness and the understanding of the link between Indigenous language and the cultures of Indigenous people. As I've noted, I strongly share the view that language is a fundamental component of culture. Indigenous people in Siksika that I know very well, oral history is a critical piece to their culture. The elders still know the language, they still know the culture, but communicating that oral history to the generations that have come next, to their grandchildren, is so difficult when the names, the words they use, are not part of the English vocabulary that the youth know. It will affect their culture when this Indigenous generation of elders is lost, when they pass on. The knowledge they know because of the Indigenous words that are used in their culture will be lost unless they're taught to the youngest generation. The elders of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, talk about their language being a tonal language. The Blackfoot Confederacy language is a different language in North America. It's not related to most of the other Indigenous languages on this continent. It's mostly related to other languages that are tonal. This is a different language than most Indigenous languages in North America. The Blackfoot Confederacy, the elders who speak to me about this language, are very proud of the distinction between their language and other Indigenous and the culture it represents. I was happy to see that this was acknowledged in the Commissioner's mandate. I'm pleased to support sending this bill to committee. As a member of the Heritage Committee, I look forward to carefully reviewing its contents. I also look forward to hearing from stakeholders and learning about the possible ways it could be improved. We need to do more than listen. There's been a lot of listening with the government and the proposed legislation with Indigenous, a lot of listening, but the action needs to follow. I must note this legislation was first promised in December 2016, but this is 2019. What's the chances of this legislation agenda being finished in this term? There are just 13 sitting weeks remaining. It's late in this mandate. I also note that ITK has stated that they do not approve of this bill. The day the bill was tabled, ITK President Nathan Obed released a statement saying, despite being characterized as reconciliation and co-development initiative, the Government of Canada engaged Inuit in bad faith throughout this legislative initiative. The absence of any Inuit-specific content suggests this bill is yet another legislative initiative developed behind closed doors by a colonial system and then imposed on Inuit. Thank you. I'm disappointed, despite the lack of 3 years introduced, that the Liberals failed to accommodate such an important aspect as this leader has identified. The Conservatives believe protecting Canada's Indigenous language is protecting our shared Canadian heritage. We recognize the importance of preserving Indigenous language and culture. I hope this bill will be successful in achieving these objectives, and I look forward to studying it further at committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend from Bow River for his intervention. I know he's indicated that this bill has been introduced close to the end of the mandate, but I do want to note, Madam Speaker, that the previous government, the Harper government, had 10 years to protect Indigenous languages in this country, and in fact, every single budget they cut Indigenous language services, and in fact to just $5 million in order to protect, preserve, and to enhance over 90 languages in Canada. So it's a shameful pass, and it's unfortunate that the member cast doubt on the ability of this Parliament to be able to pass this legislation. What I would like to ask the member through you, Madam Speaker, is that this is a very bold initiative by the government. This is supported by the Assembly of First Nations, the Métis National Council. It was co-developed with all three Indigenous organizations. I would like to get assurance from him that his party Party will support this bill going into to second reading and going into a study of his committee starting right away, starting today, Madam Speaker.
And I do want to apologize to the honourable member. I should have recognized him as the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage and Multiculturalism. The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and maybe not a statement when he says I'm shameful, but so be it. But let's see, promised child welfare legislation by the end of January. Where's that? The consultation on Bill S3, Gender Inequity in the Indian Act, promised. Where's that? Cancelled Enbridge Northern Gateway project without consulting the bands who had equity agreements? What was that? I mean, so when he's talking about this in a sense of saying 2019 is soon enough, there's a litany of things that have been promised that haven't been finished as well. The last response that I would have to that in the role of committee, in the sense that when I deal with Indigenous people in my constituency, they're looking for serious responsibility to do this themselves. They're not looking for us to do another piece of legislation to tell them what to do. So, in consultation, we need to understand they need to have the structure that provides them the opportunity to how to implement this, not tell them what to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, one of the very important calls to action through the Truth and Reconciliation Commission was the creation of an Indigenous Languages Commissioner. I'd like to ask my friend from Bow River that if the Conservatives were to form government at some point, would they ensure that the Indigenous Languages Commissioner would be left intact and ensure that the creation of this body would be protected under a Conservative government?
The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question and really appreciate his interest in this and his dedication to his constituents. Really appreciate his understanding of his role and how well he does it. In the sense of, we weren't the government who took out some pieces of legislation affecting Indigenous people. The Liberals took some stuff out that the Conservatives legislated that Indigenous people agreed with. It was the Liberals that took it out, not the Conservatives. And when he said, will we be? Of course we will be in government again. That will happen surely as the sun rises. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
A brief question, the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Madam Speaker, I noticed the parliamentary secretary has twice asked, are we ready to just move this on? I want to note that the government introduced this piece of legislation on Tuesday. We are debating it on Thursday. We are being very reasonable. This is an important piece of legislation. And is it our responsibility to ensure that the government, who has left very, very little time, we intend to be productive, we intend to be supportive, but I think the fact that they have such poor house management skills, they should really be concerned about.
Very brief response from the member from Bow River.
Very brief response from my learned colleague with much history in this building. I agree 100% with what she has just said.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Bellechasse.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bellechasse-Lévis. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to speak today. And I congratulate my colleague for his excellent speech and knowledge of these issues. Now, I'd like to also acknowledge my colleague from BC, who's our critic as well, and who does extremely important work on this issue. Now, I'd like to go back to something a colleague said earlier from Vancouver Island. It was the member for Courtenay Alberni, and he said something very important, and it really set the tone for the day. Language defines our identity, and that's what's at the heart of the bill that is before us here today. And it's the language of the people who occupied the land even before Westerners came. We're in a new chamber here, Madam Speaker. We're in the new West Block. And in 2008, I was in the chamber with Prime Minister Harper, Stephen Harper, who went ahead with an apology, an official apology for residential schools. And what is the link between that apology and this bill, Madam Speaker? The bill that we're discussing today stems from recommendations put in place by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which was struck by the Conservative government in 2008. And there was a 6-year study. A great deal of evidence was provided and testimony, some of it very, very emotional. And Prime Minister Harper said that for a century, the residential schools separated many children from their families and their communities. Now we're talking about 7 generations of young people who, when they went to school, were uprooted, culturally speaking, namely removed from their language as well. And as my colleague from Vancouver said earlier, language is an essential part of our identity. And as the member for Ville-Marie-Île-des-Sœurs who said earlier, who had the talent to make a speech in Mohawk, he understood that when a person learns a language, they learn about culture, as he has learned about the Mohawk culture. And his name sounds Irish, but he had an opportunity to learn French as well, and so I acknowledge that. And I hope that we'll take this bill even farther. Mr. Harper also said the residential school system isolated children and removed them from the influence of their homes, their traditions, and their culture, and to integrate them through assimilation into the dominant culture. Now that sends shivers up and down one's spine, Madam Speaker, when we look at what happened. And Mr. Harper added that it required the courageous action of survivors to talk about what they suffered. Now we know that the Truth and Reconciliation Commission was set up. There was a program to support survivors. And I'd like to go back to the recommendations. There are 3 recommendations from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report covering the reason why we're here today. Calls to action 13, 14 and 15, which urged the federal government to acknowledge that the rights of Indigenous peoples include Indigenous language rights. Recommendation 14 calls on the government to adopt legislation on a language to state that Indigenous languages are an important component and there is an urgency to preserve them, and the federal government also must provide sufficient funding for the preservation of these languages, and the communities are in the best position to preserve their languages and to strengthen them. And once again, funding granted for initiatives linked to Indigenous languages must reflect the diversity of those languages. So those are the 3 calls to action by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, dating back to 2015, if I'm not mistaken. Now it's 2019, and as my colleague, the member for Bow River, said, there was quite a delay by the government, a long delay. And now they're heading towards the end of their term, and they seem to be wanting to move ahead with a steamroller. Now, over 2 years ago, the government talked about taking action. Now, as we said, we want to do thorough work to ensure that these objectives are achieved. We have seen that the Assembly of First Nations welcomes the bill, as does the Métis National Council. However, on the Inuit side, there is a great deal of dissatisfaction with it. That will require us to take a closer look at the bill. And as the member for Bow River said, who sat on the committee, we wanted to examine the bill to ensure that it fully reflects and meets the needs of communities, first and foremost, and secondly, to ensure that it achieves the objectives put forth by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in its calls to action. And this leads me to a very important point, one that was raised by my colleague. The problem that we currently face is that we have a government that is good at talking. However, they need to walk the talk within a reasonable time frame. Now, we're stretching the elastic here, and my colleague mentioned this. It's having an impact on the confidence between the government and Indigenous communities. Now, I've got a comment from Chantal Hébert by saying that by taking steps that are, for the most part, symbolic, are not affecting the government. The government is running the risk of a wider gap between the two groups. So, Madam Speaker, it's our responsibility to do things well within a reasonable time frame. And we saw the recommendations come forth from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission 3 years ago. Now we're almost at the end of a parliament, and the confidence between the government and the First Nations groups is a fragile one. We need to do our work diligently, seriously, to protect that very important link.
Comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage and Multiculturalism.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend for his intervention. I'm a little perplexed about his comments at the end, where he is indicating that movement has not been substantive with respect to Indigenous issues. And I also note that in the past 3 years, $16.8 billion have been invested into different programs and initiatives with respect to Indigenous peoples, which has resulted in over 250,000 people benefiting from 157 school projects, over 450,000 people benefiting from 490 water projects, and over 200,000 approved requests under Jordan's Principle. And virtually on every one of these initiatives, Madam Speaker, I note that the opposition, particularly the Conservative Party, voted against these initiatives to advance the issue of reconciliation. So it's a little rich when the member opposite suggests that movement has been slow. It's been slow in part because the support from the opposition has been very slow on this, and I do hope moving forward on this particular legislation, I would like to get some indication from the member whether he's willing to put this to committee today and be able to have a more robust discussion in committee to discuss the issues that he'd identified.
The Honourable Member. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, who's doing an important job, but he's got the same kind of flaw as his boss. When something goes wrong, it's someone else's fault. Now, when we look at the situation, I've been to Pakwashi, an Indigenous community, and there are some very serious issues when it comes to drinking water. One of our colleagues talks to the government about that often. Now, our government, the Conservative government, put in place a principle of transparency because it's important for the members of the communities, Indigenous communities, to know where the money is being injected and how it's being distributed. Unfortunately, and this is another example of what I said earlier, when they advocate transparency but they do something else, now they've hidden the way the federal funds are transferred to the communities. And that's a lack of transparency. It's up to them to decide when they're going to go ahead with bills. We have no control over that. It's on the 1 minute to midnight, they're putting a bill forward. We don't want to botch this work because it's too important. The relationship between these two groups is too important.
For Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my friend and colleague for his speech. Madam Speaker, the member talked about the Liberals doing things that are mainly and mostly symbolic. I would agree. This needs to be backed up with funding, with a real commitment, and demonstrating a sense of urgency. But I have to go back to the Harper government, Madam Speaker, where the Harper government cut over $60 million to Indigenous organizations. In fact, it was John Duncan from Vancouver Island who was the Aboriginal Affairs Minister, and he said when he was put in that position in 2012 that we're going to change the funding model for Aboriginal organizations and tribal councils, focusing on areas that match the Harper government's priorities. And they basically were dictating the priorities of Indigenous people instead of allowing them to define their own priorities. Now, I got a message from a councillor from Sishat Nation. Again, I read it this morning. But he says they need to send funding directly to communities. And he says, I respect the work of some organizations, but communities they know what's best for their nation's languages. And I have to agree, Madam Speaker, with the councillor and with Indigenous organizations. Now, my question to the member is if they're in government, are they going to retreat back to the Harper way of doing business, which is dictating to First Nations how they should be doing business?
L'honorable député de Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis.
The honourable member. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, Madam Speaker. And this takes me back to the time when Prime Minister Harper made the apology on behalf of the government, because that started the reconciliation process. And it's a long and difficult road to travel down because there are injuries and consequences, but there are efforts I'm very proud of that our government took under Minister Duncan and under Prime Minister Harper, and it was to deal with the crucial issue that we're talking about today, education, to transfer responsibilities over education to the First Nations. And that's something I'm proud of. It's work that's underway. And I hope that with this bill that's before us today, we'll be able to strengthen Indigenous pride in their languages and cultures.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage and Multiculturalism.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will be splitting my time with my friend from Surrey Centre. And Madam Speaker, I'm deeply honoured to speak this afternoon in support of Bill C-91, the Indigenous Languages Act. I want to start by acknowledging that we're gathered here on the traditional unceded lands of the Algonquin people. Our language is at the core of who we are as a people and as a community and as a nation.
Before talking about important parts of the bill, I'd like to explain the deeply entrenched challenges that I face as a first-generation immigrant to Canada. Every day I do my utmost to ensure that my two daughters understand and speak their first language, Tamil, at home.
Part of this community is at my core. The ability to understand this language allows me to understand this community. And I want my two children to be able to have the opportunity and the right to understand the language and be connected to the people. Like this, Madam Speaker, each family wants their language, be it English, French, Finnish, or Tamil, to be spoken and understood. It is who we are as a people. However, these languages are not at risk of extinction, nor are the speakers and keepers of these languages dying. Most Indigenous language speakers, however, don't have the privilege and protection that is available to the other languages in Canada. Sadly, Madam Speaker, the legacy of Indigenous people in Canada is one where each and every one of the 90 languages spoken here prior to colonization is at a threat of being lost. According to UNESCO, 75% of these languages are in danger of being extinct. Madam Speaker, imagine the languages, dialects, and the voices of many communities lost forever. I cannot fathom it. We cannot fathom it, and we cannot understand it. This happened because successive governments undertook the process of colonization that Madam Justice McLaughlin has called cultural genocide. This meant that the government took children from their homes and their communities to residential schools. The children were forbidden from speaking their language, practice their spirituality, and were often abused for practicing who they are. Some communities were forcefully moved from one geographical location to the other. Some children from Indigenous homes were taken and placed into foster homes or adoption through the 60s scoop. And we have a modern-day version of the 60s scoop where children are taken by child welfare agencies into foster care. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission report has outlined many experiences of residential school survivors and their experiences, and I want to just share two such stories. One is from William Herney, who is Mi'kmaq, who spoke with his brother at a residential school. And I quote, and she says, "What are you two boys doing?" "Nothing, sister." "Oh, yes, I heard you. You were talking that language, weren't you?" "Yes, sister. Come here," she said. I went over. She took a stick. She leaned me over to the bathtub, grabbed me by the neck, and I don't know how many whacks she gave me over my bum. And I was crying like I don't know what. Then she took a piece of soap and she washed my mouth in it. I can still even taste that eye soap. All my life I tasted that taste. And she said, "You don't talk that language here." And that's a no, 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 you don't. You understand. Looks at me straight in the eye, she said, "Do you understand that?" And I said, "Yes, sister, understand." In an Anglican church in Carcross, Rose Dorothy Charlie said, "They took my language, they took it right out of my mouth. I never spoke it again. My mother asked me why you could hear me. She's like, I could teach you." I said, "No." And she said, "Why?" I said, "I'm tired of getting hit in the mouth. Tired of it. I'm just tired of it. That's all." Then I tried it. I went to Yukon College. I tried it. And then my own auntie laughed at me because I didn't say the words right. She laughed at me. So I quit. "No more," I said. Then people bother me and say, "How come you don't speak your language?" And I say, "You won't." The depth of the loss of Indigenous languages cannot be quantified. The eternal links to language, and by extension, culture, has been broken. Generations of Indigenous peoples in Canada have been shamed into losing their language and culture because of the policies and practices of successive Canadian governments and many institutions. A patchwork of programs and initiatives exist to support the preservation, protection, and revitalization of Indigenous languages. Langue ne partage pas toutes le même degré de risque d'extinction.
Not all languages share the same level of risk to extinction. Some have better chances at success than others, but this is relative. More must be done toward protecting, preserving, and revitalizing all Indigenous languages. Madam Speaker, we cannot correct the past. The past is the past. But we can and must change the trajectory of our future.
In this moment in time, the 42nd Parliament has made enormous strides in advancing equality, human rights, and Indigenous rights. In 2015, our government committed to implementing all 94 calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Calls to action 13, 14, and 15 require the entrenchment of legislation and a framework that will ensure the protection, preservation, and revitalization of Indigenous languages. Our government adopted the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and this past year, this House adopted Bill 262 to ensure that the laws of Canada are in harmony with UNDRIP. UNDRIP requires state parties to take effective measures to support Indigenous languages. In 1981, Section 35 of the Canadian Constitution enshrined a full box of rights to First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Such rights include the right to language. Our Prime Minister affirmed that Canada would move forward on a nation-to-nation, Inuit-to-Crown, and government-to-government relationship based on the Recognition of Rights framework. Bill C-91 does this, and this year, as we mark the United Nations Year of Indigenous Languages, we bring this bill forward to change the trajectory of Indigenous languages and once and for all commit to ensuring the long-term protection, preservation, and revitalization of these languages. Permit me to outline some major features of Bill C-91, Madam Speaker. This bill was co-developed with the national Indigenous organizations, including the AFN, ITK, and the MNC. This bill offers a distinction-based approach to languages, that is, that it recognizes not all languages are in need of the same level of protection. It respects the principle of self-determination. It envisions a national framework and commission that will monitor and report on the progress made. Madam Speaker, let me offer one additional reason for the urgency in passing this legislation. 3 weeks ago, I had the opportunity to visit Prince George, British Columbia. I met members of the Claytonais Nation. There were 5 fluent speakers of the Claytonais dialect of Dakel. I met the chief and several members of his council, none of whom spoke the language, but all were striving to preserve the language itself. The loss of this language is imminent if a concerted effort is not made to preserve it. Last week, Mary Gucci, one of the native speakers, died. In marking her passing, the MP for Prince George Caribou said this of Elder Mary Gucci. Mary understood that words connect us to the past. Our words and our music are 2 of the foundations of the human experience. Without them, we have no past. Without them, we have no future. And without them, we have no awareness of who we may need to be. In closing, Madam Speaker, I want to conclude by recognizing the keepers and teachers of all Indigenous languages, like Elder Mary Gucci. Notwithstanding that so many Indigenous languages are endangered in Canada, the mere fact that so many of these languages still exist is to the brave unsung heroes who have worked so hard to protect, preserve these languages. Let's do it right by them. Let's do it right by the future generations. Let's just do this, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Comments, the honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary's speech. And he sort of verifies why I believe this is a significant piece of legislation, why it's important. He may not remember that there's many languages in the world that have disappeared. It's happening all over the world. The United Nations that they refer to, one of their misguided things was they developed one language that they wanted us all to speak. Some of you may not remember that misguided thing, and I'm glad it disappeared. But the point of understanding, we need to work with the Indigenous, and this has got to take time. It's got to be done right. It can't be rushed through saying tomorrow will be at committee and we want to report and recommendations in weeks. This does not work. This has to be taken time, and that's why my objection this late in the mandate to do this. We cannot. This is important for the culture, the Indigenous people in mind. They have a number of words for sweetgrass, a number of words for sage. This is being lost. This takes time. We can't do it this quickly. It's too late in the mandate to get this done right. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I note that there are 13 weeks, as the member opposite said, of House that is said. If this logic were to be followed through, Madam Speaker, we might as well rise today and wait till the election in October. The fact is that as parliamentarians, we have an obligation. We actually have the opportunity right now in the next remaining weeks of this mandate to work hard, to work together, to work collaboratively on something that is so fundamental to this country, so fundamental to so many language speakers, and I think it would be it'll be failure on our part if we were to give up right now and say we don't have enough time. I do believe we have enough time, and I believe that we collectively can get this done.
Hear, hear. And comments, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I heard the member say in his remarks that this legislation was co-developed with ITK of all people, and I wanted to share with the member a quote from Naden Obed, the president of ITK, who said, Despite being characterized as reconciliation and co-development initiative, the Government of Canada engaged Inuit in bad faith throughout this legislative initiative. ITK wanted nothing more than to truly co-develop a bill that we could champion with other Indigenous peoples, and the Government of Canada in no way was this bill co-developed with the Inuit. And I'm just wondering on what basis he would say, if the president of IDK obviously feels very strongly this was not a co-developed initiative, I wonder on what basis is he saying that this is co-developed, and is it not in keeping with the spirit of reconciliation that if Indigenous peoples are saying that this wasn't genuine co-development, that the government would not seek to override that claim and claim it was co-developed when they clearly don't feel that way?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my friend for that question. We're in new territory. In fact, co-development has taken place over the last couple of years with the three national Indigenous organizations. Co-development does not mean co-drafting. A lot of work went into, for example, developing the 12 principles by which that were developed together with the Government of Canada and the three national Indigenous organizations, which formed the basis of this bill. So during this time, all three national organizations were supportive. With respect to the ITK, I have seen the comments from the ITK, and I think once this matter goes to committee, I think greater clarity will be sought, and of course that will be incorporated into the final bill when it comes back for third reading.
Questions et commentaires. On a le temps pour une brève question.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech, and particularly for the part of it that was in French. In the Bloc Québécois, we agree with the principle of this bill, and we will be voting for it at second reading, certainly. In my riding, there is the Atikamekw de Manawan community. They speak that language well. But when it comes to primary and secondary school level training, there isn't enough funding currently for the Indigenous language or for French. So in my colleague's opinion, does he think that the bill could increase funding for the learning of those languages?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer, please.
The bill itself doesn't allocate funding at this point. However, it is the framework that will ensure that Indigenous communities across Canada, based on their need, based on their ability to determine what a priority is for them and what mode and method of teaching and preserving and revitalization is important, will be able to secure funding through the government.
Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on Bill C-91, an act respecting Indigenous languages, and I come from the land of the Coast Salish people, namely the Kwantlen, Katzie, and Tsawwassen First Nations. For me, language is like one's mother. It nourishes you, it heals you, it embraces you, and it caresses you. And for this country, language has been one of its defining legacies, both good and bad. If it comes to French and English, the protection of these languages is part of our Constitution, and debates on how to protect them, particularly where either speaker is in a minority, have been robust. For French and English language rights, we have become a beacon, an example, and a standard for others to use and see. However, our history is not so great when it comes to the Indigenous languages of this nation. This country took young children from their parents, incarcerated them in prison-like environments, took away their names and renamed them, punished them for speaking in the language of their peoples, and stole their identities from them. They did this in full sight of the government of the day and with the blessings of both church and state. But this was a much more sinister plan, one designed and concocted to eliminate and exterminate a people, a culture, a society that was rich, humane, and in harmony with the land. Madam Speaker, civilizations and societies, however great, do this from time to time. They commit to actions which they see as right and justified, and do heinous crimes because they usually fail to see how their actions will affect the people they are created for. Sometimes it's deliberate, and sometimes it is out of ignorance, but at no times is it acceptable. But Canada, and to some degree the world, has come a long way from the days of forced assimilation in residential schools to now truth and reconciliation and recognizing Indigenous languages as a right. This bill will put in place Actions 13, 14, and 15 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada and the United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples into effect. It will require the federal government to fund Indigenous languages and create an office of the Commissioner of Indigenous Languages. This is very important, Madam Speaker, as currently only 20% of Indigenous people can converse in their language. And in BC, that number is even less, with only 1 in 27 being able to converse in an Indigenous language. If one doubts the value and power of language, then just look to how it affects youth suicide rates. With those who spoke their Indigenous language, the rates were 1/6 of those that did not. So those with no ability to speak their language had a 6 times higher rate of suicide. Today, all 90 Indigenous languages are in danger of extinction. Madam Speaker, this is only the beginning. Languages help understand the richness of their culture, the history of their people, and see the world through a different and more colorful lens. It helps you appreciate your ancestry, your history, and your lineage. While this country has had its fair share of shortfalls and misdeeds when it comes to language, culture, and people, it has also learned from them and created some of the greatest policies on diversity and human rights, both of which have shaped me and who I am. In 1978, this country adopted a policy of multiculturalism, which for me was going to be one of the most defining pieces of legislation, along with the Charter, that will allow me to grow up and be the person who I am today. Let me tell you why. When I was in kindergarten in 1980, I was a child of an immigrant. I was brown, had long hair, which was tied in a bun on the top of my head, and looked nothing like other people in my class. So all I wanted to do was look like everyone else. I wanted to be Canadian. Little did I know that under multiculturalism, being Canadian was exactly what I was and how I should be. So I was lucky enough to have a teacher who knew this legislation, not only the timing and the appropriateness of it, but she decided to share this with me and my family. So she called my parents, brought them over, and for me it was a dreadful moment at first. I thought this was when I was going to be put into ESL, English as a Second Language, that dreadful place where you never get out. However, it was different. She spoke to my parents and said, "Seems like you're teaching in Punjabi at home, and I want you to know that this is going to be an asset and a gift and something you should cherish and even do more of. And let me take care of the English at school, and I'll make sure that he doesn't lag behind." So it stuck with me. My white Caucasian teacher was telling me to learn my language of my parents. She also said, make sure he learns to read and write it, because it'll be an asset in the future. I had no idea, because at that time, everyone was in this pressure to change their names, to make them more anglicized, to learn English and forget about their ancestral language. However, it stuck with me. And in grade 7, I registered myself into an evening Punjabi school at Khalsa Diwan Society in Vancouver, and I learned to read and write the language. In grade 8, I became in love with the language and started listening to British Punjabi, Bhangra, and hip-hop. And from there, it was no stopping. I loved reading newspapers, listening to Punjabi poetry, history, and sometimes it's literature. It helped me understand what my parents went through, what my aunts and uncles appreciated and listened, how flavors of foods really tasted. And today, it gives me great honor that when people say to me, "Your Punjabi is so great, when did you come to Canada?" I say, "I was born and raised in Canada. It's the reason I speak this language and the reason I can read and write it." Fast track 35 years later, I serve in a government led by a prime minister who himself was brought up in a home with a similar language upbringing. I read at one point that his father had made a rule in the household that if you're on the main floor and the living room and kitchen floor, that you speak French. And you speak French with your friends and you speak French with your parents. If you go upstairs into your bedroom or downstairs in the rec room, yeah, you can speak English with your friends, but on the main floor you speak French. And that's why he is fully bilingual and cherishes that right. And it was very encouraging for me to read that it was not only my parents that had those rules at home, but other people across this country that also shared those same rules. Sometimes I feel like I'm a failure when it comes to home because I probably breach a lot of those rules and I speak in English to my kids when I should be teaching them other languages at the same time. So for them, I am sorry. However, I've given them the gift of learning Punjabi at evening schools and in their day school as well. So with this, I hope that this act will give our Indigenous children that same right, this same sense of pride and belonging, and that same tools that they can also preserve their language, joke in their language, in their dialects, and sing in their beautiful rhythms. So I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I hope this House can quickly ratify this legislation so that never again will our Indigenous people have to beg, have to fight for their right to preserve their language, and will they always be able to cherish, speak their language, and may Canada become a beacon again for Indigenous languages around the world. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Brampton South, is it? Yes.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for the passionate speech about this important issue. I just want to ask him, can you tell us how this act fits into the Truth and Reconciliation fits into the report? And what role will agreement with our provincial counterparts play in implementing this act? Thank you.
I just want to remind the member she's to address it to the chair and not to the individual member. She used the word you. So the honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Brampton South. It fits in Action 13 in the way that Indigenous rights include Indigenous language rights. So it will incorporate that request under, or that action plan item to incorporate it as a language right. When it comes to Action 14, it called upon the federal government to enact Indigenous language acts and incorporates those following principles, which are fundamental and valued to Canadian culture and society, and the urgency to preserve them. And on Action 15, it had called the federal government to appoint, in consultation with the Aboriginal groups, an Indigenous language commissioner. And that's the third part of the act. So I hope that helps the member from Brampton South, and I thank her for her question.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the story provided, the first-hand experience regarding Punjabi, which is in its own right a very beautiful language, one that I personally admire greatly. And, you know, I look at the legislation and see a very positive, somewhat of a historic day, I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, here in the House, when we're debating legislation that really addresses, as has been pointed out, a couple of calls of action from the Truth and Reconciliation. This is something in which our Prime Minister has talked a great deal of virtually since day one, and it's taken a while to work with the different stakeholders, and the stakeholders really vary from across our country. In particular, the leadership role that our Indigenous or the Indigenous people of Canada have played in ensuring that there's a better sense of education on the importance of Indigenous language. And I'm wondering if my colleague can just provide his thought in regards to that strong representation coming from Indigenous leaders that have assisted the government in making sure that we were able to achieve what we've been able to achieve today, because without that type of support and advocacy, we wouldn't be where we are today on this very important issue.
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you. What a great question. I think one of the first things after being elected in 2015 we saw is a great interaction and a great dialogue that started and commenced between the Indigenous people of this country and this government. It was a genuine, it was a sincere dialogue. It was a dialogue with where both parties sat and shared as if they were one family to figure things out. It was a deep-rooted one of not just patchwork or Band-Aid solutions, but one which thought to create solutions for the next century and to heal wounds that had been inflicted on their people for a long time. And I felt that sincerity, not just from our side, but I heard that from the Indigenous leadership, especially from British Columbia, who felt that they were being listened to, who felt that they were being adhered to, and they felt that this was a government that actually spoke with action and not just words. So the feedback I've got, and not just from the leadership, but also I live in a riding of Surrey Centre, which is home to one of the largest urban Indigenous populations, and they genuinely came and said in very simple ways that I'm so happy to hear that you actually listen and you actually care. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will share my time with the member from Chilliwack Hope. Today, I rise to speak on Bill C-91, the Indigenous Languages Act. It is a bill which would, among other things, establish the Office of the Commissioner of Indigenous Languages, an office which would have the purpose of strengthening and supporting Indigenous languages across this country. Indigenous languages and cultures are numerous and diverse around Canada, and they form part of our great multicultural mosaic, Madam Speaker, which certainly exists throughout this country. UNESCO has launched actually a website devoted entirely to the International Year of Indigenous Languages. And let me quote in part, if you don't mind, from the home page, where it says, languages play a crucial role in the daily lives of people, not only as a tool for communication, for education, social integration and development, but also as a repository for each person's unique identity, cultural history, traditions, and memory. Data, of course, from the census from 2016 shows that over 70 Indigenous languages are spoken throughout this country, more like probably over 90, and it represents about 260,000 people in this country. These languages reflect unique and rich Indigenous cultural heritages, which should be valued by all members of Canadian society. However, under the horrific and brutal system of the residential schools, the Canadian government pursued a policy in which the teaching and passing on of Indigenous languages from one generation to the next was stamped out, and community knowledge of Indigenous languages was severely harmed as a result of this shameful policy. Back in 2008, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Government of Canada, our former Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, apologized to the former students of residential schools and acknowledged the terrible harms that were inflicted upon the Indigenous peoples of Canada through this system, stating that, and at the time, the government now recognizes that the consequences of the Indian residential school policy were profoundly negative, and that this policy has had a lasting and damaging impact on Aboriginal culture, heritage, and language. Our previous Conservative government recognized the damage that residential schools inflicted upon Indigenous communities and Indigenous culture heritage. The effects on Indigenous languages were devastating, as we now know. But our former Conservative government chose to work towards a better future alongside the Indigenous peoples of Canada by launching the Truth and Reconciliation Commission back in 2008. There is much work that certainly needs to be done to support the strengthening and revitalization of Indigenous languages, and Conservatives remain committed in supporting the work of Indigenous communities to protect and reclaim Indigenous languages. The protection of Indigenous languages is valuable to all Canadians. We all know that as part of our shared Canadian heritage, and Conservatives recognize the inherent value that comes from the preservation of rich and diverse Indigenous languages and cultures. However, Madam Speaker, this Liberal government seems to have introduced the legislation as if it was an afterthought. The Prime Minister promised legislation back in 2016. That's almost 2.5 years ago. And now, with only 12 or 13 weeks left in the current parliamentary session, he decides to table it. He sat on this promise for over 2.5 years. During all that time, no such legislation was introduced. Unfortunately, this is a tactic that is common for this Liberal government, which promises much, but yet fails to deliver. Time and time again, the Liberals have failed in their commitments to Indigenous communities across this country by constantly adding to the list of their broken promises. Last February, the Prime Minister made a promise in the House of Commons to pursue a new legal framework which would give greater recognition to Indigenous rights. He said that, and I will quote, "We need to get a place where Indigenous peoples in Canada are in control of their own destiny, making their own decisions about their future," end of quote. And yet, not even a year later after making the promise, standing on the floor of the House of Commons, the Prime Minister himself, standing before the Assembly of First Nations, having to apologize for his Liberal government's utter failure to meet its duty to consult with First Nations over the Trans Mountain Expansion project. Of course, as we all know right now, Madam Speaker, this Liberal government has no plans at all to move forward with any legislation before the next election, which would implement the legal framework that the Prime Minister promised to Indigenous communities just last year. Now, these broken promises to Indigenous peoples are not only irresponsible, they are very harmful as well. Speaking on the failure of this Liberal government to introduce its promised legal framework before the next election, Mary Ellen Turpel-Lafond, she was formerly of Saskatchewan, but now is the director of the University of British Columbia's Indian Residential School History and Dialogue Center. She stated that promising people transformative change and failing is not only disturbing, it is downright inhumane. It is the kind of pain and trauma that just gets compounded. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, this Liberal government has a long record of making promises to Indigenous communities across this country only to break those promises as soon as they're made. You know, I'm going to share some interesting and encouraging facts on Indigenous languages from my own province of Saskatchewan, my own city of Saskatoon, and my own riding of Saskatoon-Grasswood. So before I became a member of Parliament, I served for 9.5 years as a trustee on the Saskatoon Board of Education. And at that time, Madam Speaker, we certainly celebrated Indigenous language around our board table. I was proud to be involved in the expansion of Indigenous language training program in Saskatoon-Grasswood. You know, in my riding, Madam Speaker, many students are fortunate today to participate in Indigenous language instruction. I'm going to name a few schools here, starting first with Confederation Park Community School. They offer language instruction in Cree, and about 280 students from pre-K all the way up to grade 8 are involved. These students benefit from the Nehuwawewin Cree language and cultural program. Over at Westmount Community School, they provide a Métis cultural program that includes Michif, the language instruction for students from pre-K all the way up to grade 8. And at the Charles Red Hawk School, they also offer Cree language instruction from pre-K all the way up to grade 4. And then in our high schools, Mount Royal Collegiate, Princess Alexandra, and even the elementary school of King George all provide Cree language instruction. The Saskatoon Public Schools offer instruction in 3 Indigenous languages, Cree, Michif, along with Dakota. And Dakota language and cultural lessons are part of Chief Whitecap and Charles Red Hawk schools. I should mention Chief Whitecap has a major participation with the Saskatoon Board of Education on a new education formula. Over at St. Francis Cree Bilingual School in my riding of Saskatoon-Grasswood, they offer Cree education to 440 students in pre-K to grade 5, and then another 150 students to grade 6 and 8. Because of the growing demand of Cree bilingual education, St. Francis Cree Bilingual School is now serving students at 2 locations. At the Oskayak High School in my neighboring riding, Cree language instruction is offered to grades 9 to 12, where approximately 70 students are taking Cree language instruction. And Greater Saskatoon Catholic schools offer core Cree language, Madam Speaker, to some 348 students from pre-K all the way up to grade 8 at St. Mary's Wellness and Education Centre. In conclusion, Conservatives will support this bill, Madam Speaker, going forward and to second reading, and stand committed on reviewing this Bill C-91 in committee to ensure that this Liberal government once again lives up to the promises that it has made to all Indigenous peoples of Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always wonderful when I can put a question to my colleague, the member for Saskatoon-Grassland. I work with him on the Indigenous Affairs Committee.
Indigenous peoples, but I'm a bit confused, I must say. I was listening to the member from Lévis-Bellechasse earlier criticizing our government around the implementation of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission recommendations, but I'm not really sure that the members opposite are committed to implementing those recommendations from the TRC. So I'd ask the member if he could clarify his personal commitment to those recommendations and also the commitment of the Conservative Party.
Member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member across the way for his involvement in Indigenous affairs on our committee. He certainly has been a valuable member of our committee. And as I said in my speech, it was our Conservative Party back in 2008 that launched the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And it was the former Prime Minister Stephen Harper who took the first step after years of residential school abuse. And, you know, Conservatives on this side stand fully behind all Indigenous peoples. It was evident back in the House of Commons in 2008. Madam Speaker, I remember that day because I was a news broadcaster in the city of Saskatoon. That was one of the greatest days in the history of this country back in 2008. It certainly was.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Sure. First, I want to thank my friend and colleague for his speech. Madam Speaker, one of the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action is to create an Indigenous Languages Commissioner. And it's very important that this takes place and happens. And my question to the member through you, Madam Speaker, is if the Conservatives were to form government in the future, would they make sure that they would protect this body, this office, and ensure that it was left intact under their government?
For Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Well, you know, Madam Speaker, the office of the commissioner, I should add, is a $30 million position. $30 million. It'll be interesting to see who will be the commissioner. I would imagine this current government would want to establish one before we take over as the official government back in 2019. We all know that's going to happen. So it'll be interesting to watch this file, Madam Speaker, because the office of the commissioner will have a big say. And will they leave that to us in October, or will they jump the queue and do it before they leave this session of the House of Commons?
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The member basically talked about virtue signaling and is accusing this government of doing that, but he then went on to talk about how the former Prime Minister and the former Conservative government were the ones that brought in the Truth and Reconciliation study. But then when the results came out from that, the Prime Minister at the time, Stephen Harper, basically said it wasn't even on his radar to do anything about it. How can he justify his comments today in light of the fact, and particularly, how can he use an example of the Truth and Reconciliation Report in somehow to defend conservative policy.
Saskatoon Grasswood.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is because of the former Prime Minister Stephen Harper that we are here today, celebrating Indigenous. He was the one in 2008 that he was the one, Madam Speaker, in 2008 that made the apology. It is one of the most famous days in Canadian history. The Liberals had a chance before the Conservatives took over. They did nothing. It was the Conservative government, led by former Prime Minister Stephen Harper, that in 2008 started the ball running. So, you know, Madam Speaker, a little bit of a history lesson. It was the Conservatives that started the Truth and Reconciliation in 2008, and that's where we are here today. And I will also say, Madam Speaker, where are we on S3, gender inequity, and most of all, the child welfare legislation? We are still waiting for all those three in the House here today.
I would ask the member for Kingston and the Islands to stand up if he wishes to ask further questions or has further comments, and allow others who have the floor to be able to say their responses without being interrupted. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to speak in the House. This is the first time I'm speaking in this new interim chamber for a speech. Of course, I did get some questions yesterday, and maybe there'll be more questions today if we can find anything to ask about. I'm not sure if there's anything in the news worth asking. We'll see, I guess, in a few minutes. I did want to say, Madam Speaker, that I'm proud to represent the Stalo communities in the Fraser Valley in my riding of Chilliwack Hope. And Stalo is a word, it's a Hakaleum word. I hope I've said that right. It means the people of the river. And the Halkomelem language is under threat, as every language, every Indigenous language in British Columbia is. All BC members of Parliament received some information from a group called the First Peoples Cultural Council. And they reminded us of a few things. I want to quote from their brief to BC members of Parliament. They said, "Our languages are at risk because of the number of speakers who have shifted to speaking English since the time of colonization. This language shift was not by choice, but due to forced assimilation through residential schools and the resulting interrupted intergenerational language transmission. Except for Cree and Anish no Bamowin, which both have larger numbers of speakers elsewhere in Canada, the other 32 languages spoken in British Columbia have fewer than 1,000 speakers each, with many having fewer than 100 speakers each." They go on to say that when Indigenous people, or that the diversity of First Nations languages in BC is not well recognized because there are 34 different First Nations languages and at least 93 different dialects of those languages. That's what we're talking about when we talk about Indigenous languages. Just in my home province alone, nearly 100 different dialects that are at risk of disappearing forever if we don't work with Indigenous communities to preserve those languages. And the Stolo communities in my riding have taken action on their own to preserve that language. They're offering language training to children that go to their child care services. They're teaching them not only about their traditional ways, but the traditional language. And there's also post-secondary education opportunities. Again, First Nation-led initiatives to protect their language, because we know, as the member from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou said earlier today, that when First Nations, when Indigenous children, when Indigenous youth learn the language of their elders, learn the language that perhaps they never heard at home, the pride that they feel, the connection to their culture that they feel, the change in the health outcomes that come about as a result of that is astounding. So we need to do everything that we can to promote Indigenous languages, the maintenance of those languages, the preservation of those languages, and the teaching of those languages to the next generation. because if those children coming up in these communities are able to learn the language of their forebears, we just see that the results are so much better for them in terms of health, mental health, and cultural outcomes as well. So we certainly have said that we support this bill. We have some concerns that we'd like to have addressed at committee. I think anytime you're talking about a Section 35, right, adding Aboriginal language rights to Section 35, we know that Section 35 is tested in the courts all the time, that there are questions about how to apply it in the Canadian context. And so it'll be interesting to see how the government presents this bill in terms of what their interpretation is as to how we can now integrate Aboriginal language rights with Section 35 rights, something that already is subject to court test quite often. I did want to talk about, as well as my colleague from Saskatoon, Grasswood, said earlier, that this was a part of the residential schools apology, an acknowledgement not only of that dark chapter, but specifically of the harm that was intended to Indigenous languages through the residential schools policy. This was not a byproduct of residential schools. This was one of the goals of that system, was to eradicate and eliminate First Nations and Indigenous languages. And that's why part of the apology from the Prime Minister Stephen Harper from June 11, 2008 said, quote, First Nations, Inuit, and Métis languages and cultural practices were prohibited in these schools, and the government now recognizes that the consequences of Indian residential schools policy were profoundly negative, and that this policy has had a lasting and damaging impact on Aboriginal culture, heritage, and language. And that's why I think you'll find that any British Columbia MPs that engage in this debate will talk about the fact that these languages are at risk, and that in many communities there have been just a handful of elders who are still able to speak the language. And the percentage of young people that speak their Indigenous language is very low compared to those, the elders. We've seen that through the Stats Canada information from 2016. And even though the numbers are there, the percentages are quite low. And so we need to do a job as parliamentarians, and I'm hopeful that this bill will actually help to reverse that trend. And I say I'm hopeful because I haven't been very impressed, quite frankly, with how the government's rhetoric has lined up with their actions on the ground for Indigenous Canadians. They get an A when it comes to rhetoric talking about Indigenous issues. The Prime Minister has said in many times there's no relationship more important to him than the relationship with Canada's Indigenous peoples. But again and again, we see that the rhetoric doesn't match the reality. And we have a disturbing case even today where we're learning more details about how, quite frankly, someone that all British Columbians were proud of being given a key role in this government, even though we were on the different side of the aisle. We have great respect for the now Veterans Affairs Minister, the former Attorney General of Canada, the first Indigenous woman to hold that post. She was a decorated and respected leader in the Aboriginal communities in British Columbia, former regional chief. And to have seen what this Prime Minister has done to that minister is criminal. And it might actually be criminal, Madam Speaker, from what we've learned today. And for having the audacity to point out that the rhetoric of this government on Indigenous issues was not meeting the reality, she's been punted out of that key cabinet spot. Punted away. She used to sit right beside the Prime Minister. Now she couldn't be further away in this House of Commons and still be in the cabinet. So she spoke truth to power. She said For too long, there have been lofty words that don't meet the realities for First Nations and Indigenous people. And for that, and perhaps, as we're learning today, perhaps because she refused to bend to the will of this Prime Minister and this Prime Minister's office to interfere in a criminal investigation, perhaps that is why, another reason why she was punted down to the end of the line and fired as Attorney General. So, we are hopeful that this piece of legislation will actually do what it says it will do, that this government will actually follow through on their promise to Indigenous Canadians, because far too often the rhetoric has been lofty, it has been soaring, but the changes and the improvements in the lives of Indigenous Canadians has simply not been there. They have failed time and time again, and Indigenous Canadians have paid for this Prime Minister's mistakes, and it's time that that was put to an end. It's time that the shameful treatment of the Minister of Veterans Affairs came to light, and that the Prime Minister apologized for what he's done to her and for how he has broken his promise time and time again to Indigenous Canadians.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, I think, as I've mentioned before, today is a very special day in respect to before us, we're debating a piece of legislation that deals in part with the Truth and Reconciliation and calls for action. This is something that's been long overdue, and we have a Prime Minister that is very much committed to that new relationship with Indigenous people. And when we take a look at the content of the legislation, and we recognize the true value and impact that it's going to have, I know, on many of the constituents that I represent in Winnipeg North. I think of Children of the Earth. I think of many of the advocates like Sharon Redsky at Cindy Woodhouse. These individuals and so many others in all regions of the country see this legislation as good legislation, and I'm wondering if my colleague would recognize the value of the legislation and agree that it would be nice to ultimately see this legislation go to committee, where we could have many different stakeholders come before the committee and have further comment on the legislation.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, yes, Madam Speaker, I said at the beginning of our speech we support it, and we will be supporting it going to committee. However, the bill was tabled in this House on Tuesday morning. It has not been yet 48 hours since we have had access to this bill. We have yet to have people from our communities weigh in on the contents of this bill. So, while we support it, we believe that it is reasonable to discuss the bill here in this House, to continue to have the debate, to talk about the experiences of our communities. It's been tabled, it's existed for 48 hours. It was promised in 2016. We just got it in 2019. So he'll forgive us if we don't see that this was a real priority for this government, but we intend to pass it to committee when the vote comes up for second reading.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
My colleague for his comments. I'm glad to hear that the Conservative members will be supporting this bill. I do note that 2019, by the way, is the International Year to recognize Indigenous languages. So I think it is important in this context to discuss this issue. One of the, several of the items that were identified by my colleague, the member from Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU, pointed out that the government neglected in this bill, for example, to incorporate the UN Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as part of the bill. For example, they also neglected to acknowledge the impacts of the 60 Scoop, and there are other flaws within the bill. So when this matter goes to committee, I wonder whether or not the Conservatives will work with my colleague on the amendments that are required to make this bill reflect, I think, the intent behind it, and so that it truly acknowledges the Indigenous communities, and then to acknowledge their rights as they've been stated and enshrined under the UN Declaration.
Black Hope.
I'd like to thank the member for Vancouver East for a question. Of course, our members on the Canadian Heritage Committee we'll be taking a look at the testimony that's presented by witnesses, and we always work with our colleagues on all sides of the House to determine ways that we can improve the legislation. So we will very carefully examine any reasonable proposals to amend this bill, to make it stronger, to make it more reflective of what the experts say it needs to do. But I think it wouldn't be doing our jobs as parliamentarians to commit to supporting something that we have not yet seen and before a single witness has been heard.
Question, the honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the member from Chilliwack Hope for his intervention here today on this. He was being pressured about getting this bill through the House quickly, and I just want to reflect on some of the consultation that I did back in the riding of North Okanagan Shuswap. I actually toured an Indigenous immersion school. They are having to develop their own books, their own curriculum, all of their whole program, but they don't have the funding to do that. And I think that's going to be a big piece of this bill and why we want to take a little bit of time to look at it, the costs that could be involved. So I'd like to have a little comment from him on why we want to really take a look at this bill.
A very brief answer from the member from Chilliwack Hope.
I'd like to thank the member for North Okanagan Shuswap for his excellent work as representing his communities and for bringing this forward. This is the type of thing, all of us are going home at the end of this week to spend a week in our constituencies, and I think there'd be a great opportunity for members that do represent Indigenous communities to engage with them on this very important file, as I know that member has done. I know that all of us will want to do, so we'll take the time necessary to review this legislation and do it the right way.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and to the Minister of Democratic Institutions.
I will be splitting my time with the member from Winnipeg North. Chimigwech, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. I start my remarks in Algonquin, cognizant that I speak today in the House of Commons located on unceded Algonquin territory, but also cognizant of this occasion. Today I rise to speak in support of Bill C-91, the Indigenous Languages Act, legislation that is the first of its kind in Canadian history, legislation that begins to turn the page on 400 years of colonialism in this country and systematic efforts by successive governments to sever the ties of Indigenous peoples to their mother tongues. Let me start with a preliminary comment, Madam Speaker. The comment is that all of us fortunate to be elected into this place come here with a sense of purpose, an objective in mind. For me, given my background in human rights and constitutional law, I came here wanting to work on issues that relate to fighting for and promoting equality and inclusion. I had in mind certain policy goals that I wanted to pursue. What I quickly realized, Madam Speaker, is that sometimes in this place you seek out an issue, and sometimes an issue seeks out you. Let me explain. In January of 2017, I was asked by the Prime Minister to serve as the Parliamentary Secretary to the then Minister of Heritage. And I was then asked by the Minister to assist her with the co-development of Canada's first ever Indigenous Languages Act. I'll admit to everyone in this chamber that at first I was very puzzled by this request. I'm not a linguist, nor am I an expert in anything related to Indigenous persons. But in retrospect, that one request actually changed the direction of my parliamentary career. Why, Madam Speaker? Because simply it opened my eyes. On arrival here, because of my legal background, I fancied myself a pretty knowledgeable fellow about most human rights issues. But the reality is that I actually knew very little about the plight of Indigenous persons on this land. And tasked by the Minister to engage with Indigenous leaders, elders, teachers, and experts right across the country, I knew about what they would like to see in the new legislation. I actually learned a great deal. Most of all, Madam Speaker, I learned about how little I actually knew and had been taught about Indigenous persons, their history, their traditions, their language, and most importantly, their trauma. I learned about the size, scope, and the extent of the residential school system and its pernicious impact on Indigenous people in Canada and the lasting trauma it created. Madam Speaker, like many in this chamber, I'm a parent. And together with my wife, and like many parents in this diverse country, we try to inculcate a sense of culture and tradition in our own little kids, Zakir and Nitin. As a South Asian household, we've made efforts to connect our two little boys to the Indian subcontinent by teaching them some language skills, in our case, Hindi. While the results have not always been perfect, I will readily admit the kids still prefer subtitles when they watch Bollywood films. It has not been for a lack of effort on our part. And our experience is indifferent to the countless parents of all different backgrounds around this country: Greek, Italians, Arabs, Somalis, Tibetans, Ukrainian, Polish parents. All parents in this country strive to do much the same in this multicultural nation. But there's one glaring example to that list, Madam Speaker: the experience of Indigenous parents and their children in this country. Because, Madam Speaker, if you are Indigenous on this land, your efforts for over 150 years to impart your language and through it your culture to your children were actively obstructed by the federal state. The Government of Canada made it a policy, Madam Speaker, to remove your children from their homes and put them in schools sometimes hundreds of kilometers away, where those kids were forced to assimilate. And if they dared speak Algonquin or Cree or Ojibwe or Dene or Inuktitut, they were beaten. Beaten, Madam Speaker. That's the horrible legacy of the residential school system in this country, a system that was constructed literally to take the Indian out of the child. That is where this legislation comes in, Madam Speaker. The Indigenous Language Act has as its express goal the object of supporting, promoting, and revitalizing Indigenous languages in this country, an effort to start the long journey toward restoring the vitality of Indigenous languages on this land and reversing the ugly legacy of colonialism. The teaching of language by any parent in this chamber, by settlers or Indigenous persons, is always motivated by the same rationale, that in providing children with language, you connect them to who they are, to their culture. You make them knowledgeable of who they are and where they come from, knowing that in doing so, you build up their self-esteem and their confidence, and you will empower them for success. It's so intuitive, Madam Speaker, that we just take it for granted, that by teaching a child about their culture, they will inevitably do better in terms of their education, economically, and even their health will improve. But in my time spent working as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage on the development of this very bill, I also came across empirical evidence, Madam Speaker. It was so startling it has stayed with me for well over 2 years. Madam Speaker, we've heard many times in this House about the crisis of mental health, and particularly the grave concerns about youth suicide in Canada, particularly about Indigenous youth suicide. One study put all of this into very sharp focus. Conducted in British Columbia, the analysts determined that Indigenous youth in that province, with a conversational knowledge of their Indigenous language, had a suicide rate of 13 per 100,000, a number well below the provincial average, including non-Indigenous youth. However, the second the researchers removed that variable and removed Indigenous language knowledge from the analysis, the youth suicide rate jumped sixfold to 96 per 100,000. A number exponentially higher than the provincial average, amply demonstrating that language knowledge not only connects Indigenous youth to their culture, Madam Speaker, it can actually help save lives. As parliamentarians, I think there's no stronger impetus for getting on with the critical work of passing this bill into law. And yet there are other imperatives that inform this legislation, Madam Speaker. There are the sentiments expressed to me by my constituents and people I heard from right around the country. So people in Parkdale Park who told me that they want reconciliation not to be something symbolic or simply a term, but rather one that materializes in concrete, actual legislative action. There's the sheer weight of the statistics, Madam Speaker. Some 90 different Indigenous languages are spoken in this country. Shockingly, not a single one of them is considered safe by UNESCO. Fully 3/4 of them are critically endangered. And in addition, there was a nearly 50% drop between 1996 and 2011 in the number of Indigenous persons in this country who reported knowledge of an Indigenous mother tongue, clearly illustrating that the threat to the survival of many languages posed by an aging population of fluent elders. But I can also speak directly, Madam Speaker, in this chamber to what I heard when I was given the opportunity as Parliamentary Secretary to engage with Indigenous communities around the country. From Halifax to Victoria to the Northwest Territories, what I heard was very similar. It was a sense of rupture, the sense of disconnection from one's culture experienced by so many Indigenous persons victimized by the residential school system. I recall very vividly a meeting in Saskatchewan where an Indigenous man who might have been about 50 years old told the group about forcibly being taken from his family and the community at the age of 5, and how he was prohibited from speaking his mother tongue. When I asked him what would success look like after a legislation comes into force and a few years after it's been in force, and he said to me simply, success would be being able to enter the sweat lodge and actually understand the words being spoken by the elders. Make no mistake, Madam Speaker, it is Indigenous persons that are the focus of this law. Much discussion is taking place in Canada and in this chamber about raising the awareness of Indigenous languages among settler populations in this country through the passage of this bill. That would be commendable. but it remains a secondary corollary aspect of this legislation. The goal of this bill is not, for example, the promotion of Ojibwe fluency among non-Indigenous folks in my riding or any other riding in this country. The goal of this legislation is and has to be restoring language fluency and capacity among Indigenous people in Canada, so that Indigenous people, by reclaiming their language, can reclaim their culture and overcome that sense of rupture I was speaking about. The rupture caused by an official policy of assimilation that characterized the residential school system for 150 years. Madam Speaker, this bill also relates to the TRC calls to action, in particular calls 13, 14, and 15, which call for, among other things, acknowledgement that Aboriginal rights include Aboriginal language rights. That's precisely what Section 6 of this bill does. The focus of this bill is also in fulfilling the promise of UNDRIP, a document we have committed as a government to implementing. The UN Declaration speaks about the self-determination of Indigenous peoples, which includes, quote, the right to revitalize, use, develop, and transmit to future generations their histories, languages, and oral traditions. That is what is entrenched in the preamble to this legislation. That is precisely why we took the step of co-developing this legislation with Indigenous leaders and national Indigenous organizations. Madam Speaker, the patriarchal days of the federal government telling Indigenous people what is best for them are thankfully gone. It is Indigenous people that know what is best for Indigenous communities. And in this 2019, the International Year of Indigenous Languages, it is high time we, as parliamentarians, all started listening to them. I conclude, Madam Speaker, where I began, that the protection and promotion of Indigenous languages is not something that I ever contemplated working on, but it is an issue which found me. And I'm tremendously grateful for that, because on this journey I've learned, while there are many social justice causes worthy of pursuit in this country, all of them pale in comparison to the obligation we have as parliamentarians to redress the historical injustices perpetuated against Indigenous persons on this land over the last 400 years of colonialism. The Indigenous Languages Act is one small but very significant step on this path to reconciliation, and it strongly deserves all of our support. Chi miigwech, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for... Just a moment. Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened attentively to my colleague's speech, and I do get the impression that there is a consensus about the spirit and principle of this bill. We want to move forward and recognize it, but we need to do that properly. This is not something that can be done on the back of a napkin. We know that there are some 60 Indigenous languages that need to be protected. And to do that, Madam Speaker, we need to do the work here in the House. We're going to do the work in committee to seriously study this bill. And to do that, Madam Speaker, we need to take the time to do it properly. Now, I spoke earlier because I have an Indigenous community in my riding, and I have things to say about that. There are hundreds of members in that situation. So would the Parliamentary Secretary agree that anyone who wants to talk about this bill in this House should be able to do it, because this is an important non-partisan issue? The Honorary Parliamentary Secretary. I appreciate the comments from across the way. I can answer in two parts. First, we co-developed this bill. So we've already been in contact with people. We've already seriously studied the bill with a number of Indigenous communities across Canada, including Inuit, Métis, and First Nations. Secondly, our priority here is not just to table the bill, but to get it to royal assent, because we're already lagging, in the opinion of many First Nations. After 400 years of colonialism, we need to do this, and we need to do it as fast as possible. Thank you.
The Honourable Member Courtney Alberty.
Thank the Parliamentary Secretary, especially for highlighting the importance of languages in saving lives. I can just testify here, Madam Speaker, that I heard from Timmy Masso from the Cloquet First Nation. He's 15. He's a language speaker, and how he really got encouraged to learn his language was when his brother Elmer Westdaub was sick. He was in a health crisis, and it was language and prayers that helped heal Elmer. So it wasn't just about preventing suicide, but for health reasons. And Timmy's a great leader in our community. He wants to ensure that our language gets investment and the important investment that it needs, not just for elders, but for youth. And in fact, one of our elders, who's a native language holder and speaker, Levi Martin, sent a note today saying, in our culture, First Nation people don't have to be certified or have a permit to be who they are. Our people who are recognized and do a good job of teaching should be paid the same rate as other teachers. Some of our people teach teachers, so they're like professors and should be paid as such. So my question to the member is, will this government deliver much needed urgent funding? We're losing speakers every day, Madam Speaker, which are holders of language, which are saving lives, as he talked about, and will he ensure that the necessary investments go to the communities so the communities can ensure that the money goes to the right resources so that that language gets passed on to the next generation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney.
Thank you, and I appreciate this intervention. It's critically important. We heard that over and over again in terms of the consultations, that what we need is supports in terms of resources, and what we need is stable, long-term, predictable funding. So a few things in response. One, we've set up a funding model in this legislation that could allow for 5-year agreements as opposed to 1 year, which is usually the norm. Secondly, in terms of the good faith we've already shown, it is through the Aboriginal Languages Initiative and other money that was dedicated 2 years ago. It was $89.9 million for a 3-year span, just as an interim gesture of good faith to demonstrate to Indigenous communities around the country that we believe in supporting through resources. The third response is also that in this legislation, for what I understand to be the first time ever, we have included a duty on the minister responsible to actively consult with Indigenous leaders about the funding. The funding is not a questionable issue. The funding is going to follow, and in compelling consultation, Indigenous leaders are going to speak to the government about how much funding is required.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And what a privilege it is to stand in my place today to speak to what I believe is a piece of legislation, and I anticipate that all members on all sides of this House will eventually support the legislation. I am encouraged by many of the words that have been spoken already today in regards to how important it is that this legislation actually do pass. And I guess it's just going to be a question of time in terms of when. I would ask my colleagues across the way and colleagues from all sides of the chamber to recognize the value of the legislation. We have seen legislation, government legislation, opposition legislation pass rather quickly. In fact, if the political will is there, you can see legislation pass within hours, Madam Speaker. We all know that to be the case. It's just an issue of the political desire and will in order to be able to see that be the case with respect to this legislation also. Madam Speaker, it is an important piece of legislation, and I think it is consistent with what it is that this Prime Minister has talked about virtually since day one. When we talk about the importance of establishing that relationship with Indigenous people across Canada, this is one of those things that we can do to really send a very strong, positive message. The first individuals I would like to acknowledge and thank would in fact be those individual Indigenous leaders in particular that were able to reach out, communicate within the department and the different stakeholders to ensure that we better understood the importance of language for Indigenous people, Madam Speaker. How very important that is. And I attribute that strong leadership from within Indigenous people that ultimately caused us to bring forward the legislation. In fact, Madam Speaker, as I indicated from day one, even before our Prime Minister became the Prime Minister, in third party, when the reconciliation report actually came out, the Prime Minister or the leader of the Liberal Party at the time indicated support for the many different calls of action that are within that Truth and Reconciliation report. And when you take
a look at the legislation, Madam Speaker, it's important that we recognize that within the Truth and Reconciliation Report, and I have a copy of the calls, Madam Speaker, I believe it's 94 recommendations, and I want to read what the recommendations actually say. So when you think of truth and reconciliation, you have to think about the calls for action. And that's really what it is that we're addressing today. So the credit goes to the individuals that made the presentations for the Truth and Reconciliation Report, the fine work that individuals like the Senator Sinclair and many others did at ensuring that we had these calls in the first place. So I would recommend people to look at call number 13. We call upon the federal government to acknowledge that Aboriginal rights include Aboriginal language rights. The call of action number 14. We call upon the federal government to enact Aboriginal Language Act that incorporates the following principles. Aboriginal languages are fundamental and valued element of Canadian culture and society, and there is an urgency to preserve them. Absolutely. I, Aboriginal language rights are reinforced by treaties. I, the federal government has a responsibility to provide sufficient funds for Aboriginal language revitalization and preservation. 4, the preservation and revitalization and strengthening of Aboriginal languages and cultures are best managed by Aboriginal people and communities. 5, funding for Aboriginal language initiatives must reflect the diversity of Aboriginal languages. Absolutely. And 15, Madam Speaker, the call for action number 15, which states, we call upon the federal government to appoint, in consultation with Aboriginal groups, an Aboriginal languages commissioner. The commissioner should help promote Aboriginal languages and report on the adequacy of federal funding of Aboriginal languages initiatives. Madam Speaker, this comes right from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada and the calls for action. Today we have heard a good number of people speak about the importance of reconciliation. Absolutely. We understand and we appreciate just how important language is to the very fabric of our heritage, Madam Speaker. And it is not too late. And this legislation, I would argue, is very timely. We had a Prime Minister not that long ago, Mr. Speaker, that made a commitment to Indigenous people to establish that relationship. And we have seen actions by different departments to fulfill that. There have been other calls of action that have been fulfilled. And today we have a Minister of Heritage that has brought forward a piece of legislation after doing the work that's necessary in working with Indigenous leaders and so many other stakeholders, and presented what I believe is historic legislation here in the House of Commons. It is. And I would ask that members across the way recognize it as we have recognized important legislation in the past. And when we have recognized that, we have seen fit to ensure that it passes through. And I think that is my call to my colleagues across the way. That, you know, it was just yesterday that we passed a bill into committee after 1 hour of debate. Now, given it was a private member's piece of legislation, or about an hour and a half, totally different. But we have seen government legislation also pass in 1 day. If the political will and the desire and recognition is there, I would suggest to you that if not this type of legislation, then what other kind of legislation merits the type of support that is being provided here? At the opening of the session here, we had some historical things take place. The opening of this beautiful chamber, we had a smudging ceremony. I remember the member from Winnipeg Centre, my colleague and friend, spoke his entire speak in an Indigenous language. Beautiful. Earlier today, we had another member of Parliament speak an entire speech of an Indigenous language. That in itself is new because for the first time in these last couple of weeks, we've actually been able to have translation services. So if someone spoke in an Indigenous language here on the floor of the House of Commons in Ottawa, we could actually understand what they're saying because it was being translated. So we recognize that members of Parliament, I believe on all sides of this House, value the importance of Indigenous languages. You know, in Winnipeg North, we have a great diversity of Indigenous languages that are spoken. I'm not that good in terms of my pronunciations. Anishinaabe, Dene, Oji-Cree, Michif. Diversity of Indigenous languages can be found in Winnipeg North, Madam Speaker. It is an area where we have many of the constituents that I represent come from all over the province of Manitoba and have lived on reserves throughout. I have high schools like the Children of the Earth and many other high schools that would welcome the opportunity to be able to see this legislation put into place. Our educational system is so critically important in terms of participating. The national government, our minister, and the government of Canada is playing its role by bringing forward the legislation. We're calling upon the other stakeholders, provinces, school boards, municipalities, and most importantly, for us to work with a strong leadership within the Indigenous community. I look at people like Sharon Redsky and Cindy Woodhouse, two outstanding individuals that I've got to know that live in Winnipeg North, that I often take advice from, Mr. Speaker. We can all, I believe, contribute to reconciliation today by recognizing the value, the importance of what it is that we're hoping to be able to accomplish. If we understand and we appreciate just how important this issue is to our Indigenous people, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that we pass it. Let's get it to committee where we can hear other stakeholders voice their concerns and opinions. Thank you.
There will be 5 minutes for questions and comments when the House next takes up this topic. Déclaration des députés, statements by members. L'honorable député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not only have the Liberals refused to grant Quebec its single tax return, but they're making fun of us as they go. They're saying that we're not able to manage this on our own. Further, the Minister of Infrastructure, who was a Quebecer, is trying to prevent Quebec from collecting tax because he wants everything to be centralized in Ottawa. The Minister of Revenue, who's also a Quebecer, is even talking about forcing Quebec to give up its federal tax return. The Prime Minister, another Quebecer, went so far as to call this a kind of a childish thing on the part of the provinces. Childish things, Mr. Speaker? I think the Liberals have shown their hand with their arrogant response to Quebec's demands. They're calculating that if they do this to Quebec, it'll pay off in the rest of Canada. And that's what counts.
Mr. Speaker, on Sunday, February 3rd, the legal community lost one of its most respected and celebrated lawyers, Eric Russell Hocken. Eric's greatest love was undoubtedly his 4 children, Greta, Miles, Thea, and Celia. His love for them was only rivaled by the adoration he had for his wife, Lisa. Beyond family, he loved the law and the legal community. And I can assure you, the legal community certainly loved him back. His dedication, piercing wit, and keen intelligence earned Eric much acclaim as a litigation star. Yet Eric was always striving to have an even greater impact and devoted much energy to mentoring others. He served on the board of directors of both the Advocate Society and the International Academy of Trial Lawyers. Eric's infectious spirit left a profound mark on all those who had the privilege of knowing him. His integrity exemplified not only the highest traditions of the bar, but of humanity itself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Speaker, yesterday I was proud to announce my private member's bill, the new Children's Fitness Tax Credit. In 2006, I chaired the panel that recommended the Children's Fitness Tax Credit, and when I joined the Conservative government in 2011, 1.4 million families received the credit. In 2014, the credit became refundable for low-income families, and 1.8 million families were claiming it. The initiative encourages active kids while making it more affordable for parents. Studies indicate that at the time of the credit and its implementation, participation rates increased among sports and other activities. Shockingly, the credit was eliminated by the present government in 2017. Today, I ask all members to support this bill and help make Canada the best place in the world for a child to grow up. I encourage members to support active and healthy kids. For more information, go to healthykids.healthycanada.ca. Enfants en santé, Canada en santé.
HealthyKidsCanada.ca.
Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, it was with a heavy heart that I heard of the passing of Margaret Walsh in December in her 96th year. She was a selfless person with an overwhelming desire to serve, and she played such a big part in so many lives in my community. After teaching for many years, including at a one-room schoolhouse in Lonsdale where I live, she became the first female reeve of Tynanega Township and the first female warden of Hastings County, serving 20 years in council. Margaret Walsh was also a close friend of mine, and she was my personal mentor from my time on council in Tynanega Township and in our multi-decade fight against the Richmond landfill alongside other community activists. During those days of activism, Chief Miracle of the Mohawks of the Bay of Quinte remembers fondly that he referred to her as the rebel reeve of Ontario, and she would just laugh, and she had such an impish laugh. She was remarkable, passionate fighter, and she will be missed. Thank you.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud that the Nuu-Chulnut territory of my riding is home to Canada's oldest First Nations newspaper, Hellshiltsa, which celebrated its 45th anniversary on January 24th. The driving force behind this outstanding publication was the great Nuu-Chulnut leader, the late George Watts, and was brought to life by the late Bob Soderland, Dave Weechar, Deborah Steele, and so many others over the past 4.5 decades. Hellshiltsa has maintained the highest standards of journalism throughout its distinguished history, while staying true to its mandate as a unifying force among the 14 Nuu-Chulnut nations. I urge all those who want to understand the day-to-day issues faced by the Nuu-Chulnut people while celebrating their many individual and collective achievements to make a habit of visiting hellshiltsa.ca. You won't regret it.
Honourable member for Bonavista Burin Trinity.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with great pride to honor the life and legacy of Ray Walsh. Mr. Walsh was a longtime musician, known for his significant contribution to music in Newfoundland and Labrador. Sadly, Ray passed away on January 27th, at the age of 75. Hailing from Bay de Verde, Ray moved to Marystown to teach and joined the Marystown Band in 1961, before becoming a star on CBC's Saturday Night Jamboree and All Around the Circle, from 1964 on to 1975. Famous for his work on the piano accordion and a school teacher by trade, he was awarded the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Newfoundland and Labrador Folk Festival in 2013 for his contribution to the cultural fabric of our province through his talent and passion for music. On behalf of all the residents of Bonavista Burin Trinity and the entire province, I offer my sincere condolences to his family and friends. Thank you for the music, Ray, and rest in peace.
The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Mr. Speaker, as a farmer that cherishes the magnificent variety of top-quality food produced by Canadian farmers and ranchers, I'm pleased today to recognize the contribution of Canadian lentils, peas, beans, and chickpeas, otherwise known as pulses. Pulses benefit Canadian farms and farmers in a number of ways. The crop makes its own fertilizer by producing nitrogen. It has very efficient water use, and pulses generally have a slightly different growing season from most crops, allowing farmers to diversify their production and their workload. For all Canadians, we also know that pulses are one of many great sources of protein, fiber, and other key nutrients like iron, folate, and potassium. As we celebrate the International Day of Pulses on February 10th, we need to remind the government of the important role that all Canadian farmers, including pulse farmers, play in providing Canadians with a healthy, inexpensive, and plentiful supply of top-quality foods. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Mr. Speaker, some individuals of stature have the privilege of serving both the world and their country, and today I'd like to pay tribute to one of these individuals, Mr. Auguste Choquette. Mr. Auguste Choquette was born into the political life. He had a brilliant career as a lawyer. He represented the citizens of Lotbinière from 63 to 68 with Lester B. Pearson, and he helped to vote for the maple leaf flag. Auguste Choquette left politics in 68, but politics never left him. Involved in his community, and even at 86, still very engaged. He was always helpful and enlightened people with his vast knowledge. He had a noble heart and a lively spirit. Mr. Choquette passed away December 21st at the Michel Sarrazin residence. He didn't want funerals, but asked for donations to this institution. And I would now like to offer my condolences to his family and ask people to donate to La Maison Michel Sarrazin.
The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, last weekend, BC's Team Tardy brought home a third national gold title at the 2018 Canadian Junior Curling Championship, making it their third title in a row and the first team to ever do so. Team Tardy consists of skip Tyler Tardy, third Sterling Middleton, second Matthew Hall, and lead Alex Horvath. The coach is Tyler's father, Paul. The young Lower Mainland curlers are a Langley-based team. On Sunday, the gold medal round was held at the Art Hauser Centre in Prince Albert, Saskatchewan, where Tardy and his team triumphed over JT Ryan's Manitoba team by the score of 7-5. The team will be representing Canada at the 2019 World Junior Curling Championships in Liverpool, Nova Scotia from February 16th to 23rd. Once again, I invite my colleagues to join me in congratulating Team Tardy in another remarkable and record-setting win and wishing them the best of luck at the World Juniors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The residents of Dethnethy, Missinippi, and Churchill River cannot afford the Liberal carbon tax. A farmer just 25 kilometers northeast of Meadow Lake is asking how much the carbon tax is going to increase his operating costs. Northern forest workers also have concerns about what the carbon tax is going to mean for their jobs. Families trying to make their household budget last to the end of the month are concerned about the impact of the carbon tax will have on their monthly grocery and electricity bills. The Liberals' carbon tax, let's be honest, Mr. Speaker, it's not a serious plan to cut emissions. It's simply a tax grab that will cost Northerners hundreds, if not thousands of dollars a year. When will this Prime Minister realize the damage he's done to Northern Saskatchewan?
The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Arnold Hawkins, who celebrated his 108th birthday on January 30th. Born in 1911, Arnold has lived his entire life near the water in Beaver Harbor, New Brunswick, and lives in the home that he built in the 1930s. Not only is Arnold a great role model and father, he was also a hard-working fisherman for more than 40 years. Arnold fished mostly for haddock because he believed the water by Beaver Harbor had the best tasting haddock. Arnold has seen a lot of changes over the years and can recall the first time the roads in Beaver Harbor were paved. Mr. Speaker, I would like to share my best wishes to my oldest constituent in New Brunswick Southwest, my best wishes to his family, his 5 children, 14 grandchildren, and 25 grandchildren. Happy 108th birthday, Arnold.
The Honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, this year, Province House, home to Nova Scotia's legislature, turns 200 years old. Wow. And I quote, "It stands and will stand, I hope, to the latest posterity, a proud record of the public spirit at this period of our history. And as I do consider this magnificent work equally honorable and useful to the province, I recommend it to your continued protection," unquote. Those are the words of Lord Dalhousie, Governor of Nova Scotia, at the opening of Province House 200 years ago. More than the symmetry of its Palladian architecture, its locally quarried sandstone, or the fine quality of its ornamental plasterwork, Province House has been an esteemed home to history for 2 centuries. It's where Joseph Howe fought for freedom of the press. It's where Nova Scotia peacefully established the first responsible government in the British Empire. It's where we joined Confederation in 1867. And it's where future generations of Nova Scotians, again, in the words of Lord Dalhousie, will continue in this magnificent work. Bravo. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, life is expensive enough. This Prime Minister's policies are making it worse, and Canadians are paying for his mistakes. This Prime Minister broke his own ethics law by accepting a lavish vacation and left taxpayers with the bill. Even with his NAFTA rollover, the Prime Minister couldn't get U.S. tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum removed, a hit to Canadian businesses and consumers. And the Prime Minister won't stop illegal border crossers. That bill keeps on climbing. So too do Canadians' taxes, just to pay for Liberal mistakes. And his never-ending deficits will mean tax hikes after the election if he gets another chance. Because of him, the wealthiest pay less while the middle class pays more, and he thinks low-income Canadians pay none. He's wrong. But this Prime Minister has never had to worry about money. That's why he doesn't worry about Canadians' money. Our leader understands the struggles families face because he's faced them himself, and he has a plan to control spending, balance the budget, and lower taxes so Canadians can get ahead, not just get by. This year, Canadians can stop paying for Liberal mistakes and choose Conservative leadership to get ahead.
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, from Peace by Chocolate in Antigonish to Aleppo Savon in Calgary, Syrian refugees are making a difference by opening businesses and creating jobs for their fellow Canadians. I would like to recognize a Syrian newcomer business in my riding of Scarborough Centre, Aleppo Kebab. Zakaria Al-Moghdad was a restaurant owner in Syria before coming to Canada and fled the civil war with his family. He spent a year improving his English before working at Paramount Fine Foods, a restaurant chain founded by another successful immigrant entrepreneur, Mohammed Faki. 2 weeks ago, Zakaria opened Aleppo Kebab, offering delicious Syrian food to the people of Scarborough, and he's paying it forward, offering jobs to the other newcomers to Canada. The customer favorite is the Aleppo Kebab with its unique blend of Syrian spices. It's my favorite too. Mr. Speaker, these Syrian newcomer success stories are a proof of what we all know, immigration matters. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, it is with immense sadness that I rise to address the death of our friend and colleague, Paul Dewar. He was a man of courage who wanted to build a world that was better for all. On issues like nuclear disarmament, human rights, justice, he had a voice that was strong and dedicated to humanity.
Leader and as a parliamentarian. Even in his last year, while battling cancer, he still poured his spirit into his legacy initiative to empower young Canadians, Youth Action Now. Julia, Nathaniel, and Jordan, we love you. Our entire New Democrat family grieves with you. But let us heed Paul's final message to us. May we be bound together by joyous celebration of life. We are best when we love and when we are loved. Shine on like diamonds in the magic of this place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Paul Dewar was a public servant, a parliamentarian, a community advocate, a teacher, a father, and a husband. I have fond memories of attending events with him in our shared city of Ottawa, him giving me the occasional ride home when my car wouldn't start. I also remember his kindness to people, those he did know and those who were just strangers. We lost Paul yesterday, a tragic loss to his family and to the entire city. On behalf of Conservatives, I offer his family our condolences. On behalf of my community, I offer him our thanks. And I share with you his words from just yesterday. In the stoics stillness of my journey, I have found my way to peace. May he rest in peace.
The honourable member for Ottawa West, Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, I too rise today in great sadness after the passing of our good friend Paul Dewar, who was taken from us far too soon. Paul was a true parliamentarian. He was principled. He stood up for human rights and for those who had no voice. Even after his tragic diagnosis, he launched Youth Action Now to encourage engagement amongst young people. From his mother, Marion, Paul inherited an absolute love of our city and its people. His graciousness, sincerity, and compassion made it easy to reach across party lines to work together for a better city and a better world. Today, Ottawa has lost one of its great citizens. Our hearts go out in sympathy to his family and to the many, many people whose lives he touched. In his final words, we draw inspiration. He said, "Let's embrace each other in these days of cynicism and doubt. Smile and play, laugh and dance, give and share. We will miss you, Paul."
I join all honourable members in mourning the loss of Paul Dewar. He was a good man, and he leaves behind him a legacy of devoted service to his country and his community. Paul laisse dans le deuil.
Paul leaves to mourn him, his family, and many Canadians who saw in him a generous and courageous soul.
With Paul, as many of us did, numerous times, and I can tell you that by MP hockey standards, he was a very good player. He was a gentleman on and off the ice, and I understand he was also a wonderful hockey dad. The New Democratic Party has placed books of condolence in both lobbies, and members are invited to inscribe their messages for Paul's family. Suite aux discussions entre les représentants de tous les partis.
Following discussions among the parties in the House, there is consent to observe a moment of silence in honor of our colleague, Mr. Paul Dewar.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Avant de passer à la période des questions,
before going to question period, I'd like to make a statement about what I've observed over recent days. As members know, question period is an opportunity to ask the government to account for its administrative policies and the conduct of its ministers.
perhaps too patiently, to questions put forward this week, some of which clearly fell outside of the scope of permissible questions since they had little to do with the administrative responsibility of the government. In addition, some of these questions were couched in language that amounted to a personal attack. This is also not permitted. I would caution members now, before we begin, that to maintain the dignity of this House, I will not allow such questions or such personal attacks. I will interrupt any member who asks a question that raises a matter that does not properly deal with public policy. The honourable member for Banff Airdrie will come to order.
There are other ways of asking questions about the government's administrative accountability. I'm convinced that members know how to formulate legitimate questions. If they're not able to do so, then I will give the floor to another member.
To have a question period where issues are dealt with seriousness, rigor, and yes, intensity. It also needs to be respectful. I hope this will be the case today and going forward. Alors.
Order.
The member for St. Albert Edmonton will also come to order. Je vous remercie d'avance pour votre collaboration.
I thank you in advance for your cooperation.
Order. All politicians, I know, enjoy applause when they speak, but there are times when we can do without it. Thank you very much. Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Globe and Mail published very troubling allegations of interference by the PMO and officials in a criminal investigation. Can the Prime Minister confirm that neither he nor any member of his staff had discussions with the former Attorney General regarding criminal prosecutions against SNC-Lavalin? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, I have never been pressed or had any pressure from the Prime Minister when it comes to any decisions on this file or any other. As Attorney General of Canada, I am the prime legal advisor for the government. I provide legal advice to the government with a view to acting in the public interest. I take these responsibilities very seriously. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The question, we've heard the Prime Minister's very carefully scripted, legalistic answer. But the question is, did anyone in the Prime Minister's office at any time communicate with anyone in the former Attorney General's office on the matter of the criminal prosecution of FNC-Lavalin? Yes or no?
Justice.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister has said earlier today, these allegations are false.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
That wasn't the question, Mr. Speaker. The question was whether or not anyone in the Prime Minister's office at any time had communications with anyone in the former Attorney General's office on the subject matter of the criminal prosecution of FNC-Lavalin. This is a yes or no answer. Which is it?
Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I'll repeat once again, as the Prime Minister has said earlier today, these allegations in the Globe and Mail are false.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Again, he can't answer a simple yes or no question. So I'll ask him a slightly different question. According to the lobbyist registrar, SNC-Lavalin lobbied this government dozens of times. In those meetings with senior officials, did the subject of their criminal prosecution ever come up? Yes or no?
Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I wasn't privy to those conversations. As the Prime Minister has said earlier today, these allegations are false.
Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, since the Prime Minister can't answer these questions, I'll answer part of that for him. At least 14 times, according to the lobbyist registrar, meetings with SNC-Lavalin touched on the subjects of, quote, justice and, quote, law enforcement. In those meetings where justice and law enforcement were brought up, were the subject matters dealing with the criminal prosecution of FNC-Lavalin ever touched upon, yes or no?
The Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister outlined today, he has not given directives to either my predecessor or myself on this matter.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neugette, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, this is troubling because when we look at the situation, we see that in 2006, SNC-Lavalin illegally gave some $110,000 to the Liberal Party and its associations. Today, SNC-Lavalin needs some help because they're in trouble. The machine started up and more than 50 meetings between SNC-Lavalin and the government took place over the past 2 years. Why? Because SNC-Lavalin wants the accusations of fraud and corruption be abandoned by the Liberals. The Minister of Justice was fired and everyone wondered why. Was she fired because at the end of the day, a friend's a friend? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister stated earlier today, these allegations are false. Neither me nor my predecessor were subjected to pressure or received any directives from the Prime Minister or his office. The Honourable Member for Rimouski. Well, we know that oftentimes the simplest answer is the best. There are close links between the Liberals and SNC-Lavalin. Illegal donations were made. SNC-Lavalin needs help. The PMO is happy to help. They pressed the Minister of Justice to try to sweep the accusations of fraud and corruption against them under the carpet. She refuses, and she's fired. And we understand why she said it's a pillar of our democracy that our system of justice be free from even the perception of political interference and uphold the highest levels of public confidence. Who in the PMO is behind? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister said today, he gave no directives to my predecessor. He did not press her. And as Attorney General of Canada, I was neither given directives nor pressed by the Prime Minister's office or the Prime Minister.
For Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Speaker, Canadians were confused and shocked when the first Indigenous Justice Minister was summarily fired without explanation. In her letter to Canadians, she warned, as Attorney General must, quote, speak truth to power, and, quote, that it is a pillar of our democracy that our system of justice be free from even the perception of political interference. In the Bob Shell report from the Globe and Mail, we now understand truly what she meant. Because when the now former Justice Minister refused to drop the fraud and corruption trial against SNC-Lavalin, she was fired. Again, did anyone in the Prime Minister's office communicate with the former Justice Minister about this case, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister said earlier today, neither the Prime Minister nor his office put my predecessor or myself under pressure, nor gave any directives. These allegations contained in the Globe and Mail, Mr. Speaker, are false.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Do you see what they're doing? A carefully crafted denial that isn't a denial at all, because it was the same company found guilty of corruption and fraud was also caught illegally donating more than $100,000 to these same Liberals. And SNC-Lavalin was rewarded, Mr. Speaker. When they faced corruption and fraud charges, the Liberals leaned on their own Justice Minister not to go to trial but to get a plea deal. Do Liberals seriously expect Canadians that all of these illegal and troubling events implicating the Prime Minister's office itself and their former Justice Minister are all somehow just a coincidence?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, at no point have I been directed or pressured by the Prime Minister or the Prime Minister's office to make any decision in this or any other matter. As the Attorney General for Canada, I have the responsibility, I'm the Chief Legal Officer of the Crown, I have the responsibility to give legal advice to the government in the public interest. I take these responsibilities very seriously.
Order. I'm having difficulty hearing the answers. I'd appreciate members' cooperation. Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, he might not have been, quote, directed to, but he was certainly promoted based on his willingness to go along with the PMO on this. Alors, je vais essayer encore.
So I'll try again. SNC-Lavalin met at least 14 times with the Prime Minister's office on justice and law enforcement. There were meetings with the Principal Secretary. Did the subject of criminal prosecutions against SNC-Lavalin were raised with those meetings with the PMO? Yes or no? Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister said earlier today, he gave no directives to my predecessor. I can tell you that I was neither pressured nor received any directives from the Prime Minister or the Prime Minister's office regarding any decision on this file. As Attorney General of Canada, I take my responsibilities very seriously.
Mr. Speaker, the new Attorney General is trying to hide behind the Prime Minister's carefully scripted legal response this morning. But the question is quite simple. It's direct about dealings on the criminal prosecution of SNC-Lavalin. I'll ask the Attorney General again. Was he ever contacted by anyone in the Prime Minister's office about this case before he was promoted to the position of Attorney General?
Mr. Speaker, as I have said, I have received neither pressure nor direction from either the Prime Minister or the Prime Minister's office with respect to the decision that could be made in this particular file. Mr. Speaker, as a Quebec Member of Parliament who reads the newspapers, I did know about this case, but it does not transfer into my role as Attorney General.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the question wasn't about the Prime Minister's carefully vetted answer this morning. The question was about himself. Yes, he may have been aware of this case, but the question is very specific. Was he ever contacted by anyone in the PMO about the criminal prosecution of SNC-Lavalin before he was named to his new post of Attorney General? Did those conversations happen, yes or no?
Hear, hear. The Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, the answer is no.
Of the Opposition.
Perhaps the former Attorney General can shed some light on this issue. It's quite clear that we are seeing the beginnings of a cover-up here. The former Attorney General prided herself on speaking truth to power. She spoke truth to power behind closed doors, and the Prime Minister fired her. Will she now speak truth to power in front of all Canadians and confirm whether or not she received any communication from the Prime Minister's office regarding the criminal prosecution of SNC-Lavalin, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister said earlier today, neither my predecessor nor myself has received directives with respect to the dealing of this particular case. As Attorney General for Canada, Mr. Speaker, I take my responsibilities to give advice in the public interest to the government very seriously. I will continue to do so.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, that question was for the former Attorney General. It's clear that this Prime Minister has fired her, and now he is silencing her. That's right. Why won't he allow her to answer the question as to whether or not she received any communications between the Prime Minister's office and her own regarding the criminal prosecution of SNC-Lavalin? Did those conversations happen, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister dealt with this matter very clearly earlier today, and he stated that neither he nor anyone in his office pressured my predecessor or myself to come to any particular decision in this matter. Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister stated earlier today, the allegations contained in the Globe and Mail article are false.
Member for Chilliwack Hope.
It is a pillar of our democracy that our system of justice be free from even the perception of political interference and uphold the highest levels of public confidence. As such, it has always been my view that the Attorney General of Canada must be non-partisan, more transparent in the principles that are the basis of decisions, and in this respect, always willing to speak truth to power. Those are the words and principles of the former Attorney General. Why did the Prime Minister fire her for refusing to break them?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister said earlier today, neither he nor anyone in his office directed my predecessor or myself to come to any particular result in this case. As Attorney General for Canada, Mr. Speaker, I am the Chief Law Officer of the Crown, and I provide legal service to the government with a responsibility to act in the public interest. Mr. Speaker, I take this responsibility very seriously.
Member for Timmins James Bay.
I met a young mother in Cat Lake this week who wept as she told me that her 12-year-old is so disfigured from rashes and impetigo that she's quit school. She hides under a blanket and she won't let her own mother see her face. And last week, the minister offered to send up some light switch covers. That doesn't cut it in a country as rich as Canada. So I'm asking this minister if he'll stand up in this House and commit today to a full independent medical team to go into Cat Lake to assess every single child living in those mold-infested shacks. Yes or no?
The Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, we all share the members' concerns. Today, we are in direct contact with the leadership of Cat Lake on all of the challenges they are facing. We have heard very clearly from the community the serious concerns around health, safety, and the quality of housing. Another meeting is taking place with the community leadership and partners as we speak to advance the immediate action and long-term planning. We will continue to work directly with the community to address these issues.
Member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, I think that another minister had to stand up for the minister who's missing in action, because I'll tell you what the chief just wrote today.
Order. I know the honourable member realizes that we can't call attention to the presence or absence of a member, and so I'd ask him to carry on without that kind of reference.
In the House, I said this minister has not done his job, because I have a letter here from the chief who said, your department has had ample time and information. They've received nothing but unrelenting barriers, outright refusals from the representatives, and roadblocks. So I'd like to ask this minister to stop hiding beneath the desk. Stand up, show some leadership, go to Cat Lake. Hell, I'll take him there myself.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as we have said, we are working directly with the community of Cat Lake. The minister is in contact with the chief, and another meeting is taking place today with senior officials. We are accelerating work on needed repairs. We are accelerating the construction currently underway on new homes, and we are establishing a task force with the community leadership and Windigo Tribal Council. We are going to continue to work diligently with Cat Lake to solve these issues.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, today the Globe and Mail reported that the former Minister of Justice was pressured by officials in the PMO to politically intervene in the criminal prosecution of SNC Lavalin. Was the Minister of Justice fired by the Prime Minister because she refused to do his dirty work? Did she pay the price for his mistakes?
Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister has said earlier today, no direction was given to my predecessor. No direction has been given to myself in regards to this decision. As the Attorney General for Canada, Mr. Speaker, I'm the Chief Legal Officer of the Crown. I take my responsibility to give advice in the public interest to the government very seriously.
Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Speaker, the Globe and Mail article raises serious allegations against the PMO about trying to politically intervene in the criminal prosecution of SNC Lavalin, thereby interfering with the independence of the Public Prosecution Service of Canada. We all know what happened next. The Prime Minister fired the Attorney General because, as she said, she spoke truth to power. Did the Prime Minister fire the Attorney General because she refused to do his dirty work? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister has said, no such direction was given to my predecessor. No such direction has been given to me. Once again, as Attorney General for Canada, I'm the Chief Legal Officer of the Crown. I provide legal advice to the government based on the public interest. I take these responsibilities very seriously.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I think the Minister of Justice is singing the same old song. We've heard his answer, but did the Prime Minister press or bring pressure on the previous Attorney General to abandon the prosecution? It doesn't smell good. Is the Prime Minister making her pay for his mistakes? Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister said earlier today, there were no direction was given to the previous Attorney General, and nor was she pressured, nor was I.
Thornhill.
Speaker, Canadians know that from the day these Liberals took office, from the Prime Minister down, the proclaimed ethical standards, the go beyond the letter of the law ministerial mandate letters were simply window dressing, empty words. Every violation exposed by the Ethics Commissioner sloughed off with the PM is working with the Commissioner. Mr. Speaker, today's revelations of alleged corruption in the highest office in Canada, attempted interference in criminal justice, and punishment of a minister who resisted demand answers and accountability now.
Hear, hear. Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister said earlier today, the allegations contained in the article are false.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, this evening, a Liberal motion to enhance EI sickness benefits will be tabled in this House. It looks like the Liberals finally saw the light and realized that it takes more than 15 weeks to heal. I'm very proud to have stood up with my NDP colleagues to call again and again for the 15 weeks to be extended. My question is simple. Will the Liberals stand up for workers, support their Liberal colleague, and enhance the 15-week EI benefit? The Honourable Minister of Social Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank all members of this House for listening to the difficulties that some families have to face all too often. And I'd like to thank all the members in this House for understanding that since 2016, we have put in place significant measures to make EI benefits simpler, more generous, and more flexible compared to what was in place before. We've also introduced 2 new benefits for caregivers and also the shared parental benefit. But we know that there's still a lot of work to do, and we're looking forward to it.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the response I got from the Prime Minister on my call for urgent action for First Nations was met with platitudes. The federal government is ignoring communities like Garden Hill that don't even have running water. But the crisis continues. Today in Matthias Colombe, over 500 students can't go to school because it's shut down because of mold contamination. Mold-contaminated housing, schools, and no running water. When is the federal government, the Prime Minister, going to stop the empty words about reconciliation and relationships and urgently work with First Nations to deal with the serious crisis they are facing right now?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, all children deserve a safe and healthy environment to learn in. The work is currently underway to remediate mold at the school, and it is anticipated that it will be complete by the end of the week. We will be following this work as it progresses, and I look forward to working with the Honourable Member as we go forward.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Mr. Speaker, Franco-Ontarians are proud of their language and their culture. 50 years after the implementation of the Official Languages Act, it's unbelievable that we still have to fight for our language rights to be respected today. Last November, Francophones in Ontario were hit very hard when the Doug Ford Conservative government cut the independent French Services Commissioner's office and ended funding for a French language university in Ontario. Can the Minister of Official Languages tell us what the government is doing to help Franco-Ontarians continue fighting for their linguistic rights? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister of Official Languages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Ottawa Vanier for her excellent work and her excellent question and for everything that she does for Franco-Ontarians. On this side of the House, we believe in la francophonie in Canada, and we also believe in bilingualism. We know that we always need to protect Francophones in the country and ensure that our linguistic minorities are protected. We also know that Franco-Ontarians have the right to their university, and we will do everything possible to make sure that that dream becomes a reality.
Well, member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, these are shocking allegations that the Prime Minister appears to have fired his Attorney General for refusing to politically interfere in an ongoing criminal prosecution. Did her refusal to favour the Prime Minister's friends cost her her job? Canadians deserve clear answers to these serious allegations. Did the Prime Minister fire his Attorney General because she spoke truth to power?
Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister said earlier today, no such direction was given to my predecessor. I can say, Mr. Speaker, that no such direction has been given to me to come to any particular conclusion in this matter. As Attorney General for Canada, Mr. Speaker, I am the Chief Legal Officer of the Crown. I provide legal services to the government with a responsibility to act in the public interest. I take these responsibilities very seriously.
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, that was a carefully scripted response, but at the same time, pressure can come in many forms outside of merely direction. The evidence is mounting and the Prime Minister's responses are not adding up. Actions speak louder than words, and Canadians deserve the truth. The former Attorney General spoke truth to power, but maybe this Prime Minister can't handle the truth. Did the Prime Minister fire the former Attorney General for defending the independence of Canada's judiciary?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister said, no direction was given to my predecessor in regards to this decision. I can say, Mr. Speaker, that no such direction has been given to me, nor has there been any pressure from the Prime Minister or the Prime Minister's office. Mr. Speaker, as the Attorney General for Canada, I will continue to give legal advice to this government as its Chief Legal Officer, based solely on the public interest.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. The Canadians want the truth. And they want the truth from those who are directly affected by this scandal revealed by the Globe and Mail. Now, the current Minister of Justice is not the one who is currently in question here. It's the one who lost her job. So can the former Attorney General of Canada rise and tell Canadians whether yes or no she was pressured by the PMO? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister said earlier today, there was no pressure and there was no directive from him or from the Cabinet in this affair. As Attorney General of Canada, I am the primary legal counsel for the government. I take my responsibility very seriously. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. There's nothing personal in what I'm going to say, but with all due respect for the Minister of Justice, he is not the one who is currently under discussion here. It's the person that he replaced. He became Attorney General. Bravo. Good for him. But I want to know what happened to his predecessor and whether she was pressured by the PMO. Once again, Mr. Speaker, my question is for the person who is affected by this scandal, which affects all Canadians as well. Can the former Attorney General tell us, yes or no, whether the PMO intervened in this scandal? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his congratulations. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister said earlier today, there was no pressure and there was no directive from him or from the Cabinet in this affair.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, one of the most heart-wrenching and impactful experiences I've had as an MP was door knocking in Parksville and meeting an elderly woman living on a fixed income. She told us that she had to choose between eating, paying rent, or buying medicine, telling us she has no choice but to live in pain. This shouldn't and doesn't have to happen in a country like ours. We need a universal pharmacare program for her, and so that nobody else has to make these choices. How can the Liberal government drag their feet while people are unnecessarily living in pain?
The Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to something as important as pharmacare, we certainly want to get it right, and we need a plan. That is why we've moved forward with the implementation of an advisory council on the implementation of a national pharmacare program. This advisory council, we've appointed a stellar group of experts in the field. They've had a national conversation with Canadians and also with experts in provinces and territories, and I look forward to receiving their report in spring of this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Transport finally heard the NDP's call. He acknowledged a 79% service gap in Saskatchewan's intercity public transportation and agrees with us that the situation is urgent and more important than partisan politics. But offering $10 million to the Sask Party government isn't a solution if they're not willing to share the cost to tackle the crisis. Why was this minister's funding conditional when the Sask Party has made it clear that offering reliable transit to people isn't their priority?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, we understand how important bus transportation is to remote, rural, and Indigenous communities. That's why the second we learned about Greyhound's decision to withdraw from Western Canada, the Minister began working with private partners and the provinces. We have come to the table with funding for the provinces, but if the premiers of Saskatchewan and Manitoba are not willing to sit down, then they're leaving their own residents out in the cold.
That's right. Honourable Member for Carleton.
The Prime Minister fired his Attorney General for speaking truth to power. Now he's banning her from speaking at all. Now, there'd be no good reason for anyone in the PMO to be talking with anyone in the Attorney General's office about the criminal prosecution of SNC-Lavalin. Right. Will the Prime Minister allow his former Attorney General to speak and answer, did anyone in his office speak to anyone in her office about that prosecution?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister has said earlier today, no such direction was given, no such pressure was made with respect to my predecessor, and certainly, Mr. Speaker, I can say from direct experience that I have received neither pressure nor direction from the Prime Minister or the Prime Minister's office.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
The question wasn't about pressure or direction. The question was whether or not the subject of the criminal prosecution of SNC-Lavalin came up in any conversations between staff members of PMO and the Attorney General's office. There'd be no good reason for such conversations to occur because prosecutions of that nature have nothing to do with the political office of the Prime Minister. So why can't the Minister just rise today and tell us yes or no? Was the matter ever discussed between PMO and the Attorney General's office?
Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister said earlier today, the allegations contained in the Globe and Mail article are false.
Honourable Member for Carleton, order.
He said no earlier today, so we know he's able to answer at least one yes or no question. And I want to answer this one. It's according to the Lobbyist Registry, SNC-Lavalin met with the Prime Minister's office on 14 different occasions to discuss justice and law enforcement. This is a construction company, by the way. Now, Mr. Speaker, in any of those meetings, was the subject of the criminal prosecution of that company ever discussed? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, as I think it's clear, I was not privy to those discussions. And as the Prime Minister has said earlier today, directions were not given either to my predecessor or myself with regards to any decision in this matter.
For Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, everyone deserves to live with dignity, to feel safe, and have their rights respected, regardless of their identity.
Our government is determined to defend the fundamental rights of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, two-spirit, and intersex people in Canada and around the world.
The Minister of International Development tell this House what tangible steps she is taking on this critical issue outside of Canada.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, globally, LGBTQ communities continue to face discrimination and injustice because of who they are. To help address this discrimination, our government has announced a new initiative of $30 million over 5 years, followed by $10 million per year ongoing, to advance human rights and improve socio-economic outcomes for LGBTQ2 in developing countries.
Our government continues to take concrete steps to advance human rights, including LGBTQ2 rights in Canada and abroad.
The way this Prime Minister has treated the former Attorney General is criminal, perhaps literally. Is the Prime Minister proud of the fact that he has now joined the list of international leaders who have fired their attorneys general for failing to follow their political orders?
Yeah. Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, at no point have I been pressured or directed by the Prime Minister or the Prime Minister's office to make any decision on this or any other matter. As the Attorney General for Canada, Mr. Speaker, I am the Chief Legal Officer of the Crown. I have the responsibility to give legal advice to the government based on the public interest. Mr. Speaker, I take this responsibility very seriously.
I do remind members should be judicious with their choice of words.
Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, Canada still has no policy for youth, and it seems to have been forgotten about. Consultations were started a year ago, and an 80-page report has been published, but since then we've heard nothing. There's no one in the Prime Minister's office who's specifically in charge of this file. The Privy Council Youth Secretariat, meanwhile, has had its budget cut by 33% in the last couple of years. It looks to me like we can sound the death knell of this issue. Will the Prime Minister and Minister for Youth break his promise to our young people, or will he make his Youth Council work for nothing? Mr. Speaker, of course there is someone responsible for youth, and that's the Prime Minister of Canada. We're very proud of the extraordinary work that our Youth Council has done. For 2 years, they've been working to set up the first youth policy for Canada, and we're going to have good news to share with my honourable colleague and this House in the weeks and months to come.
Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Atlantic Canada's economic success depends on our ability to attract and retain skilled workers, and workers stay when their families put down roots. These new Canadians not only help good businesses grow and succeed, but also enrich the cultural fabric of our region. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship update our House on the Atlantic Immigration Pilot and its progress in addressing labour shortages and growing the economy in our region?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, my Atlantic colleagues, and in fact the member from St. John's East, know well that to overcome our demographic challenges and grow our economy, immigration is essential. Immigration expands economic opportunities for all Atlantic Canadians. And since its launch, the Atlantic Immigration Pilot has matched 1,700 employers with over 1,800 newcomers and their families who are putting their skills to work to grow local businesses. While the Conservatives are busy sheer-mongering, our government is busy accepting newcomers who are growing Atlantic Canada.
I remind the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary that it's improper in the House to use personal names of MPs, and that was inappropriate. The Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister talks about the rule of law, but he doesn't walk the talk.
No.
His office pressured the Justice Minister to let a company off the hook. His ambassador to China interfered in an extradition. The Prime Minister himself charged Admiral Norman before the RCMP did. The political interference of the Prime Minister and his office knows no bounds. Admiral Norman deserves a fair trial, Mr. Speaker. Will the government commit today to releasing all the court-mandated documents, including those on phones and devices, immediately so he can have a fair trial?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member of the opposition for his question. The prosecution in question is being handled by the Public Prosecution Service of Canada. The Counsel for the Attorney General for Canada, Mr. Speaker, is fulfilling all of its obligations with respect to third-party records applications. It's improper for me to comment further on this issue as the matter is before the courts.
The honourable member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, as you know, we're going to be paying $13.8 billion for Trans Mountain, an aging pipeline that no one wants. You probably also know that the $19 billion deficit is roughly equivalent to the money gifted to dirty oil. You might be wondering, like us, if the federal government shouldn't be working harder for Quebec and not so hard for the oil sands. When will the Minister of Finance start working for Quebecers and stop giving money to the oil sands? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague mentioned the deficit. Indeed, we promised Canadians we would make key investments in infrastructure because the Stephen Harper Conservative government left us a massive deficit in investments in infrastructure and in science and in reducing inequalities in the country. So that's why, in Quebec, we've seen phenomenal growth over the last 3 years and a reduction of inequality. I think we should be proud of that. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Well, the Prime Minister likes to go all around the world painting himself as a champion in the fight against climate change. But the truth is very different. The truth is that this government, like the official opposition, is in the pocket of big polluters like the oil sands. So here's my question. Does the Minister of the Environment think that investing $19 billion of public money in dirty oil is a good way to fight climate change?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. I'd like to point out that our government is taking the threat posed by climate change extraordinarily seriously because we know it is the fight of our times. In particular, Mr. Speaker, we have made the largest investment in public transit in the history of our country. By 2030, 90% of our electricity is going to be generated by renewable resources. In fact, we're putting 50 commitments and more forward to combat climate change and putting the price on pollution that's going to bring emissions down and put more money in the pockets of middle-class families. Mr. Speaker, it's disappointing that the opposition can't be as honest as the member from Beauce and admit that their plan is to do nothing.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-L'Île. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Chair of the House Committee for Justice and Human Rights. The Government of Quebec has just tabled a bill requiring permanent residents in Quebec to learn the French language and Quebec values. Can the Chair of the committee assure us that the committee will not do anything to oppose this bill from Quebec? I ask because we know that, in his opinion, requiring people to speak French is shameful.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, we know that immigration plays a key role in the economies of Quebec and Canada. It has an effect on communities all across Canada, and the governments of Quebec and Canada have been working together for decades under the Canada-Quebec Agreement. We continue to pursue that important work. It's too early to comment on the content of the bill, but we will study it with great interest, and we will work with the government of Quebec on this issue. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-L'Île has a point of order. Yes, I have a point of order. Now, I asked the question to the chair of the committee, so I'm not sure why he didn't respond. The chair didn't rise immediately, and I saw that someone else had risen to answer the question, and then I saw that the chair had returned to his seat, but unfortunately it was too late.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Immigration is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I'd be happy to retract my use of the word that implicated the leader of the Conservative Party earlier and insert instead fear-mongering, because that's exactly what he's doing.
I would ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to rise and apologize unconditionally.
And I do, and I retract my use of the word, but the elements...
Just to be clear, order. Order. Just to be clear, unconditionally doesn't mean including the word but. There are no buts. No, that's enough. The Honourable Member for Skinnabokley Valley is rising on a point of order.
Sunny ways, Mr. Speaker. The point of order I wish to rise on, Mr. Speaker, as you are well aware, it's a convention in this place that when the opposition during question period seek an answer from the government and direct a question to a minister of the Crown, that at the convention of this place is that minister seeks to answer it. Repeatedly over question period, we directed our questions to the now Minister of Veterans Affairs, and repeatedly it was the Attorney General who instead answered not on her behalf. This convention is important because, as the Prime Minister once said, sunlight is the best disinfectant. In order to have the answers required of Parliament on behalf of the public that we represent, we need the government to be accountable. Ministerial accountability does not end when the person is no longer the minister of that particular office. The questions we are asking were pertinent to the time in which the now Veterans Affairs Minister was, in fact, the Attorney General. I seek some clarification from you on the government's obligation to actually be accountable to Canadians.
Thank you. I thank the Honourable Member for Skinnabokley Valley for his point of order, and I refer him to Boston Gagnon, the third edition, House of Commons Procedure and Practice, page 509, which says, furthermore, there are precedents indicating that a question should not, and then the point, address a minister's former portfolio or any other presumed function such as party or regional political responsibilities. Now I believe the Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope has the usual Thursday question.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Opposition House Leader, I'd like to ask the Government House Leader what the business before the House will be for the remainder of this week and the week after we all return home to work in our constituencies.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This afternoon we will continue with the second reading debate of Bill C-91, the Indigenous Languages Act, and we hope to see that referred to committee by the end of the day so that the committee can do its important work. As we understand, we have a lot of support, but we do need to consider amendments. Tomorrow we will start debate at report stage and third reading stage of Bill C-85, the Canada-Israel Free Trade Agreement. La semaine prochaine.
Next week, we'll be spending time with our constituents in our ridings. I would like to specify that Tuesday, February 19th, will be an allotted day. Wednesday, we'll be taking on a study at report stage and third reading of Bill C-77, Victims' Bill of Rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement commune, reprise du débat à l'étape de la deuxième lecture du projet de loi C-91, loi sur les...
Resuming debates, second reading of Bill C-77.
Comments following the speech of the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. Questions and comments. The member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to the words of my colleague's speech very carefully, and he not only talked about the Indigenous Language Bill and the importance of this Indigenous Language Bill, he talked talked about the broader government agenda around Indigenous issues. Today, of course, we learned some very disturbing facts in terms of the former Minister, Attorney General of Canada, the Justice Minister, and she talked about in a speech on October 30th that even someone in an important position like hers could be marginalized. So I guess I would like my colleague to align how they can have someone that they fire who felt marginalized at the cabinet table with their veneer of this is what we care about and no more relationship is important than Indigenous peoples.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I think that we should be focusing on what it is that we're actually accomplishing by the introduction of Bill C-91. It is, as I've pointed out, historic legislation in its own way, and this is something in which Indigenous leaders from all regions of our country, non-Indigenous people, recognize the importance of a heritage language and how critically important it is to recognize that the Truth and Reconciliation came up with a call to actions, and this legislation deals with three clauses that I am aware of, or three calls that I am aware of, Mr. Speaker, and I see it as a positive day, and I wouldn't want to take anything away from the value of the significance of this legislation, because I do believe at the end of the day for the residents of Winnipeg North and beyond that this is a day in which hopefully this legislature as a whole can come together, recognize the value of passing this legislation, allowing it to go to committee so that we can hear the different stakeholders that want to be able to voice their thoughts and express what concerns they might have or how it is that they would support the legislation, or if in fact we can even improve upon it. It's a good piece of legislation. I look forward, it's been a long time, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to it ultimately going to committee so that we can even go that much, get that much closer to ultimately receiving royal assent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments, the Alderman member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Reading through the piece of legislation, there's an omission. I'm wondering if my friend would agree it needs to be corrected. The preamble talks about the history of discrimination of Indigenous peoples in Canada, forced relocation, residential schools. It omits a serious part for many Indigenous people, which was noted as the 60s scoop. This is something that many people, many families are still feeling the effects of. Many tens of thousands of Indigenous people were swept up in that particular iteration of racist policy coming from the government. Simple question to my friend. There's many aspects of this bill, which I'll get into in my speech in a moment, but this omission of this one categorically terrible part of Canadian history clearly needs to be addressed and admitted to. It seems like a very small thing to some, but to those families that were directly impacted and have been impacted in generations that have followed, this is more than a small thing. It's a very serious thing. Would my colleague agree with me that it needs to be included in this legislation?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, I think you will find that the minister responsible for the legislation has actually indicated fairly clearly that he is also anxious to see it go to committee, and that in fact he is open to seeing different potential amendments. Anything that can be done to give further strength to the legislation is something in which the government is very much open to. We've got to recognize that the legislation that we have before us is an accumulation of a great deal of consultation and, in fact, working with the strong leadership within Indigenous people in the different regions of the country. And I suspect there's always opportunity for us to be able to improve the legislation. And that is one of the reasons why I'm asking members on all sides of this House to recognize the value, the principle of what it is that's within this legislation. All members of this House agree to, Mr. Speaker. And if we afforded it the opportunity to be able to go to committee in a timely fashion, Mr. Speaker, it will give us a greater likelihood that we'll be able to see the type of amendments potentially that the member across the aisle is suggesting, as I suspect that we would be receiving feedback directly from Indigenous leaders on that particular point also.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's It's with great pleasure that I rise today to speak to this Bill C-91. We are in the last stages of this Parliament. It may seem like the election is far off in the fall of October of this year, but as you know, legislation being introduced right now is on the clock, as we say, because it is typical, it's not unusual for even government bills to take more than a year to pass. This bill around Indigenous languages was promised by this government 3 years ago. It was promised to be introduced last year. It has been introduced just this week. It's going to take a certain determined effort, and I would say a willingness and maybe a newfound willingness on the part of this government to be able to negotiate, make accommodations, because while this bill is a first good step towards protecting Indigenous languages in Canada, there are some significant and real opportunities the government missed in the design of this bill. It is often talked about by this Prime Minister, certainly more than any previous one, of the need for reconciliation in this country. It is an inconsistent message, I would say, on the ground, because many of the Indigenous people that I represent in northwestern British Columbia have heard the words, but have seen actions that have not taken us along that way. I have, for many, many years since coming to office myself, argued for support for Indigenous languages, for the proper, stable funding of language programs, because much like rare and beautiful species that we worry about around the world that are going extinct or endangered, we are watching within our lifetime here in Canada languages that are ancient and profound disappearing before our very eyes. And I've heard ministers talk about this as a crisis many times, and yet we don't treat it like a crisis. Let me start with the good, because I think it's important to try to give credit where it's due, and that while the bill is late and is yet to specify funding, the fact that we are now speaking about Indigenous languages is something that is important and that need to be sustained. We have a piece of legislation here. It's not necessarily very large, but it could potentially have a profound impact. It is allowing for perhaps stable funding. Now, the reason that's important, Mr. Speaker, as you would know, if someone who's tried to, as I have, acquire a second or third language, taking a week's course is insufficient. Taking a week's course once a year or every few years is not going to get you there. What is going to be able to give someone the capacity to speak with the range required to truly understand and incorporate a language is sustained effort over time, to have instruction, to have materials that are there from the earliest stages of life right through, in order to be able to express oneself in their own language in a proper way requires that kind of sustained effort. While we see statutory funding made available in this bill, there is no amount indicated, and all the legislation points to in Section 7 is that consultations will be undertaken with Indigenous groups to establish funding. And one wonders, well, what have they been doing the last 3 years? It's just, they've talked about consultation a lot, and we would have assumed that there was a figure attached to this. We have a budget coming just in a short while. But as you would also know, Mr. Speaker, and Canadians familiar with politics, budgets that are introduced in an election year are sometimes worth the paper they're written on, but not always. That this government has grown an addiction to what's called backloaded funding. They announce a large number, say for housing would be a good example, or transportation. And the number is large, but it happens in the 8th, 9th, 10th year of the program, and if anyone can predict what the government's going to look like, much less the budget 10 years from now, I sure would like to talk to them about the stock market in Vegas. They can't. These are promises that you can't commit to. And while statutory funding is outlined here, but there's no figure or any figure given when we've asked the government several times. It's frustrating because that's not treating a thing like a crisis. It's not, when you say we want to consult after being in power now for more than 3.5 years, a number of Indigenous groups and leaders and maternal language speakers will say, well, what exactly have you been doing? Why has this taken so long? Now, I need to talk about home a little bit, because this is how I can relate to this type of legislation. In the northwest of British Columbia, we have some of the most ancient and vibrant Indigenous cultures. The Tahltan and Taku River Tlingit in the north up to the now Yukon border, the Haida and Haida Gwaii, down the Tsimshian coast to Bella Coola, Bella Bella, the Newhawk, all the way up through the interior, the Carrier-Sacani, Wet'suwet'en, the Haisla, and Tsimshian, Wet'suwet'en, Gitxsan, and others. Now, these languages, Mr. Speaker, are something to behold, because when I'm at a feast hall, when I'm attending and observing traditional ceremony in the feast hall, and it's from naming ceremonies and weddings to funerals and smoke feasts and headstone feasts, the ability of a community, of a nation to speak its own language to itself in those important moments in life, the passing on of an elder, the naming of young people, a chief acquiring her or his name, the ability to tell the stories, the ability to describe the meanings behind the words and locations is central to any culture, and in particular to Indigenous culture. And I think of the court case, it's often referred to in this place, of Delgamuukw-Gisdaywa that took place at the Supreme Court of Canada just a few blocks from here, where Delgamuukw and Gisdaywa, two chiefs of the Gitxsan and the Wet'suwet'en, appeared before the Supreme Court of Canada day after day to establish an important thing in our law and precedents, that oral tradition, oral evidence counted as evidence. Because one of the great corruptions of colonial empires was to dismiss any history, any legal authority of Indigenous peoples in order to acquire the land. Terra nullius, to say that there was nobody here and that anything that existed in law here, in some cases for thousands upon thousands of years, was somehow gone away with. And at the Supreme Court, the challenge was for the Wet'suwet'en and Gitxsan chiefs to be able to describe in their language, in Wet'suwet'en, in Gitxsan, the place names and histories and stories of their nations. And by doing it consistently and over again under brutal cross-examination from the Crown, was that case successful? Because they were speakers of their traditional language in their original form, were they able to establish in front of the highest court in the land territorial rights, the ability to have some influence on what happens in their homes, the most basic concept of human rights we have. And unfortunately, and this is where I struggle with this government, and I think many Indigenous peoples do as well, because if you look to the Wet'suwet'en and what's going on right now on their territory, in the Unistoten territories, where there is a challenge and a debate with conflict from time to time over a proposed pipeline, one of the things we're trying to establish with the government is that very ability to have some say over the land. And we've called upon this Prime Minister and this government just to be involved in what's happening in the Wet'suwet'en territory. And from the Prime Minister's office on down to the Indigenous Affairs Minister, we've been told it's not our business. So on the one hand, they claim reconciliation as a priority. The Prime Minister often says there's no more important relationship than that with Indigenous peoples. And when there is a moment of conflict, we're able to engage the municipal, we're able to engage the police, we're able to engage with the company and the provincial government, but we can't engage with the federal government, under whose acts existed and were created in this place. They suddenly want to wash their hands of any implication. And they simply want to say, well, we believe in reconciliation, except when we need reconciliation. We need to reconcile things like the Indian Act and the hereditary governance system of the Wet'suwet'en. This would be an important thing to this government. If it cared about reconciliation, let's reconcile. Now, my family heritage is Irish. I was firstborn of my family here, who immigrated back in the 50s. And when I look through the Irish history, and particularly the colonial history of Great Britain in Ireland, one of the tactics used by a colonial power is to extinguish language, to extinguish stories and history and where people come from. Because if you can't tell your stories, you don't know who you are. And it is an attempt to erase a peoples, to truly subjugate them, requires the colonial power in this case to try to remove their history, their language. And we saw it in Ireland over centuries, actually, Madam Speaker. And the British picked up that model, that example, and applied it when they were the colonial power here in this country, to eliminate language, to eliminate stories, to eliminate history, and to pretend to ourselves as settlers that there were no people here. There was no land taken because it wasn't in possession of anybody, that they were nomadic, without laws and traditions and language and culture. And through the residential schools and the 60s scoop, which is not mentioned in this bill, and other oppressive tactics that were designed in parliaments in this place, explicitly by prime ministers, successive prime ministers, to try to extinguish Indigenous peoples entirely, to subsume them into the colonial melting pot, if you will. And to only imagine the courage and the energy required from those Indigenous elders to insist, even though it was against the law of the day, to speak their language. I was recently at a funeral, and an elder was relaying the stories of what it was like for him to go to school and the beatings that he took any time he spoke Gitxsan. That if the teacher, the nun in this case, heard the Gitxsan language spoken at any time, in excitement and sorrow, in explanation to another student, they'd be beaten. And this was the story my grandmother was able to tell from her Irish past, that if she spoke Celtic in front of the British nuns, they were beaten as well. And so across oceans and across time, we're able to see the influences. And my family can't speak hardly any Celtic at all. And I wonder what that robs me of, a son of the Irish, that I am unable to access my history and my culture and my traditions because of decisions made by the mother of parliaments in London. It, much like it is with species, once extinct, there's no going back. And I look around at the Indigenous communities I represent and the effort that has been put in when it was illegal and now it's no longer forbidden, but very difficult to ensure that Indigenous languages are being practiced, and that we can count in some of our communities on one hand the number of fluent speakers left. And fluency is critical in this. And I urge the government to please understand this when designing the spending and the ensured programming for this bill, that just knowing a few words and phrases and expressions and counting to 10 is a good start, but fluency is what's required. Because as we all know, again, anybody who has attempted to learn another language, if you are not fluent in that language, if you can't understand the depth and breadth of that language, then you don't understand its people. And if that is true for native speakers of that language, then they can't understand themselves. And while that was a government design in the past, we can't skim the surface of this effort. We have to be able to do it properly. I want to tell just a small story, if I would, Madam Speaker, of being at a Haida feast this past summer. Well, it's now gone more than that now, and it was it was a chief's naming feast. It was a big deal. It was a friend of mine, Gujau, who was getting his name. And it was a long feast. It was done proper, Haida style. Lots of food and song and gifts and performance and speeches. And when I'm there, I get to be an observer. It's hard for a politician, but I'm not there to speak at all. I'm just there to bear witness, because that is how a feast is held up, by those who bear witness. At the very end of the speech, it was gift-giving time, which is a beautiful tradition of many Indigenous peoples, and certainly the Haida, to offer gifts to those who have come and witnessed what has happened in the feast hall. And as the gifts were being passed out, and there were so many, it was taking a long time, one of the young Haida got up in the middle of the hall and said, we'd like to sing a couple songs. Anyone want to come up while we're gifting? It's our tradition to sing songs. And one by one, these young people, young Haida, were coming out of the crowd. And by the end, there must have been 30 or 40 young Haida singers singing song after song after song for an hour or more. And I was marveling at this only because knowing some of the history of the Haida, the smallpox blankets, the almost extinction of their culture entirely, and to watch this renaissance, rebirth of the language, particularly amongst the young people, And I was sitting beside one of the Haida elders, and I said, you know, there's a lot of wealth here. There's a lot of gifts being given, and the Haida, and this chief in particular, my friend, being able to describe his wealth and stature to the community. The real wealth is happening in the middle of the floor right now. That your young people are able to do this, to be able to speak and converse with each other and their elders in Haida. That it is so inspiring as somebody who represents the Crown, who represents not just our present, but our history. And knowing that people that previously held my office held the implicit racist views that Indigenous people were less than and that their language was barbaric. Those words were said in Parliament time and time again. Debated, how barbaric are they, was a debate of the day 100 years ago. And to watch the determination of the Haida and the Tsimshian and the Gitxsan and the Wet'suwet'en and on down the line, without support, with in fact aggression from the federal government to maintain their understanding of language. We are here in Parliament. It means to speak. We hold jealously and guard jealously our ability to speak in the two official languages. That is against the rules in this place to ever criticize or suggest someone speak in either English or French, that we are free to express ourselves as well as we can. That is the rule of this House. We have the whole stack of books protecting that right to speak in Parliament, to express ourselves. If this bill can help move this country forward just a little, to say that it is the right to protect languages, to express oneself in Indigenous languages, then we will be doing a good thing. My friend from Abitibi Bay, James Nunavik, has spent his life facing challenges, political and personal, and a state determined to ignore him. And his generosity and determination to stay true to this cause, to allow Parliament to hear speeches now in Indigenous languages, to see the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples brought into law in Canada. That part of this bill needs to move out of the preamble and into the substance of the Act. That if we believe in Section 35 rights, if we believe in the UN Declaration, and that should inform our lawmaking, then let it form our lawmaking. Let it allow it to express itself fully. Because if Canada ever seeks to be the nation that it is promising to be, then we must certainly do these types of things and more, and do them together. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage and Multiculturalism.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend from Skeena Bulkley Valley for his very passionate speech today, and of course his long-term commitment to advancing Indigenous rights. Just want to respond to a couple of his comments, and first and foremost, he had a number of very important suggestions which we hope will be debated and discussed in committee, including the addition of the 6E scoop and other incidents over the generations, including forced displacement and so on. So we look forward to having that discussion in committee and being able to accommodate as many suggestions as we can to improve the bill. Just by way of note, that I know in his community there's an organization called People's Cultural Council of BC. Since coming into office, I believe the funding has tripled from our government, from 2016 of $1 million to 2018-19 of $6.2 million over 2 years, which still I believe is not enough, but it is the type of commitment that this government has towards properly funding Indigenous languages. I know our ALI program has been very important, $89 million over 3 years, but it is all part of a broader commitment which includes and is really essential that we get this particular piece of legislation through in order that dollars can flow in the long term. So my question to my friend is what kind of direct impact do you think this will have on communities in your region, in your constituency, and how can the practices that are there, how can that be expanded to across the country?
Yeah, I do want to remind the member he's the parliamentary secretary. He's to address the question to the chair, and I would ask him to keep his preambles a bit shorter to allow for the questions within the timelines that we have. The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much. I thank my friend for his question. I think it might have been a slip of the tongue, but he said $6.1 billion, which I'll accept that first figure over the million that he may have mentioned. I'll take that back to the various groups. I guess the only point that I would make is that sometimes there's a tendency within Ottawa to say Ottawa knows best, that the programs are very top-down. And what I would offer to him, the region that I know, the northwest of British Columbia, and I would say there are many other regions in coastal British Columbia and the interior, without any funding at all, and with an aggressive and oppositional government, for many years, they have been able to create vibrant, beautiful language programs, and that we should pick up on the successes that exist and allow for as maximum flexibility on the ground, because there can't be a cookie-cutter approach. I would also note out, and I'm sure he's heard the concerns from the Inuit, that aspects of this bill are not yet meeting the northern needs. And again, a language program that might work in Nunavut is not going to work well in Montreal or Prince Rupert. So all I would suggest is government, when they're looking to design these programs, that they take direction from the communities whose very livelihood is on the line and whose very culture and history are at stake.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was listening with great interest to my colleague's speech, and when he was speaking about his Irish heritage, it made me think of my own Scottish heritage and the Highland clearances, the elimination of the Gaelic language. And when the Scots were forced out of the land, they then came to Canada and became colonizers themselves. So it was kind of a system that was perpetuated. I also appreciated his comments about Bill C-262, which this Liberal government voted in favor of, and I very much agree with him that we need to see a mention of that UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, not just in the preamble, but in the actual legislation itself. I think of my riding, Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, which is home to the Coast Salish peoples and the beautiful Hulkaminam language that they speak, that I have witnessed at ceremonies within their territories, and how beautiful it is to see children speaking that language. I was just wondering if the member can talk about how languages, different languages, very much inform our worldview, that they allow different ways, different perspectives, and how important that is to promote that, so that we have different ways of viewing what is essentially the same thing. Thank you.
The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
I thank my friend from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. I suppose, and I've rarely done this, Madam Speaker, is talk much about my own heritage and history in this place. And I begin to think that the importance of being able to talk about these issues from our own experience and from our own history is the most important thing we can do for Canadians. Because there are so many Canadians that will say, well, this bill, it seems interesting, but it doesn't impact me. Not realizing that the tactics used by previous governments to oppress and suppress language and culture and history holds the entire country back. And that if we look back into almost all of our histories, when there has been a colonial power, when there has been an attempt or a successful attempt at oppression, language has been one of the key factors. That the devious minds that came up with these protocols and practices and laws understood how vital languages were when they tried to oppress a people. And so if we're going to say anything about reconciliation, if we're going to say anything about improving as a country, understanding and identifying, as did our predecessors in a negative way, the importance of language, is the imperative of this bill now, and how important it is to get it right for people in his communities and right across the country impacted by this. And I would argue by extension that's all Canadians. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Madam Speaker, I had the pleasure last spring of watching a very special ceremony in which our fightingest ship, Haida, was named the honorary flagship of the Canadian Navy. And there were two hereditary chiefs of the Haida Nation, Lonnie Young and Frank Collison, who joined us, spoke the language, and now the flag of the Haida Nation flies over that ship in Hamilton. And I'm wondering if my friend from Skeena Bulkley Valley can comment on whether the Haida peoples and other nations that he deals with, in much larger numbers than we have in my area, are getting a sense of entering into the full broad spectrum of Canadian life?
The honourable member for Skeena-Balclay Valley.
I quibble with that last turn of phrase a little bit there, in the full broad spectrum of Canadian life. I don't want to rain it all on his parade there, but that's actually a good example of consultations being kind of inadequate. That the Haida people in this case were not properly consulted beforehand before using the name. There was some repair being done as the ceremony that he was able to watch at the end. But it's a good example of intention sometimes going wrong, where the government says, oh, we're going to do this thing and you'll be happy with it, but not asking how to do it properly beforehand. And what's amazing to me in watching Indigenous communities watch our good intention efforts sometimes go sideways is their ability to forgive, adapt, and make it work. It's a good example of how to not do this wrong, is to make sure that before you design the funding, before the program is designed, that the consultation, the money, is directed from the beginning from Indigenous peoples rather than from Ottawa. Thank you.
For a brief question, the honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker, to the honourable member from Buchanan Chaco. I'd like to thank him for his speech, but I'd like to also ask him, I mean, in 2016, the Prime Minister stood up and said, we are going to make an Official Languages Act to deal with Aboriginal people. And here we are, 3 years later, we're still not in it. Parliament's almost to shut down for the summer soon. And I wonder if he could answer why he thinks it took them so long and why they just started it yesterday.
The honourable member for Skeena-Balclay Valley.
I don't know, because the promise was in 2016. Look, we would have liked to have seen it much earlier, of course, because in order, as many of my colleagues know, passage of bills, especially important ones, you have to properly go through the committee and hear from people. There's an element in this that's a big question, which is the funding. I think it's a fair question to ask. How much is it? Over how long? How is it secure? I don't know. The government sometimes is caught betwixt and between. They want to do consultations. Sometimes their consultations take longer than they imagine. So their promise of an introduction of a bill, this bill was supposed to be introduced last year. It's now being introduced this year. We can quibble about whether it can't be lethal to the act, though. The timing itself, we have to do our best, I think, to improve what is here and see its passage, because elections come and mandates disappear, and people are gotten too accustomed to promises not being delivered upon. Let's help this government deliver upon this one a little bit better than what they've done to this point.
Resuming debate, the reprise de débat, the honourable member for the Northwest Territories.
Thank you, and Madam Speaker, we'll be splitting my time with the member from Labrador. And first, I want to say, Masi Cho, and today is a great day, and it's with great pleasure that I rise to speak in support of Bill C-91, the Indigenous Language Act. This legislation supports a revitalization of Indigenous languages, which has deteriorated over years because of racist and discriminatory policies of successful governments. Madam Speaker, 3 languages were spoken in my home when I grew up. English, the language of the Dene, the Decho Dene, and the language of the Métis French, Michif. And it all kind of came to an end when I started school, because during that era, we weren't allowed to speak anything except English. And if you were caught or reported as speaking anything but English, you were strapped with a 18-inch, 3-inch wide rubber strap, and there was no defense. You were guilty, didn't matter if you did it or not, and a lot of my colleagues would sometimes falsely report their fellow students and they wanted to see them get a strap. And there was no way to get away from it. If the principal came out, grabbed you, and brought you to the front of the class, if you fought back, he would hit you wherever he could. But if you let him, he would just strap you on the hands. Usually it was four straps per hand. And the only time you could get him to stop is if he drew blood. And a lot of my colleagues would take a piece of their hair, put it on their hand to see if they could get their hands to bleed. So after the first strap, you wouldn't get hit anymore. Mr. Speaker, why did this happen? Why did we have to go through this? And it's because the past policies have been designed to strip away Indigenous identity and discourage the use of traditional languages. And this bill is intended to support and promote the use of Indigenous languages and will recognize languages as fundamental to identities and culture, to spiritual beliefs, relationships to the land, worldviews, and self-determination of Indigenous people. Throughout government-led engagement sessions on this legislation, I think it took a total of 2 years, it was stated that language is integral to who you are as a person, as a people, and to individual and collective pride and strength. Indigenous youth across Canada need to be exposed to their histories through language and must be supported in their efforts to learn their languages and have pride in their cultures. If you park your language to survive, you also park a big part of your culture, which is something that I've learned in my experience. Acknowledging the importance of Indigenous languages in Canada will allow healthier Indigenous people and communities and a healthier country as a whole. There's been many studies done on the use of Indigenous language and its role or lack of on the issue of suicide. And many studies have shown that Indigenous communities in which a majority of members report knowledge of an Indigenous language is also experience low to absent youth suicide rates. By contrast, those communities in which less than half of the members reported knowledge of the language, suicide rates were up to 6 times greater. The Assembly of First Nations report on the national engagement sessions regarding this act states that language learning and identity reunification can be sources of healing, schooling, and residential school. Day schools, public schools, and technical schools were sources of disrupting Indigenous language use as a natural process. These institutions made Indigenous people ashamed to speak their languages, and parents were made to believe that their languages would harm their children and keep them from succeeding. Language revitalization can be used to help mitigate other issues, such as addictions. People with strong sense of language have better physical and mental health. Past studies and reports have acknowledged that the importance of youth and intergenerational learning to youth, the revitalization of Indigenous languages. The 2005 report Towards a New Beginning by the Task Force on Aboriginal Languages and Cultures call for funding for immersion programs for children and youth. The task force report reminded Indigenous communities to be more mindful of children and youth by stating, "Go home to your communities and do not forget the youth. They sometimes get forgotten and shouldn't be. They're important and they're the next generation. We need to ask the youth what they need and what they want and get them involved and get them excited about this." Madam Speaker, I've heard chiefs in my riding talk about encouraging people to talk to the youth, to talk to their children, to say one word, one sentence in the Indigenous languages, because it doesn't cost anything, it's free. In the report, elders urge educational institutions to encourage youth to take leadership roles in language preservation. And it's important that we recognize the youth need access to sufficient financial support to assist in their language journey to learn, use, and promote their languages. Through this bill, the Government of Canada is committed to supporting the efforts of Indigenous people to reclaim, revitalize, preserve, and maintain their languages in a variety of ways, including by implementing measures to facilitate the allocation of funding. In a recent report published by the First Peoples Cultural Centre on Indigenous Language Reconciliation, Preservation, and Revitalization, it was stated that youth energy is the driving force for language revitalization. It needs to be encouraged. Young people need to be encouraged to take control over their languages as they are the future of this country, and they will be responsible for the future of Indigenous languages. In 2016, Canada officially adopted the United Nations Declarations on Rights of Indigenous People, which proclaims Indigenous people have the right to revitalize, use, develop, and transmit to future generations their histories, their languages, oral tradition, philosophies, writing skills, and literatures, to designate and retain their own names for communities, places, and persons. The Declaration also asserts that states that in conjunction with Indigenous people take effective measures in order for Indigenous individuals, especially children, including those living outside of their communities, to have access, when possible, to an education in their own culture, provided in their own language. The bill recognizes the urgent need to support the efforts of Indigenous people to reclaim, revitalize, and maintain, and also strengthen their languages. Indigenous youth and all peoples in Canada need to be supported in their efforts to reclaim their languages. Indigenous communities have been working diligently to revitalize and reclaim their First Nations, Inuit, and Métis languages, and it's important to acknowledge their work. The role of elders and language keepers are also very important to the languages of Indigenous people in Canada, and their efforts should not be overlooked. This legislation must be implemented with urgency to provide necessary support for Indigenous people before language keepers are gone. I urge all honourable members to respect and honour the energy and the perseverance of Indigenous youth by acting swiftly to adopt this legislation. I will conclude by reminding you that this bill is long overdue. We must continue to recognize the importance of Indigenous language revitalization and the effects it's had on Indigenous youth, Indigenous communities, and Canadians. And we have to hurry, because many of our languages, our Indigenous languages depend on it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Right. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his great speech on this this topic. I know that both him and I are from the same kind of end of the country, and it's been very, very cold up there right now. I had a friend up in Yellowknife the other day. He said it was minus 56, so where I was minus 41. So he said it was warm where I was from. Either way, that's enough about the weather. I just would like to ask my honourable colleague what his brother, the Premier, thinks about this particular bill. Thank you.
The honourable member for the Northwest Territories.
Madam Speaker, since I come from a colder part of Canada, for sure, I got to be a lot tougher than he is in Alberta, where they get spoiled with warm weather. Madam Speaker, I can't speak for the Premier of Northwest Territories. I'm going to assume that he's very excited. That we are looking at coming forward with a strategy. We did announce money in 2016 and 2017 for the government of Northwest Territories to put towards the Aboriginal languages. It was well received. It's being well utilized, but of course it's not enough, and it hasn't been enough for many, many, many years. I know we advocated from the North for funding during the time that the Conservatives were in power, and it wasn't something that we could obtain. We need money to develop the language. We need money for language development. We need money for material. We need money for instructors. We need money to train instructors. So I'm very happy that this is coming forward, and I look forward to the results.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena-Balclay Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaking of the North, I'm wondering if my friend can address the concerns that have been raised by the ITK that the way that the bill was consulted prior to its introduction and the actual bill itself. The Inuit Taparit Kanatami are not happy. I don't know if that position has changed from the comments I read from their leadership yesterday. There's no denial of support from other Indigenous groups around the country, but certainly when it comes to the Inuit, they're not happy with the status quo. I'm wondering, as a resident Northerner, if he's got some answers for the Inuit who are looking for something a lot more hopeful than what they've seen here so far. This one group represents 60,000 Inuit. We're not talking about a small organization. This is something serious and substantial, and they're feeling quite upset about the legislation as crafted according to their public comments.
The honourable member for the Northwest Territories.
Thank you, and I appreciate the comment, the question from my colleague. Madam Speaker, the Northwest Territories is in a different position than the rest of Canada, because in the Northwest Territories we have recognized 11 official languages, 9 of which are Indigenous, and we do recognize the Inuit languages as an official language. And I think we're going to see a lot of discussion on this issue. Committees will be looking at it and making recommendations, and I think the concerns of ITK will be certainly considered. However, I think it's important that each Indigenous government be involved. I look forward to the Indigenous governments in my riding leading the discussion and developing the strategies that are going to be needed. There's nobody that can tell an Indigenous government how to save their language except themselves. We also need the Commission to be in place to provide oversight. And we as members of Parliament, we as governments have to make sure we're in the situation to provide the resources, funding resources, materials, and other requirements that the Indigenous governments may need. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Intergovernmental and Northern Affairs and Internal Trade.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm very pleased to stand today and speak on the ancestral land of the Algonquin Anasazi people. And I know that if Elder Commanda was here today, as she was on the day when she opened our new chamber, she too would be happy to speak on a bill that talked about preserving the languages of Canada's Indigenous people, as many Indigenous people across Canada are happy to see. In my own language, Madam Speaker, the language of my ancestors, the Inuit language, Inuktitut, I say Nakamik. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to serve in this place and to speak to this bill today, and to speak in strong support of this bill. Bill C-91, the Indigenous Languages Act, is aimed at supporting Indigenous people all across our country, aimed at doing what they have been trying to do for a long time in the absence of government, and that is continuing to carry forward their language and their culture that they had been accustomed and born into. In particular, Madam Chair, it's appropriate that we are providing for this Language Act in Canada at this time, simply because it is the Year of Languages for the United Nations. And if you go back in time, and you look at when this particular act started being advocated for in Canada, you will go back as far as 1995. Because it was in 1995, at that particular time, that Canada was moving in a direction that UNESCO had founded within the world, that many languages were disappearing. And Canada, like other nations around the world, were called upon to preserve language, to preserve the language of Indigenous people in particular. And over that period of time, very little attention was being paid to what was actually happening. And in fact, no action was taken whatsoever. It was also in 1995 that the Royal Commission called upon Canada to begin working right away with Indigenous people across the country, to start revitalizing language, to start establishing a foundation on which we could support Indigenous efforts that were already taking place to preserve language within the country. But there was no action at that time. In 2005, and I notice a colleague across the House today asked, why did it take so long to get where we are? It's a question best asked to that side, because in 2005, at that time there was an Indigenous-led task force in the country on Aboriginal languages who recommended very clearly to the government of the day, the Conservative government of the day, that they include initiatives to do just that, which would include legislation that we're bringing forward today, that would include legislation that recognized the constitutional status of Indigenous languages in this country, and that it would be funded, and that official languages would also have a national council in which to coordinate their efforts and to have a full strategy that was designed and whose only goal was to ensure that Indigenous language carried on and was revitalized in this country. From the time that those things happened, we're 25 years apart. Nevertheless, we are here today. And we are here today because we have listened to what Indigenous people in this country have said to us. And they have said quite clearly, Government of Canada, you need to do more to preserve Indigenous languages in this country. And over the last 2 years in particular, we have worked very hard with Indigenous groups, both First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, to ensure that we would get this right and we would bring to the House of Commons the very first bill to preserve Indigenous language in Canada and to do those things that they had asked. And I'm very proud today to be a part of a government that is acting and doing just that. I think my colleague from the Northwest Territories probably said it best when he talked about why the language of Indigenous people had disappeared over the years. I come from a region of the country where we are very proud of our Indigenous roots and of our northern roots. In Labrador, we have two very distinct Indigenous languages, both in Inuktitut and both in Inuimun. And a lot of work has been done on preserving those languages by the communities, by the people who live there, by the elders, by the generations of people. And over the last couple of years, we have been able to help them by investing in the tools they need, by investing in preserving the language within their schools and after-school programs, and by helping them prepare the products that they need to continue to be able to teach and carry on in that way. And it's very difficult. I feel that in the area that I come from, while I grew up not knowing the language of my ancestors, many others grew up in communities where people continued to speak the language on a very small scale. But there's huge generational gaps between those who speak as their mother tongue and those that are just starting to learn the language again. The gap is like under 14 and over 65. It's basically where you're seeing the language gap in most of the Indigenous languages in the region that I'm in. In other parts of the country, they don't even have that. Even that has disappeared. So you're really starting from basics for so many people that are out there. But they lost their language as a result of assimilation, as a result of residential schools that we talk about and have heard about in that unfortunate chapter of history that has affected so many Indigenous people. They lost their language because they were never permitted to speak it, as my colleague from the Northwest Territories have said. That opportunity was removed from them.
And not through just 1 decade or 2 decades, but through many decades of our history. That is the thing that Canada will never allow to happen again. That is why we have been supporting bills like C-91 that you have before you today, to ensure that that does not happen again. So when you look back and know that three times over the past 25 years, that issue have come to the attention of government at certain points in time, but with inaction. The last call was through truth and reconciliation. And when the Prime Minister of the day made his commitment on behalf of the government and to all Canadians that we would honor the recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, this was one of the very things in which he committed to do. I'm really pleased, Madam Speaker, that we're able to bring this legislation forward. And I'm also pleased that there are so many regions in this country, like people of Nunavut, who many of them still speak their mother tongue, over 33,000 people in that territory, nearly most of them still speak their mother tongue, their language of Inuktitut. They're an example for all of us to certainly live up to. But we also know it will take early intervention and it will take supports to make this happen. So today, Madam Speaker, as I conclude my comments, I want to thank all of those who had a hand in making this happen. I want to thank all Indigenous people in Canada for not giving up and having the resilience to carry on. And I certainly want to acknowledge that this is certainly a great step forward in what has been a long journey for Indigenous people. Thank you.
Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member from Labrador for her heart-warming speech. Bill C-91 will be a historic move towards healing and rebuilding of our Indigenous identities and pride across Canada. We as a nation made a mistake in our actions on residential schools and the forcing of young Aboriginal youth to speak only English. We now can make right what we made wrong. 13 weeks left. Do you commit to work cooperatively with the opposition parties to get this done?
And the member who is very well aware that he's to address the questions to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, and I thank my colleague opposite for the question, and I certainly commit to work with all people in the House of Commons to do what is right for Canadians and to certainly see this legislation pass. And I always believe that through committee there's opportunities to strengthen legislation to ensure that we're capturing the voices of all of those that are concerned, and I have confidence in those at the committee stage to do just that, and I look forward to the day when we can stand and proudly vote for this legislation in the House of Commons.
I remember for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary's speech. I was going through the language included in this bill, and the reference to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples is mentioned 3 times. There's twice in the preamble, and then one in the actual legislation. However, when you look at Section 6 of the bill, specifically under the heading of rights related to Indigenous languages, there is a reference made to Section 35 of our Constitution, but there's no reference given to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And I know the Liberal government voted in favor of Bill C-262, which seeks to bring all Canadian law into harmony with that document. So I'm just wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary can provide some explanation as to whether that was an oversight or if there is in fact going to be further amendments to this bill to maybe bring it in harmony with that document at the United Nations.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, I appreciate the question, and I'm getting help from my colleague here, the Parliamentary Secretary for Languages. But I have been reassured, and I'm happy to reassure you that in Section 5 of the Act, in the last paragraph, it certainly speaks to the United Nations Declaration, and in fact, Madam Speaker, it says that this bill will help advance the achievement of the objectives of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People as it relates to Indigenous languages. There lies our commitment, and I appreciate the question.
And comments? The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as we've stated a number of times in this House, that we, believe this is an important bill to get to finish our debate in the House at second reading, to have it go to committee. I do want to note it just came on Tuesday, and today is our first day of debate. But more importantly, when I listened to the Parliamentary Secretary's speech, I heard her talk about pride, and pride in terms of what our government is doing on the Indigenous file. Does that pride include what we have learned about today, where someone from British Columbia, a well-respected leader, an Indigenous woman who became the first Attorney General of Canada, the first Justice Minister, who was unceremoniously thrown under the bus by the Prime Minister, what does she say in terms of how that shows her government's respect being nothing more than a veneer?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I never thought I'd get the opportunity to stand in the House and to compliment my colleague and my friend and a fantastic Indigenous leader in this country who represents Western Canada very well, but represents Indigenous people at the cabinet table in a way we have not seen in a long time. I would say this: out of all of the Indigenous people that I have come to know and come to respect in my life, this individual, the Minister of Veterans Affairs for Canada today, stands tallest amongst them all. And I say this to you, Madam Speaker, that there is no position at the table of the Government of Canada that stands for the citizens of this country that is either higher or lower in terms of your contribution. Your ability to sit there and to have that say is fundamentally important, and I applaud her for her work.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's my pleasure to stand today in this place as well and add my voice to the discussion around C-91. Today, Madam Speaker, you may not be aware, is the End It Movement Day. The people that are participating wear a red X on their hand. It is to end modern-day slavery in our country and around the world. And you may not be aware, Madam Speaker, but within Canada, human trafficking is probably happening within 10 blocks of where you live, if you live in the city, and 10 miles of where you live, if you live out in the country. Modern day slavery has many faces in Canada, but in Canada, the vast majority of the human trafficking cases, about 50% of them, involve Indigenous women and girls. That very much is why I wear the red X on my hand today. C-91 is about the respect and bringing the protection needed to the Indigenous languages here in Canada. One of many, there are many bills that have been brought up about this, and the government has spoke in length about this as well. Already back in December of 2016, the government said that it was seized with the issue and was going to table some legislation. And now at the 11th hour of this Parliament, they have, in fact, tabled the bill, and here we are discussing it today. But, Madam Chair, one of the things that I find frustrating is that this government says that they are supporting a particular thing. We see them do this all the time, where they say, we support the supply management. But they very narrow cast that support. The support is like purely for the two words supply management. And in this case as well, we say that we're supporting the Indigenous languages, and that's really just those two words, Indigenous languages. A lot of the times when you support something, the actual thing that needs to be supported needs the entire surrounding infrastructure or the surrounding society to support it. And if you only support the end result, it doesn't necessarily help the actual goal that we're trying to. So in the case of the supply management, it's really great to say that we support supply management, but when you take out when you take milk and dairy products and animal proteins out of the food guide, you are not in fact supporting supply management whatsoever. Madam Speaker, I have a couple of people that work in my office, and they're coffee connoisseurs. They always say, Arnold, why do you put cream in your coffee? You're ruining the coffee. And I say, I support supply management, so I'm putting cream in my coffee. It's those types of things is where that supporting supply management means actually supporting supply management. It's not just like targeting the actual issue. And again, I think we're seeing that again with this indigenous language thing, is that we're going to support, we're going to narrow cast that, we're going to have an ombudsman for it and all those things. But if we don't support communities, and we don't support the culture that these languages live in, they will only become dead languages. And Madam Speaker, I know a little bit about dead languages. I know a little bit of a thing called Latin, and that is a language that is used all the time, and but it's not a spoken language. But there have been records of languages that have been brought back. I understand Hebrew is one of those languages that has been brought back from being a dead language to now is alive and well. Much like the member for Edmonton West, I understand that he is alive and well as well. And I failed to mention at the beginning that I will be sharing my time with him as well. So I hope that that still works, that I can mention that right now. So Madam Speaker, my point is that this is a great bill. It will do something to. I'm sure that we will take the language and we will codify it, we will put it in record. I know that there is many organizations around this country that are working to translate the Bible into all the languages of the country, of our indigenous peoples. Madam Speaker, you might be aware that both the German language and the English language were codified when the Bible was translated into those languages. There's a language called High German. It isn't really a language that anybody ever spoke, but it was the language that the Bible was then translated into, and it took a big swath of the world that spoke Germanic languages and codified the whole language into a common language. And so we're seeing work around the country in doing that, and I know that the funding that is coming through this will probably support many of those types of initiatives, and so I'm supportive of that. But the point I'm trying to make is that we'd like to see these languages being living languages, not dead languages. And in order to do that, you need to support communities. Now, what does supporting communities look like? Well, for one thing, Madam Speaker, we have a rich heritage in this country around the fur trade. Canada was built on the fur trade. I like to say all the time, Canada was built on a number of things, the fur trade, the railway, we know these kinds of things. But the fur trade for our indigenous peoples was a major part of the economy. And it is a shame that today we do not champion the fur trade in this country. I note I had the Fur Trade Association in my office the other day, and they're telling me that fur won't even be on our Winter Olympic uniforms, Madam Speaker. Now I don't know if you've seen lately, the Canada Goose came out with a new lineup of jackets. They're designed by an Inuit designer. They're amazing look at jackets. They've got some nice fur on the brim. I'm sure that there's more fur products on the inside as well that I couldn't see, but I know that it's those types of things that will bring the fur trade is what made these communities sustainable, and they were able to thrive with or without government funding for their languages to survive. And the Inuit are a prime example of that. Most of them still have their languages because it's a vibrant community that works. Where I'm from, the Cree, it's the Cree language, that Woodland Cree people. Many of the people that still speak the language, and the communities are thriving. Why are they thriving, Madam Speaker? Because there is an economy and there is a community that thrives right in there. No doubt there is a generation that has lost the language due to the residential schools, but when the communities come together and when those communities operate well, there is the language continues to thrive, and therefore we see bills like C-69 do nothing when we say we want to support languages or we want to support Indigenous communities, and then we bring in a bill like C-69, which hamstrings all of our northern Alberta communities that rely on the economy that pipelines and the oil patch and resource development bring to northern Alberta. This government says we support Indigenous languages, but they support it in a very narrow cast way. And so I'd say that we need to ensure that we have an economy for these communities to participate in, and the language will flourish. Another area, Madam Speaker, that I see all the time that's frustrating to me is around the language around firearms that particularly the Liberals use all the time. They seem to have a very large suspicion with people who own and use firearms on a regular basis. And I must say, Madam Speaker, that it's our Indigenous communities that use and own and work with firearms on a regular basis. And the language and the laws that we're seeing coming out of the Liberal government, particularly C-71, are onerous to all of our First Nation communities for sure. Firearms are a big part of their culture. Firearms are a way of life for them. And so when you say, oh, we're going to support their languages, we're going to support their culture, and then do things like make it more onerous to own a firearm, that is not supportive of the culture whatsoever, Madam Speaker. Now, lots of people come to me and say, well, Arnold, like, we already have languages. Why do you think this is so important? Well, Madam Speaker, we all have a worldview. We all have a narrative. We all have a place that we belong in the world. And being part of a culture that has an identifiable language, that has an identifiable creed, those kinds of things, that gives us our sense of belonging in the world. And a language does that to a large degree. And the studies that bore this out as well is that when people feel that they have a language that they are tied to, that they have a people that they are tied to, that they have a land that they are tied to, that they have a culture that they are tied to, they're much more successful in participating in nation building, in culture building. So for all those reasons, I support this bill, but I do just want to raise the point that I find it kind of ironic that we're here at the 11th hour raising this bill to support Indigenous language. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to commend the member for his speech and ask him about one of the things that the creation of a commissioner is intended to do is to give the commissioner the opportunity to work with Indigenous groups within regions. And in every region, there's going to be unique needs vis-a-vis language, and the rehabilitation of language, the opportunity to get language in schools, in First Nation schools, whether it's in Northern Alberta or in my case in Northern Ontario. I was curious as how the member would see the Commissioner's job as it relates to bringing back language, the Cree language, in particular for young people, because that's the challenge now that we've brought satellite TV and all the things that young people have. It's changed the way young people are in communities, no matter where you are in Canada. So just wanted to get some sense from him how he would see the Commissioner's role in an area that he represents.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that question. I know we were just talking about this at committee as well. There's one of the groups that I'm very proud of in Northern Alberta is called Kitiskanaw Tribal Council. It has, as part of the Tribal Council, it has an educational authority. They run 6 schools up there. Education or language education is part of that program. Cultural education, they teach the Alberta curriculum from their perspective. I know that in Alberta already there's been a lot of overlap between the education systems of both on reserve and the provincial system. Kitiskanaw Tribal Council was built for that purpose, to bridge the 2 jurisdictional issues. So that, and they're already doing that to a large part. So I'm sure that Ombudsman, that the Commissioner's office will be working hand in glove with particularly Kitiskanaw for sure. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague, who's also a member of the Indigenous Affairs Committee, for the great work that he does and the commitment that he has. He talked about language, but language being just one component of what is going to be necessary in terms of moving forward with reconciliation. I thought it was also very interesting that he brought in what is not just rural, but very important to many Indigenous communities in this country, and that is, the use of firearms and the use of trade, sealskin products, and to what degree he thinks that, the policies, certainly around firearms of the current government, are inconsistent with really what is important in terms of the communities that he represents.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I did address that in my speech. The fact that it seems I've seen a little bit in the media about the First Nations in Quebec. Are fairly annoyed with the current legislation that's coming in there, and the fact that the federal government seems to be working hand in glove with the provincial Quebec government on the long gun registry there. I know it just seems tone deaf to me, the fact that the government is saying it's our most important relationship, and then does not support the fur trade in an adequate manner, tries to make restrictive firearm laws all across this country. Those things are incongruent. If we want to support our First Nations communities, we need to ensure that the lifestyle that they need to live, that they are able to live it. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has just a brief question to ask.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill is really about preserving and revitalizing Indigenous languages in the country, and I want to make sure we're maintaining that focus, because I think we've been everywhere from the food guide to firearms under the debate. But my question for the member opposite is that, doesn't he agree that a large part of reconciliation with Indigenous people in this country is ensuring that we revitalize Indigenous languages and give them the full support of the laws of this country to be able to do it and preserve their language for themselves and the generations to come?
From the member for Peace River Westlock.
Madam Chair, I said I was supportive of the bill. My point that I'm trying to make is that in this place, things get very siloed. We say, we support Indigenous languages, and we come out of a bill that supports Indigenous languages. We must take a little bit broader view of it, and the point I was trying to make is that the Liberals say they support Indigenous languages, yet are failing to understand a lot of the Indigenous culture. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
À l'ordre, conformément à l'article 38
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Regina Louvain, the Environment, the Honourable Member for Bow River, Justice, and the Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay, Transport. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to congratulate my colleague on his wonderful speech previously. Now, I'm pleased to rise to speak on C-91, an act respecting Indigenous languages. Now, we, of course, support this bill, and we support sending it to Heritage after it gets through the House. I want to compliment all the speakers today. A lot of well-thought-out comments on the bill. Now, we believe that this legislation is both pragmatic and reasonable, and I want to quote my colleague from Kamloops Thompson Caribou. She says, the Government of Canada was part of the destruction of Indigenous languages, and we need to be part of that solution. And hopefully C-91 will be a step toward that. The Right Honourable Stephen Harper said in his June 11th residential school apology, First Nations, Inuit and Métis languages and cultural practices were prohibited in these schools. The government now recognizes that the consequences of the Indian residential schools policy were profoundly negative, and that this policy has had a lasting and damaging impact. So very true. Now, this legislation was first promised in 2016, so I have to ask, as has been asked by previous speakers, why the delay? Why is it so late in this session that it's finally introduced? We have just 13 more sitting weeks before we break for the summer and the election. Although I'm sure there'll be hopes otherwise, there appears to be very little chance that this bill will actually become law before the House rises. Now, I want to mention, like over a year ago, the government seemed to place a higher priority on other bills instead of this one. I want to give you an example. C-24, that it was called the Seinfeld Bill About Nothing. What was C-24? Basically, it was to codify the name change from Public Works to Public Services and Procurement, and also change the accounting within the appropriations on how we pay the old ministers of states. That is it. And I have to ask, if no relationship is more important to this government, why was a bill codifying a name change of a ministry more important than bringing this bill forward? Now, this issue encapsulates the lie about the government's claim of no relationship being more important. I want to talk about the issue of, for example, the issue of safe drinking water on reserves. The government has promised to eliminate the drinking water advisories by 2021, which is fantastic. We support that. But the government, again, stands time and time in this game or in this House and says, look how far we've gone. We've taken this many off, this many off. But they never mention the fact for every 2 they've taken off since coming for power, 1 has been added. Literally every 2 they've taken off water advisories, they've added 1. In fact, it was even on their June website where 62 had been lifted, but 33 have been added. Now, if you go to the website today, you'll see they've actually taken off that portion of what they've, how many water advisories have been added. I have to ask, if the government stands up again and again touting their success, why have they taken this off their website? What are they trying to hide? On the fiscal transparency issue, one of the first things this government did was lift the law for First Nations to have fiscal transparency for their members. Now, if you go to the government's departmental plans for Indigenous services, this is the plans that the government has to fill out, publish, table in this House, that the minister herself signed off on. If you look on it, one of their goals states that they are going to reduce the amount of First Nations complying with the Transparency Act. Literally, their goal, it's stated right in the departmental plan, was to reduce the amount of First Nations bands complying with the Transparency Act by 23%. Now, I have to give them points. They actually succeeded partly on that. In their departmental results plans that they just published, they reduced it by 8%. Now, the Auditor General, Michael Ferguson, who our former Auditor General who just recently passed away, in his 2018 report, he comments about the government splitting Indigenous services as well and Northern Affairs. He states, splitting the department into 2 different departments could be a step forward toward improving services for First Nations. But we won't know unless there's a way to track outcomes. And I want to repeat that. This is what late Michael Ferguson said. We will not know if we're improving services unless there's a way to track outcomes. So let's actually go back to the departmental plans. Again, the departmental plans tabled in this House show what their priorities are, where they're spending the money, and what their planned outcomes and targets are going to be for the money spent and the actions for the year. In Indigenous services, 50% of their targets set are to be determined. So here we have Michael Ferguson stating, if we want to move forward to serving First Nations, we need to see planned outcomes. The government's response, tabling report where 50% of the goals for Indigenous services for the year, their targets, their planned outcomes, are left blank. 55% of the dates in their planned outcomes are left to be determined. So here we have 55% of the goals for Indigenous services are left to be determined. 61% of the previous year's results are left as not applicable. So here's the government, again, with no relationship, more important, stating, here's our goals for Indigenous services, but we're not going to tell you what we did last year so you can compare it. And again, I bring you back to what The late Michael Ferguson says we're not going to get better services unless we can compare or unless we can judge the outcomes. 21% in Indigenous services, 21% of the targets. Now remember, 50% didn't have any targets at all. When they did set them, 21% of the targets show a decline or no improvement over the previous year. So again, how are we going to move forward and help Indigenous services when this government, for half their department for Indigenous services, says we're not going to set a goal, and when we do set a goal, fully 21% show a decline from previous years. Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs, 1/4 of their departmental plans show no goals for this year. 92% will not state what it was the previous year. So again, we have nothing to compare it to. I'm going to give you a couple examples. Percentage of on-reserve departments funded First Nations drinking waters meeting required standards. No improvement over 3 years. So they're planning to spend, I think it was $1.2 billion in the budget. I think it was $400 million in the Liberal slush fund, the vote 40. But their own plan shows they're not going to improve. Percentage of on-reserve departments funded First Nations wastewater systems being treated according to guidelines. About a 20% decrease from the previous government. Percentage of First Nations living in reserves reporting being in excellent health. A decline from the previous government. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Here's a great one. The percentage of DPC requests, that's dental predetermined requests for dental, handled within the required service standards. Now remember, this is the government that spent $32,000 on legal bills to fight a young First Nations lady, teenager from Alberta, trying to get needed dental work. They spent $32,000. Shame. Their goal, to have 65 or 95% solved within the predetermined guidelines. You know what they achieved last year? 0, not 1, literally 0. They have time to sue people, time to fight a teenager in court, but they cannot even accomplish their own goals. Percentage of increase in Indigenous businesses. So money that we do with the set-aside for government procurement has dropped since the previous government. Now I only have about a minute left, so I just want to round up a couple quick things. Budget 2017, support from Indigenous housing. We've heard from the NDP and others, there's a mold crisis in Indigenous housing. 2017, government set aside $20 million a year for Indigenous housing, northern housing. You know what they set aside for Tesla charging stations for rich millionaires, like the Minister of Finance or the Prime Minister? $30 million a year. So we're putting more aside for Tesla charging stations than to handle the crisis in First Nations housing. Now again, I support Bill C-91. It's a great step forward, but we have to do, as what Michael Ferguson, the late Michael Ferguson says, we have to set up a system where we can actually hold the government account for the promises to deliver services to the First Nations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for National Defence and Veteran Affairs. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague across the way, I would like to thank him for his speech. He spoke about everything apart from Indigenous languages. He spoke about the minister's structure. He also talked about clean water. He talked about judicial processes. But is this not a direct consequence of the previous government's actions that sought to deteriorate Indigenous culture?
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Absolutely not, and what a ridiculous question. The issue we're discussing today is C-91, but it does tie in to all the failures of this government. They've stated repeatedly, no relationship is more important than their relationship with First Nations. But we've seen time and time again, they've tabled documents in this Parliament, in this House, that contradicts everything they've said. This government lives, breathes, and eats hypocrisy, and this is another example. I just hope they will take C-91 seriously, work with the people on this side of the House, get it to committee, and actually accomplish something for First Nations for a change instead of just standing here making empty promises and empty announcements. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I understand the member is from an urban centre, and so the urban centre of Edmonton, and there are many Aboriginal people who live in Edmonton. And one of the things that interests me the most about this bill and the work that needs to be done is the education of the public school system and the private school system, not on reserve, but in the city of Edmonton, how we would manage to do that under a bill like this, because as we well know, a good majority of First Nation kids live off reserve, and if we're going to make an effort to help young people get the opportunity to learn their own language, we're also going to have to do it in public schools and places like Edmonton. So I wonder if the member has sort of an idea of where he sees this going if we're going to succeed in bringing these languages back, not just on the First Nations themselves, but in the cities right across Canada.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
That's a fantastic question. I thank the member opposite for that. I hope some of the ideas and suggestions how we can do that will come out in committee. In Edmonton, there's a lady who's on the Catholic School Board trustee, Debbie Engel. If you're watching, Debbie, I'm giving you a shout out. She's helped start a fantastic program through the Catholic school system where they introduce a mentoring program for First Nations to keep young Indigenous people in school. They've also started and they've tried to get funding for programs that will actually teach Indigenous languages. So it's an excellent suggestion. I hope we will reach out to the various public school systems, private school systems throughout the country, invite them in as witnesses so they can testify and give information on how we can make C91 a success. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, and I want to thank my colleague for really what was quite a scathing summary in terms of the ability of this government to execute in the Indigenous Services Department on their many priorities. So I guess looking at C91, could he make some further comments in terms of how he sees that we need to carefully monitor what's happening in order to make sure that what they actually say they're going to do is going to be accomplished?
The honourable member for Edmonton West has just a little over a minute to respond.
Right. Well, thank you for the question. There's great will in this House. I've heard it today, and I started my speech by thanking a lot of the passionate speeches we heard today. For C91, there's great will in the House to get this done, to get it passed fast, to get it to committee fast, and hopefully, against all odds, made into law before the House breaks. I think with this issue, like everything else with First Nations and everything else, we need to hold the government at the time responsible. Not necessarily the people sitting in the House today, but the government at large, the bureaucrats, the deputy ministers. We have to hold them responsible to make sure that the will of this House, and I do see strong will in this House to make C91 succeed, we have to make sure we're holding them accountable to make sure the will of this House happens within Canada. Thank you.
Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Kenora.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be standing here to get a chance to speak to a piece of legislation that's probably one of the most speeches or opportunities I will ever get to talk about a far-reaching piece of legislation that, if moves in the right direction, will be very historic for a riding like mine. As you know, Madam Speaker, I represent 42 First Nations in my riding, and a majority of those First Nations live in isolated communities. And there are three distinct groups, cultural groups, but there are also dialects within these communities that are not reported necessarily by all. And so let me start by saying that I represent a large population of the Ojibwe, I represent a large population of Cree, and I represent a large population of what we call Ojibwe. And then within the groups that I just mentioned, there are subgroups who have, and this is what I found out very early on in my political career in the late 80s, early 90s, when I traveled way up north to visit the communities, and I used to bring, of course, someone who would interpret for me, Madam Speaker, when I was when I was talking to, of course, the elders, and they spoke in their own language and felt more comfortable speaking in their language, sometimes I brought an interpreter who would say to me, well, this community that we're going to is really hard to understand because their language, even though they're 100 miles away from the previous community I was at, it's very hard to understand because of their unique isolation and the fact that their language had evolved over hundreds, if not thousands of years. So, Madam Speaker, Bill C-91 is absolutely critical for a riding like mine and a region like mine if we are going to build the kind of society, a diverse and culturally appropriate world for Indigenous children and their parents. If you go up north to Northern Ontario, you will find a lot of the communities, the older people, the elders still speak their language, but there is a struggle, and a struggle indeed, for the communities to have the children continue to learn their language, because as I said in one of the questions I asked the members before the speech, modern technology like TVs, like satellite, has brought the English language into the home, and more of the young people are speaking that language versus their own. I'd like to also acknowledge the efforts of members who brought forward changes to have Indigenous languages translated in the House, Madam Speaker. I think that's absolutely important to all of us. I'll spend my time today talking about the role of the Commissioner, if I can, Madam Speaker, because I think that's important and extremely important in this bill, because that person will have the obligation under this Act to make sure that we move forward, to make sure that the preservation and promotion of the Indigenous languages is one of a path going forward. So language falls under the branch of education. And so we know that a high-quality, culturally appropriate education is just one of the elements in further developing a modern relationship with Indigenous peoples right across Canada. Yes, foster a learning environment. Children must have access to clean water, safe and affordable housing, social infrastructure, and health services. Creating and maintaining this type of environment is key to providing a supportive space for children and youth. I think we all are committed to making sure in this place that it happens. So within the Kenora riding, Madam Speaker, which I have represented since 1988 and then took a break and came back, we have many examples of language revitalization efforts. The Kiwei-Issoin Education Resource Center is an example of that in Sioux Lookout. And I want to talk to my colleagues who are going to be looking at this bill in committee to think about the role of this resource center and others across the country in bringing this language back, these languages back into existence and into full use. And so I want to speak directly about what the Resource Center does. Not only does the Resource Center provide educational opportunities and services for Indigenous children and youth for 21 First Nation communities, but they also publish education materials, children's books, and instructional resources in a variety of Indigenous languages, including titles such as Ariel's Moccasins, published in Ojibwe, and Signs of Spring, published in Ojibwe. Madam Speaker, you cannot bring a bill like this into the House of Commons without understanding the process of how do we get to teach young people, just like we teach English or French or any other language across the country, that we need resources. Resources like books that cannot be bought anywhere else in the world, but have to be built one book at a time here in Canada. And so this particular resource center has been delivering the job and opportunity to bring books to young people all across those 21 First Nations. They get many calls across the country to look at how to translate in the individual languages of the communities across the nation and put them in books so we can start at the kindergarten age, at grade 1, and on it goes, so that the resources are available in their language in order to be successful. I've visited the Resource Centre many times, and I can attest to the true passion they have for working with Indigenous languages. The other example, Madam Speaker, that I wanted to bring to your attention in the House is Kisik School. Kisik School is located in the city of Kenora, opened its doors in 2015 with 15 students and has continued to grow exponentially ever since. As the first school of its kind in Ontario, it works to close the educational gap for Indigenous students in the area of implementing curriculums which include Indigenous heritage as a subject of study rather than a framework for education. Madam Speaker, I've had the opportunity to visit this school, and this is the example I was referring to my colleague from Edmonton about a school in an urban centre that has the opportunity to have young people, whether they're living on reserve nearby in First Nation communities or whether they're living in Kenora as a city, that they get the opportunity to learn and get educated in their own language. That's unique, and it's obviously another form of education. It's like a French immersion school. Well, this is an Ojibwe immersion school, and the kids are starting off at kindergarten, and the school is getting bigger and bigger every year. So the school provides access to traditional languages and elements of Indigenous culture that public schools are currently unable to provide. By teaching Ojibwe using an Anishinaabe sound chart, holding vibrant powwows, interacting with the Anishinaabe community, and integrating the Ontario mainstream curriculum, students are going past surface learning and truly learning about the culture of who the Anishinaabe people are. Madam Speaker, education is crucial to the revitalization of Indigenous languages, and the work being done by organizations like the Kiwesawin Education Resource Centre and Kisik Education Corporation are leading the way. When the Truth and Reconciliation Commission issued its final report in 2015, this government committed to implement all 94 calls to action. Through Bill C-91, this government is pleased to be delivering on a number of the calls to action related to Indigenous languages. Call to Action 15 calls upon the federal government to appoint, in consultation with Aboriginal groups, an Aboriginal Languages Commissioner. It goes on to specify that the Commissioner should help promote Aboriginal languages and report on the adequacy of federal funding of Aboriginal languages initiatives. Madam Speaker, I've been to every single school in every First Nation in my riding, and I can assure you that this is one of the main topics of discussion with all the teachers and the school boards in those communities, and that they would like more resources, more language teachers, more opportunity to teach in their particular language. And this gives us an opportunity to go down that path to see that that can happen for our young people now and in the future. Canada has never before had a National Indigenous Language Commissioner. The Indigenous Language Act and all that it will establish, including a Commissioner of Indigenous Languages, is a significant step forward in Canada's efforts towards reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, and the importance of undertaking and the importance of this undertaking cannot be overstated. I've talked a little bit about the Commissioner today because it's a path that we all know is going to take a number of years and not just weeks or days to put forward the kind of process that will make a difference. Whether the languages Ojibwe or Cree, which aren't languages that are disappearing anytime soon. They're very vibrant, strong languages with a lot of speakers, but nonetheless, there's a lot of young children who are not speaking their language because of where they happen to live. I know that the government spent the summer engaging with Indigenous peoples at the community level through direct workout types sessions with First Nations, whether it's Inuit and Métis people across Canada. I'm very interested in how the Commissioner will work with Métis people, and which is also a large group of Indigenous people in regions like mine. And I'm looking forward to seeing how that process will work, because generally speaking, Madam Speaker, in my area, and I think in yours as well, Métis people go to public school and separate school. They don't live in First Nation communities necessarily, and so we'll have to have an understanding about how that education will and process will work for the Métis people as well. Many Indigenous people that were engaged by Canadian Heritage felt that the role of an Indigenous Languages Commissioner should be to support local and regional Indigenous institutions and not duplicate existing resources. So, Madam Speaker, I look to my colleagues who are going to be working on this legislation to remind themselves that not one size fits all. What we do in Northern Ontario and how our education system functions is not the way it works for the Cree in Northern Quebec, which I've traveled extensively in and understand that their system is set up in a particular way. And so I like the idea that we're here to support local initiatives, and we'll find ways to make things happen, Madam Speaker. And so that's why the Commissioner and his or her work is absolutely critical to the success of this legislation, and then, of course, success of building the Indigenous languages that we all think are important to our culture, to our Canadian society, and going forward will make a difference to our relationship with Indigenous people, who will feel very much at home in their own land when they are able to take courses and speak their own language in school. And the first time they take science in Ojibwe, I'd like to be in the room, because that'll be an interesting story to tell of a book about science that's written in Indigenous languages. So the Commissioner is going to acknowledge that Indigenous languages are best reclaimed, revitalized, maintained, and strengthened by Indigenous people, and create a framework whereby a flexible, sustainable approach to funding Indigenous languages is created. So, Madam Speaker, I wanted to make sure that I had the chance to speak to what I think is one of the most important pieces of legislation we in this House will pass this term, because this will have far-reaching implications for our society way after we're all gone and young people are given the opportunity to speak their language. So I want to suggest very strongly to the House and to members that we move this legislation very quickly, that we find ways to work together, because I think we all agree in principle that this is an important piece of legislation. Some say historic, but for me as a member of Parliament that represents a riding that 40% of my constituents are Indigenous, this is the bill for people like me, and one of the main reasons why I came. So I'm looking forward to working with all colleagues. I'm not on the Committee of Aboriginal Affairs, but I know they'll do a very good job of reviewing and make sure we get it right so young people can learn in their own language, and we can get the kinds of materials, the resources, the books that young people can read that reflect their own culture, because that's a very important part. That's what I wanted to say today, Madam Speaker, and I'm going to wrap up my comments, and thank you very much for letting me say a few words today. Miigwech.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
It's been a real pleasure for me to listen to the very impressive and very interesting speech of my colleague. Based on what? Based on his experience, based on his constituents, based on his writing. That's exactly what we are here for. We are here to represent our people, and I think more than a half of the Member of Parliament have some Indigenous community in their writing. In my case, I'm in the suburb of Quebec City. I have Wendat Nation established since more than, well, I would say thousands of years, but especially since 1695, 97. I want to share my experiences. I want to share what I'm living in my writing and what our Indigenous people are living. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, there is only 60 days to go in this legislature, and this piece of legislature is very important. We want to succeed with that. But on the other hand, we want to let all the people who want to speak on that to speak. I put my name on the list, but unfortunately I will not speak today with a real speech. So does the member agree that each and every member who would like to make a speech on that issue should have the occasion to do so?
The honourable member for Kenora.
Well, Madam Speaker, if it means not getting this legislation through the House, I would disagree with the member. But if he wants to sit for 24 hours a day, I'm quite prepared to do that so everybody gets to speak. If people really want to speak that bad, let's stay and keep it going until everybody gets to speak. But I don't think we should ever use the excuse that everybody wants to talk, so therefore this legislation won't make it through the House. Yes, of course, I would have liked to have seen this legislation last year or the year before, but we all know how processes work in this place. Having this being my almost 20th year now, Madam Speaker, I've seen practically all I need to see about how the place operates or sometimes doesn't operate. So I think this is an opportunity for us to work together on behalf of Canadians in a nonpartisan way. And having been the Minister of Indigenous Affairs, Madam Speaker, I just want to say one thing. I have to say I got frustrated when I was the Minister of Indigenous Affairs with the partisan politics that are played between the parties at the detriment of First Nation people. This might be the time when we can change that channel and do the right thing and make sure we get this bill through before we go to the polls and people decide.
I do have to allow for other questions. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Salaberry.
Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and it shows the importance that he gives to recognizing Indigenous languages. What bothers me, however, is that there's 94% of Inuits in the Nunanga community that speak Inuktitut. But in the bill, there's no mention of the 11 proposals that were made by the Inuit communities that speak Inuktitut. So how come, if this is so important for reconciliation and for culture, and since Inuktitut is an officially recognized language by the Northwest Territories, I don't remember the exact place, but in Nunavut as well, and to some extent in the north of Labrador as well, how come this is nowhere to be found in this bill? Is the government turning a blind eye to these 11 proposals? And these proposals were brought forward quite some time ago to the federal government. And once again, they're imposing colonialism to the Inuit people.
Honourable member for Kenora.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I don't want to talk too much about showing my age, but I was the minister when Nunavut got created. So, and we signed the self-government agreement. So I have a very good understanding of the importance of language to the Inuktitut and the people in the region of Nunavut. I want to remind the member, though, that we haven't forgotten about the people of the North, because the Northwest Territories funding went from $1.9 million to $5.9 million this year for all 9 of their Indigenous languages, and we increased in Nunavut in funding from $1.5 million to $5.1 annually for Inuktitut. So we're not forgetting about the importance of the languages in the North, and I don't think the bill is intended to be a precise explanation of each language in it. It's intended to be a process and a framework to allow the Inuktitut and their languages to flourish in the North and to put in place the resources locally, regionally, to make sure that can happen. And I leave it up to the committee, the Aboriginal Affairs Committee, to have a look at this to make sure that we didn't make a mistake as it relates to the Inuit up north, because, of course, they're a very large part of our mosaic and want them to be as equally proud of their language and have it as robust as others. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to commend the
Yeah,
honourable member.
and
Treaty 7 people, where in that city in September 22 of 1877. We came together and we became treaty people with the settlers as well as the Blackfoot, the Stoney Nakoda, and the Sarcee people. And I'm proud to say that we share the land with them today and we build community with them here today in the spirit of reconciliation and moving forward. The honourable member mentioned in his speech sort of the approach we're taking, implementing the Truth and Reconciliation Committee, all recommendations from that important report, moving forward on historic investments in First Nations education as well as the National Housing Strategy, which has components completely carved out for Indigenous people. But I was struck by the words of Chief Perry Bellegarde when he said language in this bill says that we are fully embracing the spirit of Indigenous peoples. Language means everything to allow that identity to emerge. And I wonder if he could speak to that with the role of the Commissioner and how that's going to work on the ground in places like his community. If he could expand on that, that would be helpful.
Member for Kenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for that very important question. Because we have not, over decades, brought a robust system to making sure that First Nations language is alive and vibrant and thriving, there's a lot of work that's going to have to go on both in the First Nation communities and their schools, and of course, Mr. Speaker, in the cities and small towns where a lot of Indigenous people live, whether they be status or whether they be Métis or whether they be Inuit. We want to make treaty and we want to make reconciliation be alive no matter where you live. And one of the things that's always been a stumbling block for us is jurisdiction and the issue of the feds are in charge of Indigenous people and the provinces have nothing to do with it or the communities have nothing. This is an opportunity for us to do just that with education and with language because we can do that almost anywhere. So I want to thank my colleague for that and I want to thank Perry Bellegarde, the National Chief and others for the fine work they've done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question relates to the Inuit who, of course, are not necessarily very happy with this proposed piece of legislation and their concerns that it doesn't address the particular concerns of their language, Inuktitut. And I think fundamentally it doesn't address the fact that Inuktitut is so strong a language, is so strongly robust for reasons that have to do with demographics and geographic isolation and so on, that its concerns are just very different from those of any other Indigenous language in the country. I recognize the member's willingness from his response to a previous question to address the specific concerns of the Inuit. I don't frankly know how this can be achieved given the small number of days remaining in the House before the end of the session. And of course, this bill has to go through the Senate as well. So I wonder if he could address how in practice we could deal with some of these practical issues that are not likely to be resolved in just a moment.
For Kenora.
Well, one of the comments that I've been making over the last few minutes that I've spoken is that I felt that the Commissioner should work, and part of his job is to identify problems, mediate conflicts, and help find solutions. And under this legislation, the Commissioner of Indigenous Languages will be empowered to provide those kinds of services and abilities to find ways to make things work at a local and regional level. So if the Commissioner does have those tools, I think we can find solutions to helping the Inuit up north and to find solutions to some of their problems that they think that are not reflected in this bill, because the Commissioner's abilities to do his or her job is far-reaching, and I think it includes the opportunity to find solutions to some of the issues that are being presented by the Inuit themselves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour to rise today in the House and speak for the first time in our new chambers. And it's an honor to get up and speak on such an important bill, one that I think will probably have historic meaning as we go through it. Mr. Speaker, I do not totally support the bill the way it is written. I have concerns with some of the language, but I do appreciate very much the need to bring it before the Heritage Committee and study it as soon as possible. Indigenous languages are so important to our First Nations people. It must be recognized, respected, revitalized, and retained. With over 70 dialogues, this makes this portion of the bill so important, Mr. Speaker. I'm speaking today on this bill because I feel so strongly about the need to protect our heritages. This bill will create an independent commissioner for Indigenous rights, confirm the government's belief that Indigenous language is part of Section 35 of the Charter, and allows the translation of federal services into Indigenous languages. What a wonderful thing. It's been too long. Over 2 years ago, the Liberals promised an Indigenous Language Act. Here we are, just 60 days left in this parliamentary session. It is quite unlikely this legislation will become law before the upcoming fall election, unless we all work together in earnest. Another failed promise by this Liberal government. This is just another portion of the Truth and Reconciliation findings that this government failed. Promised much, but failed to deliver. Promised the language legislation in December of 2016. We're still not there. Promised child welfare legislation by the end of January. Where is it, Mr. Speaker? It will be difficult for any of their Indigenous-related legislation priorities to receive royal assent before the next election. Botched consultation and legislative flaws in Bill S3. Botched consultation on the Trans Mountain Expansion Project. Canceled the Enbridge Northern Gateway project without consulting the bands who had equity agreements signed. Brought in the tanker ban without consulting the pro-energy First Nation groups of the West Coast. Missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls inquiry, stuck in bureaucratic red tape, extended its time, commissioners resigned, and nearly 30 staffers left or quit. 3 non-compliance orders regarding Human Rights Tribunal rulings on First Nations child welfare since they've been in government. And one of the most important is gutting the First Nations Financial Transparency Act. Mr. Speaker, that's about as far as I'm going with my partisan attack against this government. What I want to speak about now, I want to focus on the tradition and heritage of the Aboriginal people. I was fortunate through my working career to have spent my service in Aboriginal policing. I got to understand and appreciate the differences of the different groups, such as the Shuswap Nations, the Dakota Nations, and the Chananouda First Nations, the Dene, the Cree, Slavey. I made many friends over the years, and I spent a lot of my off time when I wasn't working as a police officer socializing with my Aboriginal friends and associates. My wife Nancy and I loved going to Aboriginal gatherings, such as Taylor on the Peace River, the Petatot River Gathering in the Northwest Territories, the Paul Band in my riding of Yellowhead. In these surroundings, you really get to know and understand the importance of the heritage of our Aboriginal people. Mr. Speaker, I remember back in the 1980s when I used to travel Highway 77 that ran from north of Fort Nelson, BC, into the Northwest Territories. It was part of my patrol area. I was the detachment commander at the Fort Nelson detachment at the time. And I used to go over there quite often. I used to stop at what we call traditional native camps along the highway, where the Dene people of the Liard River Band would move from their homes on the reserve and take their families and move out onto the land, set up temporary shelters, and live in their old traditional ways. It was their way of teaching the young ones how it was and how important their heritage was. And probably the only times they would speak English while they stayed there for the full summer, Mr. Speaker, was when I arrived, because I do have a grasp of the languages, but not enough to have a good conversation. And they would tell me why they were there. And it was so good to see those young children learning about their history and learning how to live off the land and keeping their heritage alive. As I said, they focused on speaking their native tongues. It was so good to see these kids speaking that way. And they wouldn't speak to their parents in English when I was there, only if they were talking to me directly. Mr. Speaker, I am of Ukrainian descent, and my grandfathers, both sides, came over from the Ukraine in the late 1800s. You know, they settled as farmers in northeastern Alberta. Both raised large families, who in turn raised families, who I am the third descendant of that. But you know, over the years, when they both came here, one of my grandfathers could speak English and the other could only speak Ukrainian. And both of my grandmothers could only speak Ukrainian. But over the years, they learned how to speak English. And as my parents' generation, the second generation, grew up, they spoke more and more English in the schools. And in fact, very similar to our residential schools, they were forbidden to speak Ukrainian while in school. They were punished. They'd get the yardstick, they might get the strap. So they were encouraged to learn the English language. And sadly, we saw our language slowly get lost as people began to speak English more and more and more. And this is what we're talking about today in this Bill C-91, the loss of the indigenous languages. You know, we have 11 major dialogues and 70-some different forms, and it's so important, and this is why this bill is so important, that we work together to get it passed. We haven't got much time, but we need to protect those because the people are getting older that know it. As someone said earlier, the live dictionaries are getting older. You know, I wish I could speak my native tongue, because like so many people, I want to go back, research my heritage. I want to go back to the Ukraine to see where my grandfathers came from, in order to get a better understanding of why I'm here today. Now, Mr. Speaker, I mentioned I spent a lot of time in my working life, and I've met some very special Aboriginal people. We have become friends and acquaintances. But we only have 60 days left, and that wouldn't be enough time for me to sit here and tell you about the great Aboriginal people I've met over the years and the interesting stories I have about them and the things that they have done that I would like to tell you about. We just don't have enough time, and 60 days wouldn't be enough. What I'm going to do, though, is talk about two of them. One I have known for many years, Mr. Speaker, and one who I just met yesterday. The first one, Mr. Speaker, is a constituent of mine and has been a friend of mine for many, many years before he was ever a constituent. His name is Harry Rusk. I first met him in Fort Nelson area of British Columbia during the late 1980s. Harry was born in 1937. I don't think he would mind me giving his age out. In a little hamlet called Cantaw, a slavery First Nations community located in the northeast corner of British Columbia. Now, many of us have spoke about having remote Indian communities in our ridings, and this one is remote. Even to this day, there are no roads, no railroad tracks into this community. There's one way in. You can fly in, or you can take a canoe or a boat and go up the Canton River. It's about an hour by air from the community of Fort Nelson. And fortunately, and maybe unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, as our country progressed, an oil company during doing exploration did put an airstrip about 2 miles from the Canton Reserve, so they can be flown in there now. Harry, unlike a lot of people that we have talked about many times in this chamber that had gone to the residential schools, I'm going to say maybe Harry wasn't that unlucky, but wasn't lucky either. Harry contracted tuberculosis. A remote little community way in the northeast corner of British Columbia. And as a young man, he was sent to the Camsell Hospital in Edmonton for treatment. Probably thinking that he would never return, because in those days, tuberculosis was a very deadly disease, especially for our Aboriginal people. Harry stayed there from 1949 to 1953, where he miraculously recovered, but watched his brother, mother, and father succumb to the disease. The whole family almost wiped out, except for Harry. And while at the Camsell Hospital, in 1952, something happened to Harry. Harry met Hank Snow, country and western singer. Hank had come to Edmonton to perform, and someone at the performance asked him if he'd come over and talk to some of the kids and people at the Camsell Hospital. And Hank did that. There were a lot of kids there. There was about 300, I understand. But Harry was one of the lucky ones that Hank came over to him and talked to him. And they took a liking to each other. And as Harry says today, Hank kind of inspired him with some just simple words. He said, "Always look up," referring to God, "and get religion." This changed Harry's life. He began to play guitar while in the hospital, and after leaving as a young man, he joined the Canadian Armed Forces. And as he was in the Armed Forces, he eventually got transferred to Vancouver, and while there he formed several bands and continued to play and learn his music and get a love for gospel music and the old songs. He eventually went on and played for many years in the Grand Ole Opera. He is in the Hall of Fame for country and western singers. Harry received many awards over the years and became an ordained minister, which he is today. Mr. Speaker, why am I talking about Harry? Because in the late 80s, when I met Harry, I used to do a little moonlighting as a police officer. I flew for a small airline, a little bush pilot operation, and Harry asked me to fly him into Canton, and I did so, where he went to see and visit his roots. And I went with Harry as we went out to the Canton village, and it's very small, only 2 or 3 buildings. And Harry spoke to me about the importance to him of his heritage, the importance of his father, Edward, and his mother, Mary. He wanted to know where he came from and what it was all about, the importance of his language that he was losing, and how he wanted to keep that alive. That is what is so important about this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To keep the Aboriginal language alive in Canada. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I met Bill Adsit, an original member of the Tahitian Nation who came from the northwest corner of BC, coincidence, the opposite side from where Harry came from. He moved into a residential school at approximately the age of 6 and never really had contact with his family after that. Bill spoke to a group of us yesterday about his harrowing experiences in the residential school and his rebellious nature as a young man. But he turned his life around. He joined the Canadian military. And I should say, before he changed his life around, he was put in jail for an outstanding warrant. And while he was there, he did some soul searching. And he changed his life around. He ended up joining the military, then going on to spend over 30 years working for the federal government of Canada in many different government roles. He went on to get a university degree. Today, Bill is part of the reconciliation team working on the Trans Mountain Pipeline. But during Bill's speech yesterday at the Chateau, it was very heartwarming to all of us that were there. He left us with a powerful message of determination to do well. And he also spoke so deeply about his heritage. And I think the message I want to pass on to everyone here today is the determination to do well. We need to get this bill passed, and we need to pass it as soon as possible to save the Aboriginal language. Mr. Speaker, this brings me back to the study, and we need to protect the languages of Canada's Aboriginal people. I've got a couple of minutes left, do I not? You know, as I traveled throughout most of British Columbia in my working career as a police officer, I met First Nations communities from one end of the province to the other. And you know, First Nations, this is not new. Reconciliation or respecting their traditions or retaining their language is not new. They have been promoting, recognizing, respecting, revitalizing, and retaining their cultures for years. They have been working since the 70s that I remember different groups working to promote their culture to their neighboring white communities, but in so much a way to make sure that their youth understood the history of these great people. You know, I remember many years ago, I was stationed in I've got to correct myself here, in Gold River. And there was the Mawachet First Nations at Gold River. And I remember the first time I walked into the band office, there was a group of Native ladies there working. And they said, "Do you want to share in a birthday cake?" And I blurted out without even thinking, "What color is it? I only eat white cake," and realized what I said. And I turned all red. And they looked at me with a little bit of shock for a second, and then they all started laughing. And as the years that I was stationed there, I spent more and more time in that band office, getting to know those ladies, learning about the Mawachet culture. And when I left that community some 4 years later, Mr. Speaker, they invited me there for a party. And during the party, they had a cake. And the cake was covered in red icing. The inside was white, and on the top of it, they had a garlic sausage. And so we mixed our cultures. We learned our cultures together over the years as I was stationed there. You know, in many communities across Canada, we have our places called friendship centers, where the Aboriginal people living in urban centers gather and encourage the community to come and visit with them to learn their ways and their culture. So it's so very important that we recognize that, and if you have a friendship center in your area, visit it. You'll find it very amazing the work they do in the urban centers of Canada. And in just closing, have I got any more time, Mr. Speaker? I'm done? Okay, I'll close off then. Thank you.
Now we have time just for one short question and response. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my friend opposite expressed a great deal of concern about the timeline, and it seemed almost as though that he was giving up on the process already. We still have 13 weeks to go in this Parliament, and I believe that all of us here, if we work together, we can get this legislation through, and many others. So I want to ask the member what his commitment is to make sure that this legislation gets through both the House as well as the Senate, and if he can assist us in making sure that his Senate colleagues also work with us on this.
For Yellowhead.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I asked a question earlier to the minister that spoke if she was willing to cooperate and work with the opposition parties. And I can tell you, in listening to the conversations that my colleagues, the NDP, my colleagues here, and listening to a number of you across, I think we're all ready to get going on this. It's just a matter, let's throw a lot of the partisanship aside. Let's get something that is very, very important to the Aboriginal communities of this country. Let's get it done. We've got 60 days. We can do it, but do it together.
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead will have 8.5 minutes remaining in the time for questions and comments when the House next gets back to debate on the motion. It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, debate on motion M201 on employment insurance in the name of Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking, seconded by Mr. Sanson, moves that in the opinion of the House, the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities should examine the possibility and practicality of extending the maximum number of weeks of employment insurance sick benefits for those with long-term illnesses, and that the committee report its findings and recommendations to the House no later than 6 months from the adoption of this motion. Debate. The Honourable Member for Sydney, Victoria.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank all my colleagues for joining me here tonight on this motion. And I'm pleased to rise, of course, in this chamber tonight to speak on my private member's motion 201. It is to extend the employment insurance benefits, as it is not only the right thing to do, it's a smart thing to do. I'd like to start by expressing my appreciation to all my colleagues, of course, in this House who have already expressed to me their support for extension of these benefits. We all know someone who's experienced financial hardship as they're recovering from a debilitating disease. Anyone knows me know that I've always been an advocate for this extension. I brought it into the House many years ago, and I'm bringing it back again today. I see all too often at home in Cape Breton how diseases can cripple one financially when the EI runs out. Sickness benefits were provided in the EI Act in 1970s by the government as a compassionate option for a Canadian who has to leave a job temporarily due to an illness. The financial support is intended to allow that individual to focus on their treatment. Now, current legislation allows that recipient up to a maximum of only 15 weeks. The length of the recipient's term of sick benefit is decided by a healthcare professional. Many aspects of the EI Act have changed since it was passed. However, the duration period has been unchanged. Many of us in this chamber have constituents, friends, and family members who have experienced financial hardship as they recover from a serious disease, such as cancer, heart, or respiratory issues. Like the rest of you, my constituency office in Cape Breton sees this happen all too often. Someone who has applied for EI sickness benefits has received the first 15 weeks, but they have found themselves incapable of going back to work after those 15 weeks. Just think about it. You could be a nurse, teacher, bus driver, fish plant worker, factory worker, construction, doesn't matter. Let's say you're 40 years old and you paid into the system for 20 years. You paid into the system. You could have prostate cancer, you could have breast cancer, whatever. And it's curable. Most of these ailments are curable now, but they take a year. So guess what happens? You run out of payments after 15 weeks. You have to sell your car, remortgage your house. You're left down on the street. And you paid into that system for 20 years. And you are a productive citizen and should be coming back into the workforce. These Canadians, through no fault of their own, like I said, they have to remortgage their homes to get by financially, use up all their savings if they have some, and they have to continue with everything else they have to pay for. We're hearing more and more from medical professions and the studies that conduct that stress has a serious negative effect on our bodies. Certainly, it would have a negative impact on a person's effort to recover from a prolonged or serious ailment. In Cape Breton, in my hometown, the local doctor, Ron McCormick, an oncologist, attests that it can take at least 1 year for a cancer treatment of a patient to start regaining their energy. In fact, most oncologists will tell you that treatment, surgery, chemotherapy, or radiation takes 1 year, as I mentioned. Now, the harsh reality is that cancer and other serious illnesses do not discriminate. Canadians of all ages are attacked by disease. An unfortunate part is that these people still have lots of productive work years left ahead of them in our society. And if we aren't giving people proper time to recover, they may even relapse upon returning to work. Now, Canada is often known as one of the most progressive countries in the world. However, it is lesser known that our country also has one of the shortest periods of sickness protection in the modern world. Many European countries see the benefit of bridging people, finding that bridging workers, when there is an illness, is a net benefit to their society. It's an investment. They're not lost. These people don't get lost in the welfare system or the pension system. When we bridge them financially through this tough period of sickness to health, they come back to work and they contribute to our society. Increasing the amount of weeks for a sick Canadian can receive doesn't mean that they will use all these weeks. It simply gives them the option to use them if they're needed in recovery. We owe this to Canadians. In fact, the Globe and Mail reported last year that almost 4 out of every 10 applicants are maxing out these sick benefits, and that demand for EI sick benefits hit a 10-year high in 2015. I will put to the House that the spirit and intent back when the Employment Insurance Act, sickness benefits provisions, were first enacted was to help people through such hard times. But times have changed. There seems to be more people with cancer, but reality is more people are getting cured. So we have to change the Act accordingly to ensure that these people have the proper transition in their normal lives. Now, our government has made some positive changes in the EI Act since 2015, including changing rules for regular benefits, extending parental leave to 18 months. We introduced an option for 5 weeks leave for parents adopting children, and we made compassionate care leave more accessible. However, we need to focus on sick benefits. Now, just past December, the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, Mr. Michael Prince, a professor of social policy of the University of Victoria, stated that an extension of 15 weeks to 26 weeks even is a sound investment in Canadians. He stated this would be, and I quote him, an investment in early interventions and job retention so that these people will not be opting to totally leave the workforce. They will be continuing to work and will be making premium contributions. And I also like to appreciate the positive comments from all sides of this House during that committee. For example, there was positive comments from the member from Battlesford's Lawrence Westminster, who said, when people are denied by Service Canada, how is that spoken to them? Where's the compassion? The member from North Okanagan-Shuswap asked the Human Resources Committee on that same day, what type of assistance can we look for providing for employers who are making these accommodations to try to keep these people who are suffering from disorders? I quote him. And also the member from Fort McMurray Cold Lake said at that same committee that when it comes to applying for jobs, how can we ensure that people with these disabilities in general are not turned away? So, Mr. Speaker, it's great to see that we have cross support for this, because out of the 333 members of Parliament we have, I don't think there's one member's constituency office that does not see people coming into their office and seeing this happening. So I think we all know it's a problem and we should fix it. Now, there remains a misconception that someone who has maximized EI sick benefits can simply apply to the Canada Pension Disabilities benefits. As many of you know, the criteria of the programs are very strict, and most patients are denied because they are not considered 100% disabled. The small numbers of those who meet the criteria are faced with a 3-month-long application process, and then there's a long waiting period before they actually receive the payment. On top of these harsh criteria from Canada Pension Plan disability benefits, not all employers offer long-term disability programs. We got to help these people within that 1 year. So on top of the harsh criteria for the Canada Pension Disability, as we said, we have to have something else. For nearly a decade, for a whole decade, 1/3 of Canadians who claim sick benefits are maxing out their 15 weeks. Now, which averages 135,000 people in 2016, 2017. And I believe the consistency in these numbers shows that this program is failing Canadians. Too many are facing unnecessary financial stress at a time where they should be directing 100% of their energies toward battling the ailments and recovering. You just got to think about when a person finds out when you have an ailment like this. The worry, the concern they're having, they should not be concerned that they can't buy the groceries. They should not be concerned can't pay the phone bill, can't drive their kids around. No Canadian should be left trying to figure out where they're going to get the money to pay for all these things. So we should be helping them. There's need for this legislation. The job of health professions, associations, and organizations is to make people better. Our health system is to make people better. Our job is to help people financially when they're getting treated. Employees paid into the system, the employers are paying into the system. These employees can get back to work. The employers need them back to work. We got to help them get through that. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to finish off with a few points. The Employment Insurance Fund is funded by, like I said, employees and employers. It's their money. A healthy nation is a working, contributing nation. These Canadians have paid into this program their whole working life. It's our turn to take care of them when they need it most. So increasing the amounts of weeks a sick Canadian can receive doesn't mean they will use it all those weeks. It simply gives them the option to use them if they need them for their recovery. Who knows? After 20 weeks, it might be good to go back to work. A little part-time, things might be okay, but they should not have to worry when that 15 weeks happens. A lot of time the treatment doesn't start right away when they're diagnosed and they're not feeling well. Maybe take 5 weeks to start the treatment. But that worry when that 15 weeks hits. Mr. Speaker, this motion is not a partisan issue. It's about dignity for sick Canadians. It's about changing this system from a one-size-fits-all approach. It's not only the right thing to do, but it's a smart thing to do. And I hope my colleagues in the House will support my motion when it comes before the House. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. We'll try to get 3 questions in here. I think we have time for that. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiwantanuk, Asti.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to thank my colleague across for the spirit of the motion that he's put forward here and the heartfelt speech he gave to the House today. The NDP has for a long time advocated for improvements to deep EI reform, including the extension of sick benefits. In fact, we've stood with numerous advocates from coast to coast to coast calling for an extension to up to 50 weeks for those that are dealing with terminal illnesses, those that need the support. My question to the colleague across, and really, I guess, to his government, is if they care so deeply about the need to extend these benefits, why not just skip the study? We already know this is critical, and actually just move to making the difference for Canadians.
Here, good question.
Well, Member for Sydney Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's not my first time in the House trying to get this through, and I appreciate the support the NDP have. My first private member's bill came through the House. It failed. The Harper government cancelled it because of it was a money bill, I guess, or either royal assent. I think the best is, if we're going to have unanimous consent, I think we got to get it into committee. I think there's new facts around this coming forward now. There's new numbers. I think we need to get more professionals coming into committee. I think we really need to get a bulletproof case on this. And that's why I want to see it to committee. And then the findings of that committee will come back to this House, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I applaud the honourable member for his motion. An idea whose time has come where we should study the full parameters of this. I know in speaking to many people in my area, Calgary Centre, and some of the organizations there, people from the Spinal Cord Injury Alberta, people with the MS Society, they have long advocated for a more flexible, more fair, more responsive employment insurance program that looks at sickness, and not just sickness from how long you take your benefits, but how long you recover, and that compassionate lens to intersecting both disability and work. And I think with 14% of Canadians having some form of disability, this is something that is imperative. So you mentioned a study there that you were looking at regarding people with disabilities. Do you find that this motion will be able to look more deeply into that through your study?
The Honourable Member for Sydney Victoria.
Good question, and I appreciate the member from Calgary with the question. As you know, EI has different rules across the country. Depends on the unemployment and various things. But sickness is the same across the country. So, and when he mentions the study, I think the study shows that it's helping people get through that moment where they need that help. I mean, and that's why I want to bring it to committee also. There's so many new findings out there, the stress, how people recover when they're not under stress, and that whole part of it. And I think that study that shows that, and also in European studies, there's a lot of stuff done in Europe showing that how people get back into the workforce almost seamlessly. People say, you were gone? Yes, I was gone. I come right back in. So that study as the numbers have come out on how many. I think there's 135 that right now maximize the number. And because you go to the 50 weeks, doesn't mean people are going to go to that 50 weeks. They might have to have just 35. So I think the study bodes for itself, and I think an in-depth study from the committee would really bring out some more numbers.
Questions and comments. Honourable Member for Central Nova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the Honourable Member from Sydney Victoria, who I know has been extraordinarily committed to this cause for some time. I've had a constituent who you'll hear more about during my remarks later, who's been personally affected by this issue, and had the opportunity to introduce her to my colleague in Halifax just last April. This has become a personal thing for me because I learned about it from one of my constituents, and I'm curious, so many years ago, when he first took up the torch, what was it or who was it that caused him to take on this cause and champion it so strongly in Ottawa?
For Sydney Victoria.
I guess it all started when I became a member of Parliament, and I didn't even know what private members' bills were. So when I got up here and I found out what they were, when you have an MP that wants to move something forward. So at that time, a lady in my office who worked for me for many years, her name was Darlene Morrison, and I talked to her about the private members' bills. And I said, what is the thing that really strikes you the most that we should be doing more as a country, as government? And she mentioned the cases that we are getting on the people that are getting sick falling through the cracks. So that's where it started. It started right in my office. And then, of course, meeting these people, coming into your office. People that you see every day. People you see in the grocery stores. People that are functioning in society, vibrant, having a family. Everything's happening for them. And all of a sudden, they're in your office in tears because all their life is falling apart because they can't make the payments. So and I appreciate the member, and I appreciate when him bringing one of the constituents to me about that. But that's where it started, and that's why I'm going to keep pushing this, and I'm not going to give up on it.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, I have been on the Hill now for approximately 6 months. However, I have still met so many upstanding people, including 2 I did not have enough of an opportunity to know, who were taken away by a terrible disease. And I'd like to take this opportunity to offer my condolences to the family and the relatives of Michael Ferguson and Paul Dewar, 2 outstanding Canadians who left us this week. I crossed paths very little with Mr. Ferguson. However, I have so much respect for his rigor and his values of justice. His exemplary reports were scathing for both the Conservative government and the Liberal government, reminding us that we are all here to serve every Canadian. I must confess that I did not know Paul Dewar before it was time to take a photo when the awards for Parliamentary of the Year were being given out, and I was asked to prepare a few words to recognize this big-hearted man. That evening, Mr. Dewar spoke of cooperating, working together. He called on each member of the public to remember when they became interested in politics for the first time. He told us to remember that we wanted to serve the public. For my part, I am proud to be the voice of the people of Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord and the region of Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean here in Ottawa. Everything makes sense when I speak to my constituents and they share a part of their lives with me. When I meet people going door to door, many of them talk to me about employment insurance sick benefits, and it's a pleasure for me to be able to follow up on their concerns and their struggles today in this House and participate in the debate on Motion 201 from my colleague, the member for Sydney Victoria. The motion calls on the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities to examine the possibility and practicality of extending the maximum number of weeks of employment insurance sick benefits for those with long-term illnesses, and that the committee report its findings and recommendations to the House no later than 6 months from the adoption of this motion. I believe that this issue speaks to the will of Mr. Dewar to see us work together because we are stronger when we work together. He said it is time that we let our armor of our political parties fall away and work together so that we can build a better country for all. If I'm rising to speak in the House today, it's because as the Quebec Conservative supporters said 15 weeks of employment insurance for those with a long-term illness is not enough. I'd like to join my voice to people like Marie-Hélène Dubé, the founder of the movement 15 Weeks is Not Enough, and who had said that partisanship has no place in an issue as important as sickness. She made that statement during the convention of Quebec Conservative supporters in May 2018 in Saint-Hyacinthe. And over the same weekend, our dynamic Quebec supporters expressed their support to Ms. Dubé's movement. And as I saw during my election campaign, and as you have no doubt seen at some point or another, many people can fall into financial ruin when they have suffered a serious illness. The financial burden only adds to the anxiety and fear and does nothing to help with healing. It is essential to do our work as members of Parliament and to support our fellow Canadian citizens who are already living with the stress of a serious illness, and to help them so that they don't need to worry if they have enough money to get to the end of the month. I brought this issue up on my own initiative with my Conservative colleagues, and I am very proud to be debating with you in this House, where we seem to be on the verge of an agreement. I support the motion. It will allow us to discuss it in committee, to discuss an appropriate mechanism, the results of increasing the maximum number of sickness benefit weeks, and together to find common ground so that we have something to show for this to all Canadians. It's important to consider the costs and the benefits of this proposal. It's also essential to identify what the impact will be on Canadian taxpayers. It's important to consider the details. For example, perhaps we can shorten processing times. Perhaps we can eliminate the deductible one-week waiting period. Ensure that the system is self-sustaining without having to increase contributions on the part of the employer and the employee. Analyze regional differences, as is the case for regular employment insurance. According to the Employment Insurance Assessment Report, in 2016-2017, EI sickness benefit beneficiaries received an average of 9.8 weeks of benefits, and 35.7% used the full 15 weeks that they were entitled to. Furthermore, the average number of sickness benefits increases with age. As I heard in many testimonies, it's common to require more than 15 weeks. The individual and their relatives first learn the terrible news. Then they have to wait for the possibility of an operation, if they are even operable. And then there are other treatments, like radiation and chemotherapy. In some cases, where that person is inoperable, treatment can lead to the illness actually being operable. But before receiving that good news that perhaps the battle or part of the battle has been won, people have sometimes stopped working for more than a year. So I'm wondering, perhaps we could identify injuries or sicknesses that require more than 15 weeks of benefits. Age, like the EI report states, and I imagine the kind of injury or illness, influence the number of weeks required for a full convalescence. In order to better control spending and to act responsibly, perhaps it would be possible to scale the number of the length of the maximum benefit period based on age and injury and illness categories. In conclusion, I am convinced that together we will find a solution to help those in need by increasing the maximum number of sickness benefit weeks for those living with a serious illness without significantly impacting the federal government or the hard-working Canadian workers such as those living in Chicoutimi-Le Fjord. Thank you very much.
Churchill, Kiwatanuk, Aski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to M201, stating that in the opinion of the House, the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities examine the possibility and practicality of extending the maximum number of weeks of EI sick benefits for those with long-term illnesses. While my colleagues in the NDP and I will ultimately be supporting this motion, I cannot begin to express my disappointment in a Liberal government that is more focused on looking like they're doing things than actually doing them. The Liberal Party knows what is needed. They've had almost 4 years of a majority government to do this, but instead have chosen to make Canadians wait longer. That being said, the idea of extending EI sick benefits is one that is long overdue and one that we as New Democrats support and have advocated for fervently. Since 1971, there has been no change to the amount of EI sick benefits, and people across our country are struggling. Inflation has risen 520% since then. The middle class has shrunk since then. Wages have deflated since that time, and yet we are still stuck at 15 weeks, Mr. Speaker. 15 weeks is the current maximum amount of weeks Canadians that have a long-term illness or an injury that they are allowed to take to help them cope with their incapacity to work. It is not enough. When folks are struggling, we should be lifting them up. When people are sick, we should be able to comfort them. The toll that a long-term sickness or injury takes is large enough, and we shouldn't be making it harder on Canadians. I am proud that we in the NDP have taken a strong position on extending these benefits. This is no surprise. If you remember, it's our party that has a history for fighting for the well-being of people. We are the ones that brought in health care under Tommy Douglas. We have been committed to improving access and care, a fight we continue today. Issue after issue, this government is almost in rhetoric where it needs to be, but not there in action. With pharmacare, they announced a tepid version preferred by industry rather than true universal pharmacare. On dental care, they're nowhere to be found. On child care, the same. A proper healthcare system that truly caters to people's needs would include these things, plus increased access to mental health care, greater work protections for the sick, and the list goes on. Clearly, there's a lot of work left to be done to fulfill Tommy Douglas's dream, and extending EI sick benefits would also be part of that vision. New Democrats have been at the forefront of this fight. I want to acknowledge the work of my colleague from Port Moody, Coquitlam, who throughout his career has fought to improve the quality of EI sick benefits, proposing multiple pieces of legislation that would have made a real difference in people's lives. He was inspired by Natalie Thomas, a cancer survivor from his riding, whose story highlighted the changes needed to the EI Act. Natalie was recovering from breast cancer surgery and was forced to return to work because her EI sick benefits ran out. Canadians like her shouldn't be forced to go back to work so quickly. They should be focused, and that's what we need for them to get better. My colleague, the honourable member from Hamilton Mountain, recently told me a story about a constituent of his, Elaine, who donated a kidney to save someone's life. I think we can all agree that what Elaine did was incredible, and we should be supporting her. The problem is, we didn't. She wrote to my colleague that she would get an EI rate of 55% of her pay. She was the sole breadwinner in the household. Her husband had some severe health issues and unable to have a full-time job. She also had to take care of her 93-year-old father. This was a severe hardship to her family, but the person desperately needed a kidney transplant. And yet, because of the rules, she was forced to go back to work far too early. The recipient was off work for 4 to 6 months and only got EI for 15 weeks. She did not have a short-term benefit, and she too was forced to go back to work early as she couldn't afford to stay off work to recover 100%. A system that forces organ donors and recipients to go back to work while they recover is not a system that's working. We need fundamental change. Il y a aussi, Monsieur le Président, l'histoire.
Also, Mr. Speaker, there's Alain Dubé's story that we've already heard. Marie-Alain tabled a petition to ask the federal government to increase the number of employment insurance from 15 to 50. More than 600,000 Canadians have signed this petition, and it's had the highest number of signatories in Canada of a petition. It's clear Canadians want change.
Why are so many Canadians responding to Marie-Hélène Dubé's call for 50 weeks? Currently, almost 40% of Canadians using EI sick benefits are maxing them out. For many, they have a choice at that point. Return to work still injured, or receive an income, or leave your job to focus on getting better. Neither are acceptable options. The reality is Canadians tend to need 50 weeks to recover from illness and injury. We're not even covering a third of the needed time, and Canadians deserve better. Following the 2015 election, many Canadians had hope for sunnier days ahead from this government, and the early results were encouraging for some. In 2016, the Minister of Social Development publicly committed to expanding EI sick benefits. It's been 2 years, and there's been nothing. Instead of working to improve people's lives, the Liberals are proposing another study that in all likelihood won't have time to finish its work before the next election. I know that government likes to talk a good, progressive game while accomplishing very little, but even for them, this is a little rich. Canadians like Natalie and Marie-Hélène deserve more than another study. They deserve more than 15 weeks. Yep. And let's not forget everyone who doesn't even qualify for these benefits, who the government consistently ignores. I'm thinking of young people, the precariously unemployed and underemployed, people in my riding and all across the country who need a bit of help, but this government isn't there to give it to them. But when rich American billionaires want pipelines built, this government goes the extra mile. And when SNC-Lavalin breaks the law, this government looks like it's there for them. But when regular Canadians who are being forced to return to work, either sick or injured, or quit their jobs because they're too sick to perform, this government doesn't even budge an inch. They'll propose a study, but they certainly won't do anything to actually improve your life. The hypocrisy and cynicism of this type of politics that privileges style over substance is typical of this government. We see it in their attitude towards reconciliation and Indigenous peoples. We see it in their attitude towards the environment. And we see it in their attitude towards the sick and injured. The worst part, Mr. Speaker, is that this government acknowledges that they won't have time to make any changes to EI. Not even 6 months ago, the Minister of Social Development admitted that there is not time to make changes to the EI sickness system given the federal election. They're open about the fact that they can't make changes they need to make, and that all of this is just window dressing. This motion will pass, and the Liberals will pretend it's a win, but it's not, Mr. Speaker. This motion represents 4 years of the Liberals refusing to fix the problem. It represents almost half a decade of successive Liberal and Conservative governments ignoring the issue. So, in closing, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues and I will vote in support of this motion, but we do it understanding that this is not the change that Canadians deserve. We do it because we support the principle of extending EI benefits. And it's a pity, Mr. Speaker, that this government's actions show that they don't. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Central Nova.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's an absolute pleasure and a privilege to rise to discuss this important motion, which came from a private member's motion from my colleague from Sydney, Victoria. The moral measure of any government, Mr. Speaker, is how the society treats its most vulnerable people. It's children, it's elderly, it's poor, and it's sick. In Nova Scotia, we hear constantly about the challenges that face our healthcare system. And as a federal representative, so many of the day-to-day decisions when it comes to healthcare are driven by the provincial government. And it's frustrating to hear people raise everyday concerns. It could be someone just like you, like your sister, like your father or mother. And oftentimes you feel frustration because you sense there's not as much you can do at the federal level to help deliver those day-to-day services that you hear so much about in your constituency office. Well, there's a number of ways that governments can support the vulnerable and can support the sick. And one of them is staring us in the face today with the motion that's on the floor. The motion is very simple. At its core, it recognizes there's a problem, that sickness benefits don't extend for a long enough period to provide people with the coverage that they need. By supporting this motion, we're going to get the information we need to execute on a policy that will provide that coverage and ensure that people have the financial support that they need to get through times of extraordinary difficulty. As the member said during his remarks, this is not only the right thing to do, but the smart thing to do. Now, we can all appreciate the importance of employment insurance. It exists for a number of reasons, to help people when they need it most and to help people who need it most. Mr. Speaker, I know in Atlantic Canada, the predominance of our seasonal industries require that EI is there at certain times of year for people who find themselves out of work but don't want to leave home. I know my family benefited significantly from the EI program for parents of critically ill children when our daughter was born with certain health concerns. We've made certain changes to expand parental leave, extending it to 5 weeks and giving more flexibility over 18 months for new parents as well, and extended the compassionate care benefit for up to 6 months for people who are taking care of loved ones. We've reduced waiting periods and made a series of other changes to the important EI program, Mr. Speaker. But there remains a critical gap. A gap for those people who find they themselves can't go to work because they've fallen ill. Mr. Speaker, at its core, the problem is this. If you become sick, you can claim EI benefits for a period of 15 weeks. Conversely, if you get fired or laid off, you can claim for a much longer period of time, up to 50. Mr. Speaker, there is a dissonance between these two periods of time that just doesn't make sense to me. It's unfathomable to me that in 2019, in Canada of all places, that you're better off to be fired than you are to get cancer. Mr. Speaker, this is a file I've come to care very deeply about because one of my constituents who came into my office early on in our mandate, her name's Kathy McNaughton, and she is a sweet person. She's everything you could hope for in a community member. She cares deeply about her family. She cares deeply about her community. You see, Kathy and her family were dealt one heck of a blow a few years back when her husband, David, was diagnosed with esophageal cancer at the young age of 50. David passed away not too long thereafter, and it put her family in an extraordinarily difficult position. There's so many other families like Kathy's that are living this reality every day, and there's something we can do to help them, Mr. Speaker. Kathy's made it her promise, her final promise to her partner before he passed, that she was going to continue to fight until she effected the kind of change that would have helped a family like hers going forward. She met with my predecessor before the last federal election. She's met with me. She's met with local MLAs. She's even engaged in the political policy development process with parties to help us arrive at a policy we can agree on to make this change happen. If only every citizen was engaged as Kathy was, I can't imagine what a wonderful country this would be. Mr. Speaker, we know that the current policy is insufficient because 35% of the people who claim EI sickness benefits max them out. I think the number somewhere in the range of 135,000 people max out these benefits every year. This is a serious problem, Mr. Speaker. There's 135,000 Canadians who are not receiving the benefits they need because they've become sick. I note that this year, one of the only 3 recommendations the Canadian Cancer Society has put forward in advance of the next federal budget is to extend EI sickness benefits to 26 weeks. I've met with their representatives in my office. This is something we can and must do. But, Mr. Speaker, it's a fabulous opportunity to make a real difference in people's lives. If we invest in people when they fall ill, they're going to be better able to return to the workforce. You know, in Kathy's example, her husband was earning about $6,000 a month before he was diagnosed. That was reduced to a small fraction, less than $2,000 a month, when he qualified for the EI sickness benefits. And when he finally did qualify for CPP near the end of his life, they were taking in $852 a month. Now, Kathy describes herself and her family as one of the lucky ones because she was working and had some sort of insurance, but so many other families do. Can you imagine trying to cover the bills for food or for a mortgage on $852 a month when you were previously taking in $6,000? The fact is we're setting off a spiral for so many families who may lose their homes, may be choosing between keeping the lights on or having food for their kids. These are very real practical choices that make a difference in the lives of people like Kathy. And I made a commitment to her to work with my colleagues, including the member from Sydney Victoria, who she had the chance to meet, to make sure that this happens. And I'm not going to give up on it until we actually see this change implemented into law. Mr. Speaker, people who fall ill with something like cancer or serious heart disease or other terminal illnesses have better things to be worrying about. They should be worrying about spending time with their families and recovering rather than where their next check is going to come from. You show me a cancer survivor who is fully recuperated and go back to work after 15 weeks. It's not realistic, Mr. Speaker. Everyone in this House knows someone, probably loves someone who's been impacted by cancer. And to think that we assume in less than 4 months that they're going to be fully recovered, the system isn't fair the way it is today, and we need to work to change it together. The benefits of moving forward with the study that members proposed are numerous. We should understand the cost of this step before we implement it, Mr. Speaker. We should understand how many people are specifically affected. If there are certain people who are suffering from certain kinds of illnesses that are currently not getting coverage, that's helpful information that would come out of the course of a study. And Mr. Speaker, one of the members of the Conservative Party pointed out there may be regional differences in terms of what illnesses are impacting people and who qualifies for this benefit that it would help to be made aware of. As I mentioned, there's a number of frustrations I have as a federal representative when I know how important health is to my constituents. And there's policy items that we're moving the chains on, like moving towards implementing a pharmacare system in Canada. We saw in the last few years a transfer to the provinces that was the largest in Canada's history, with a specific carve-out for mental health and in-home care for seniors. In communities, in provinces like mine, that's $130 million extra for mental health and $157 million for in-home care for seniors. But it's so important that we're not just sending money to provinces and telling them to do what they want. It's important that we realize we can actually provide the wraparound supports for families to ensure that they're not going to fall victim to a vicious cycle when they're forced into poverty to cover the costs of their illness. Mr. Speaker, every cancer survivor that I've spoken to has told me that it's taken an incredible economic toll on their families for little things like gas to the city. I know I'm from northern Nova Scotia, and most folks who are diagnosed with cancer are regularly making trips to and from Halifax. Those gas bills add up, Mr. Speaker. For those who are able to afford a hotel room, it's still an issue because hotel bills add up very, very quickly, and we're thankful to have incredible institutions like the Lodge that Gives in our province. But, Mr. Speaker, it's unreasonable in a community like mine where the median income is just a shade over $20,000 a year to expect that people of those means are going to be living on, after their benefits are gone, a pittance to be able to afford the cost of traveling to and from the city, to be staying in a hotel or wherever they can find a place. And frankly, they're usually not in an environment that's best for their recovery. By supporting this motion, we'll have the information that we need to confirm that the right path forward is to extend EI sickness benefits. So a person who can actually draw on the benefits of the fund that they've paid into. In 2019 in Canada, it is not right that you're better off to be fired than to get cancer. And I'm not going to give up on this until this change is implemented in law. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is a pleasure for me to rise and speak on this bill this evening. I certainly appreciate the opportunity to comment on M201, a bill that seeks to extend the EI benefits for those experiencing sickness and disability, but caused by sickness. I'll say right from the start that I think this motion proposes a valuable examination of a program that many Canadians rely on during very challenging times. As members of this House will know, the Employment Insurance Program was initiated to offer temporary financial assistance to unemployed workers. It helps workers to bridge the financial gap between jobs and ensures that people are able to stand on their own 2 feet during seasons of transition or change. One of the special benefits that the EI program provided was sickness benefits, and it does still provide. Those who are unable to work due to sickness or injury can turn to EI when their circumstances keep them from working. As it stands now, individuals unable to work because of sickness or injury who would otherwise be available to work could be eligible to receive a maximum of 15 weeks of EI sickness benefits. The purpose of this is to give people time to get better, making sure that they're able to restore their health so that they can go back to work healthy. It makes sense to have a safety net in place for Canadians who are sick and injured. Even if we haven't experienced long-term illness or injury ourselves, chances are we know someone, whether a family member, friend, co-worker, who has. And missing work as a result of situations like this can be certainly very taxing and take a personal toll. Beyond that, it can leave individuals in a financial lurch too. And I've experienced sickness both in my family and in my circles of friendship. You know, and I was reading just recently a global news report that said that half of all Canadians are $200 away from not being able to pay their bills. Part of what this bill proposes is also to eliminate the 2-week waiting period for those experiencing sickness or injury. I think that's a tremendous measure. And when I think of a statistic that half of Canadians are $200 away from not being able to pay their hydro bill, or to buy groceries, or to buy prescription drugs, that's a very sobering thought. And you know, illness and injury, they don't respect anyone. They can happen at any time. And when that happens, I think we have to have backstops in place, measures in place that people can depend on to get them through the difficult time. And we know that if people have to worry about their finances when they're sick, it adds to the sickness, it adds to the injury, and it actually decreases their chance for a speedier recovery. It adds that extra stress which sometimes the body just can't handle. So this is precisely why EI programs exist, to help lessen the toll on our fellow citizens who are facing tough times. As policymakers, it's up to us to make sure that this system serves Canadians the way it was intended to, and it's sustainable for future generations of workers. This means finding exactly the right balance between the needs of employees and employers, and it means ensuring responsible government management of the program today, but also for down the road. In 2006, the member for Sydney Victoria introduced Bill 278, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, and that was benefits for illness, injury, or quarantine. His legislation proposed to extend the maximum period for benefits from 15 to 50 weeks. Then in 2011, a former member of this House introduced Bill C-291, an act to amend the Employment and Insurance Act waiting period and maximum special benefits. And this legislation also proposed to extend the maximum duration of employment insurance sickness from 50 to 50 weeks from 15, and as well to eliminate the requirement of a 2-week waiting period prior to receiving sickness benefits. It was during the more recent iteration, which was known as Bill C-291, that the Parliamentary Budget Officer took a look at what this new maximum would mean in terms of dollars. The PBO determined that the estimated cost would have been up to $1.1 billion for the year 2009-10. Broken down, there was about $200 million for the elimination of the 2-week waiting period and around $900 million for the extension of benefits from 15 to 50 weeks. This figure was a static cost estimate, so potential behavioral responses to these changes were not factored in. The PBO's further report noted that if this bill had been implemented in 2009-2010, total sickness benefit payments would have been approximately 100% higher than they were at the time. As stated in the report, given the fact that the EI program is financed by the collection of EI premiums from employers and employees, any increase in EI expenditures would require an equivalent increase in EI premium insurance revenues in order for the program to remain self-funding. And this is, of course, an important consideration for the long-term sustainability of the EI program that we must keep in mind as we proceed with this study. In the June 2016 report of the HUMA Committee, entitled Exploring the Impact of Recent Changes to Employment Insurance and Ways to Improve Access to the Program, recommendation number 7 stated that the committee recommends that the federal government explore increasing the maximum number of weeks of employment insurance sickness benefits. while the official opposition wrote a dissenting report to address some important concerns with the contents of the main report. The fact of the matter is that the key idea behind Bill M201 has been laid out previously. I think several times parliamentarians have seen the need to address this issue in the EI program. Sickness benefits cost the EI system $1.6 billion in 2017. We've also seen a trend since 2015 of greater demand for sickness benefits. As the government noted in its response to the HUMA Committee's June 2016 study, and I quote, "The EI sickness benefit is designed to provide temporary income support for short-term absences from labor force due to illness, injury, or quarantine. While the 15 weeks of benefits appear adequate for the majority of workers, some claimants do exhaust their sickness benefits, and stakeholders often request an extension in the case of more serious illness. In 2014-15, on average, claimants of the EI sickness benefit collected 10 weeks of benefits, and 34.8% used all of the 15 weeks available to them. The EI sickness benefit complements a range of other supports that are available for workers with longer-term illnesses, including benefits offered through employer-sponsored group insurance plans, private coverage held by individuals, and long-term disabilities under the Canada Pension Plan. Improvements to the sickness benefit, including potential extension of the maximum duration, would require careful consideration of the interactions with other supports, impacts on employers, and would be expected to have a significant cost implication with resulting premium rate increases. With this realities before us, there is ample reason to take stock of the situation and lay out recommendations for the best path forward. There are many moving parts when it comes to EI sickness benefits that we ought to take note of throughout our work. I appreciate the work of the member from Sydney, Victoria, for facilitating this conversation with this motion. We have certainly seen this issue considered in various forms over the past years, but when we're talking about a program that supports Canadians, it's important for all of us to be engaged in these discussions. I will be supporting this motion because this is a conversation worth having, recognizing that we must be responsible stewards of the EI program to make sure it continues to serve Canadians well and now into the future. Conservatives understand that when individuals are facing challenges like longer-term illness, injury, they need support. On this side of the House, I know members are always open to exploring ways that government programming puts people first. That's why members of our Conservative caucus have been championing initiatives that focus on government being more compassionate and responsive to the needs of Canadians. In our 2015 Economic Action Plan, our previous Conservative government extended compassionate care for the care of terminally ill loved ones from 6 weeks to 6 months. These benefits provided through the EI program help support individuals temporarily away from work to care for a sick family member with a significant risk of death. Our party has always been committed to helping families receive the support they need as they care for loved ones, especially at end of life, and we back that up with meaningful action. Now in opposition, Conservatives continue to champion initiatives such as the Opportunity for Workers with Disabilities Act, introduced by the member for Carleton, to ensure that disabled Canadians never lose more in benefits and taxation than they gain as a result of work. Unfortunately, a majority of Liberal MPs voted against this bill before it was even studied. The member for Calgary-Shepherd has brought forward Bill C-399 to improve access to disability credit to help ensure that all Canadians living with a disability receive the benefits they deserve and are entitled to. I hope all members of this House will support that common sense initiative as well. And the member for Banff-Airdrie brought forward motion M110 to determine ways for government to be more sensitive to parents who have suffered the loss of an infant child and to improve the level of support for grieving parents. I was pleased to see this motion considered in depth by the Standing Committee on Human Resources, and I look forward to the committee's report. These are examples that reflect the passion of our official opposition benches for putting people before government. And it's why we're open to studying how we can better a key government program in a way that meets Canadians' needs. I hope that all members here will agree that the conversation that M201 proposes is one worth having. And Mr. Speaker, I know as opposition members we're always very sensitive about cost implications and further taxation, and this could incur another payroll tax, but it could be one that's worth incurring. Thank
you. We only have about 3 minutes left for the Honourable Member for Alfred Pelham. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Alfred Pelham. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to motion M201 tabled by our friend and colleague, the MP for Sydney Victoria.
Where, Mr. Speaker, the motion seeks to direct the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities to undertake a study with two specific goals in mind. One, to analyze the possibility and practicality of extending the maximum number of weeks of unemployment insurance sick benefits for those with long-term illness. Two, to present its report to the House no later than 6 months from the adoption of this period. Monsieur le Président, de nombreux
Mr. Speaker, many Canadians face illness. For some, it only lasts 1 or 2 weeks. For others, it stretches out over a number of weeks, a number of months, even a number of years. One thing is for sure, ill individuals, as well as their families, are very much stressed by this. Indeed, it's already a considerable challenge to fight a sickness. When you add financial concerns, this stress is compounded. In many cases, the sick individual has to abstain themselves from going to work whilst they undertake the adequate treatment for their ailment. In a number of cases, this goes even beyond, because the person is simply unable to work. This leads to a sharp drop in income, sometimes even to complete income loss. It is essential to improve the employment insurance sick benefits system to offer to 35% of people the time to recover more calmly. In 2012, I myself fought cancer for more than 15 weeks, and so I understand when chemotherapy and recovery does not give you the strength to keep your finances in order. I know the difference that such an increase could bring to people who are suffering from a long-term illness. It would also allow sick people to worry only about their convalescence, which would reduce their psychological stress. That is why, Mr. Speaker, I support this initiative put forth by the member for Sydney Victoria, asking the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities to examine the possibility and practicability of increasing the weeks of employment insurance sick benefits for those with long-term illnesses. We could help Canadians who are faced with financial stress stemming from a medical situation that they have not chosen. We can also make a difference for their families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Alfred Pillan will have another 7 minutes for his comments at the next sitting of this debate. The period provided for private members' business has now been spent and now will be sent to the bottom of the order papers list of priorities. As it stands pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion for the adjournment of the House has been deemed tabled and supported. And so the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn.
Member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The debate that we just heard about benefits for people with serious illnesses reminds me that just yesterday we lost to cancer Paul Dewar, the former MP for Ottawa Centre. There have already been some wonderful tributes in this House. I would just add that I had the honour of volunteering on his first election campaign and seeing firsthand what a great person he was. He was also a great parliamentarian, and if he were here, he would probably encourage me to get on with the adjournment debate. So on that note, I would remind the House that the question that prompts these adjournment proceedings was about the carbon emissions from cannabis production. Now, of course, growing cannabis indoors under bright lights is extremely energy intensive. Academic research has concluded that cannabis production in the United States emits about as much carbon as 3 million cars. The first part of my question was to ask the government whether it could provide those kind of statistics for our country. And of course, we might speculate that indoor heating and lighting might require even more energy in Canada than south of the border. On the other hand, electricity in Canada is a bit less carbon intensive on average. But rather than speculate, it would be nice to see some actual data. I know this government prides itself on evidence-based policy, and I'm hoping this evening we'll hear some actual numbers about how much carbon is emitted through cannabis production in our country. Today, I noticed Statistics Canada released its National Cannabis Survey, which contained a great deal of data about the sector, some good information, but nothing on the associated carbon emissions, and I'm hoping the Parliamentary Secretary will be able to help us out on that. Now, of course, beyond quantifying the level of carbon emissions from cannabis production, what we really want is for the government to take action to limit and to minimize those emissions. I think one of the strongest arguments in favor of legalizing cannabis is that it gives the opportunity to regulate the sector. And I'd like to know what actions the government has taken to try to minimize the carbon emissions from cannabis production through regulation. I would note, Mr. Speaker, that businesses are clamoring to get licenses to be allowed to produce cannabis. It strikes me that it should be possible to make those licenses conditional upon them committing to produce the cannabis in an environmentally friendly way. So licensing requirements might be one tool. Perhaps the Parliamentary Secretary will speak to other tools that could be used. But I would just note that through legalization, the government is effectively setting up an entirely new industry of cannabis production. And that setting up of a new industry is really a golden opportunity to make sure that that industry is structured in a sustainable way. So I think it's important for the government to get this right. It's rare that the government has this opportunity to really launch a new industry and have so much influence over how it's going to be set up. So I'm really keen to hear from the Parliamentary Secretary about what the government has done and is doing to minimize the amount which cannabis production adds to Canada's greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his intervention on this issue and also for his tribute to Paul Dewar, whose loss I also mourn today. Our government has taken a responsible approach to cannabis that includes legalizing, strictly regulating and restricting access to cannabis in order to get profits out of the hands of criminals and cannabis out of the hands of youth. As it relates to our climate action, our government is taking leadership at home and abroad. We're taking concrete steps to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, support clean growth, and build climate-resilient infrastructure. In addition to being among the first countries to sign and ratify the Paris Agreement, Canada is following through on its Paris commitments by implementing a national plan to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions by 30% below 2005 levels by 2030 and to build resilience to the impacts of climate change. We have a climate change plan. The Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change is the first climate change plan in Canada's history to include collective and individual commitments by federal, provincial, and territorial governments. Our plan has more than 50 concrete measures, including a Pan-Canadian approach to pricing carbon pollution, as well as new policies, programs, and regulations to reduce emissions in every sector of the economy, build resilience to the impacts of climate change, foster clean technology solutions, and create good jobs that contribute to a strong economy. A key pillar of the framework is putting a price on carbon pollution. When pollution is not free, people and businesses are motivated to pollute less. Our analysis found that carbon pollution pricing in Canada will reduce Canada's greenhouse gas emissions by 50 to 60 million tons by 2022. That's equivalent to closing more than 30 coal-fired electricity plants. In the provinces of Ontario, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and New Brunswick, the federal backstop carbon pricing system will be in place to protect the environment and to spur innovation. Any direct proceeds collected will go directly back to people in these provinces. Households will receive a climate action incentive, which will give most families more than they pay under the new system. Funds will also be given to the province's schools, hospitals, businesses, and Indigenous communities to, for example, help them become more energy efficient and reduce emissions, helping Canadians save even more money and to improve our local economies. The framework also contains important additional actions to reduce emissions across all sectors of the economy, including phasing out coal-fired power plants, developing new building codes, and regulating methane emissions. We're also protecting and enhancing carbon sequestration in our forests and in our agricultural sectors, as well as supporting clean technology and innovation. We've covered a lot of ground since launching the Pan-Canadian Framework, and we are just starting to see its results. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Regina Lubin.
Well, thank you again, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for providing what I think was a very good overview of the government's general policies for trying to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. But what I was hoping to do in this evening's adjournment debate was really drill down on what the government is or could be doing to minimize the emissions from cannabis production specifically. I'm sure it's a small part of total emissions for the country, but it is an area over which the government has quite a bit of influence during this period of legalization. I appreciate the government might have been caught off guard by this rather esoteric question when I first asked it back in October, but I guess I would like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary in her final minute to provide a little bit more information, if possible, about what specifically the government is doing to address carbon emissions from cannabis production. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, a great deal of effort continues to be devoted to implementing our climate plan and reducing emissions. We've also established a robust reporting and oversight mechanisms to track and drive implementation of the Pan-Canadian Framework, including annual reports to First Ministers and to Canadians. The second annual synthesis report on the status of the Pan-Canadian Framework implementation was published on December 2018. Our government is committed to transparency for Canadians as we continue to take steps towards meeting our Paris Agreement target. Thank you.
For Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in this session this evening and speak about a topic that came to light just recently again in my area. There was a crime being committed in a rural area, and there was a number of local people as it was happening finding out about it, and there was shots fired in the air, not at the perpetrator of the crime, but shots fired in the air, which stopped the criminal, and eventually the RCMP showed up and arrested him. Initially, the RCMP thanked the local citizens for helping them capture this person. But of course, days later, they started talking about, well, we don't want people, vigilantes and citizens, that's our business to do it. But this is an ongoing issue. The RCMP have attempted to establish some crime groups in the area that break up some of these crime organizations, individuals that are doing it, but it tends to be closer to the major centers of Edmonton or Calgary. So you get rural. And there was a constituent here in the last week when I was home working in constituents that at his house, his wife had gone to work, so thankfully, but they discovered somebody breaking in and stealing their vehicle using a stolen vehicle. He happened to own a plane. So he contacted the RCMP and said, I'm going to go up and fly and see where the stolen vehicle has gone. The RCMP said, great, let us know. He follows it. He's able to get a license plate number on it with technology, and that's how I found it was stolen. It went to another place and broke into another home where there was a person home. It was a lady that was home. He found out later they stole her purse, keys, and out they went. She came out chasing him. They could see this from the plane. And again, they almost ran over her. And they proceeded on to another area. At this time, the plane has followed him now for 2 hours. The response to the RCMP is, we can't chase, it's dangerous to chase, but it became very frustrating, and it's still a huge frustrating as people in rural areas are very angry, and that's why that incident just recently where local people, they didn't shoot at, but they shot guns in the air, and it did stop a criminal in the act that he was committing. So as the RCMP is frustrated, the other part of this, and the RCMP will say it, that people are just going through a revolving door in the justice system. If they're caught, they're charged, and as the RCMP says, keep your keys or go check your vehicles, because on the way out the door they just steal another car to get out of there. So the revolving door of these continuous crimes is really a problem in my area, rural Alberta. We did a crime task force report on it for Public Safety Committee. It is a real problem in the sense of people having trust. When they don't have trust, then they resort to other means, and that's the last thing we want to see is vigilantism, people taking their own guns out. So this is a real problem, and we need more of a response from government in the sense of how they can deal with it through the resources for police, the justice system. We need this particular type of crime dealt with and dealt with soon before we have a more serious incident happens for a particular homeowner or vehicle owner in rural Alberta. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to remind the member for Bow River, and I appreciate his intervention today, but there are significant crimes that are happening across this country that really are more serious than property crimes. There are crimes against people that are happening every day. And there are crimes against women. And originally, this question came out of a case that the woman's name was Tanya Campbell Lozier, and that the case took place in Brooks, Alberta. And these people continue to endure the pain of this woman's loss. And while I think we are making some huge headway on this, I think that it's very important not to forget the people who are involved in these kind of crimes across the country. And although I know that people are there for the people of Brooks, Alberta, and I know they want to make sure that they know that they are comforted and they are supported. But really, there isn't any comfort to be found in jurisdictional issues and processes and procedures of criminal law. However, in the context of the discussion in Parliament, it's important to be clear. That is part of our role here. The offender in that particular case is a provincial offender who was incarcerated in an Alberta provincial prison. When he pleaded guilty to manslaughter and received his sentence last spring, it was pursuant to the exact same criminal code provisions that were in place under the Harper government. Nothing had changed. And when he was granted day parole in the fall, it was pursuant to the exact same criteria in the Corrections and Conditional Release Act that were in place under the Harper government. There had been no changes. But again, that's obviously cold comfort to Tanya's loved ones. They don't want us pointing partisan fingers. They want us to make the system better. There is a legitimate question here to come to this government, and that is, what is this government doing to protect women from intimate partner violence, and how do we hold perpetrators accountable for their crimes? Here's the answer, Mr. Speaker. We've introduced Bill C-75. which strengthens the way the criminal justice system deals with intimate partner violence. By allowing for longer sentences, as well as reversing the onus at bail hearings for repeat offenders, and broadening the definition to include not just spouses, but dating partners and former partners. We have invested over $200 million to prevent gender-based violence and to support survivors and to deal with the scourge of violence against women. We are providing safe options to women in abusive relationships by devoting a third of a $40 billion national housing strategy for projects for women, girls, and their families fleeing violence. This also helps maintain 7,000 shelter spaces. But, Mr. Speaker, of course, none of that brings Tanya back, but will help more women from suffering her fate. Once again, my deepest condolences to her family and friends and the community of Brooks, Alberta, who I am sure continue to miss her very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate able to respond. Parliamentary Secretary mentioned Bill C-75, and part of it, I would agree with it. But when they have downgraded many of those offenses, almost 60, and when the suggestion is not to take property crime seriously, that statement of hers will ring loudly in a long time in my writing and will create anger. If you have been a victim of property crime, that is a tragic piece. So when you talk about Bill C-75, which is slap on the wrist for many offenses in property, people become very, very angry. So this is a challenge. Rural crime is still a challenge, and it needs to be resolved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree. Crime against property is something that hurts people, but so is crime against people. And this original question had to do about crime against people, and it should not be used to be diverted against property crimes. It's an important issue, and we need to change the justice system to hold guilty parties accountable. There's no doubt about it. And that also ensures making sure that victims and their families get the support they need. We have a correctional system that is world-class when it comes to safe and effective rehabilitation. And it does mean giving the police the resources they need to protect our communities. There are so many factors that need to be taken into account. And these are the things that we've been working on very, very hard for these last 3 years. And I hope that we can come together to advance these objectives so that we have fewer victims of crime, whether it's property crime or crime against a person. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The discussion I'm initiating tonight arises from a question I asked the Prime Minister before Christmas, a question about government responses to a series of sulfuric acid spills on the roads in and around Trail, British Columbia. And now Teck Minerals operates a very large smelter in Trail, one of the largest lead zinc smelters in the world, and one of the byproducts of that operation is sulfuric acid, and it sells this sulfuric acid to the U.S. And of course, it has to be transported from the smelter, and that it's trucked to a nearby rail siding about 16 kilometers away to be put on trains. And until recently, that trucking was done by Westcan Bulk Transport. Now, on April the 10th, 2018, about 220 liters of sulfuric acid leaked onto southbound Highway 3B from the intersection of Highways 22 and 3B to the Quirk Siding Reload Center in Juanita, about 16 kilometers away, as I mentioned. Emergency responders were on the scene at 9:30, and cleanup was completed by 2 p.m. On May 23rd, about 70 liters of sulfuric acid leaked onto much the same area, a shorter distance, only about 6 kilometers, and emergency responders were on the scene at 8 p.m. and had cleaned it up by 11:15. Following this spill, the Westcan Bulk Transport was suspended as the transporter, and Trimac Transportation took over transporting the acid. And according to the WestCan Group of Companies, initial findings indicate the cause was a gasket failure on the trailer unit and was unrelated to the release that occurred on April 10th. There was a very minor spill in September 22nd, only about 1 cup of acid that leaked at the reload center, and that was not very significant. But the other 2 spills were very significant. The Insurance Corporation of British Columbia reported it had received about 4,200 claims from drivers whose cars were damaged in the April and May spills. Over 400 vehicles were written off, including the regional district's main fire truck, a brand new fire truck worth about $1 million, and its fire command vehicle. On October 10th, ICBC filed a notice of civil claim to recover the amounts paid out, and it listed as some of part of the negligent parties, the trucking company and drivers, International Raw Materials, Teck Resources, the regional district, the city of Trail, and the province of BC. So the regional district and the fire department have a number of concerns. They're obviously concerned about being listed in this litigation, and they're obviously concerned about the loss of their trucks. They're concerned about how far away the nearest Transport Canada office is, and they have the following questions for Transport Canada. First, is Transport Canada investigating these acid spills in Trail? What enforcement actions have they taken in regards to the spills? And why was the first and largest spill not even reported to Transport Canada? And finally, they've heard that provincial staff that do commercial inspections relating to dangerous goods have been cut back through attrition, and that part of this cutback relates to reduced federal funding. They would like to know what the plan is to assist communities that need this level of expertise when transporting of dangerous goods incidents happen in their communities.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Member of Parliament for South Okanagan, West Kootenay for raising this important issue and for strongly advocating for continuing improvement to our dangerous goods operations. We remain committed to taking all the appropriate safety actions to enhance public safety during the transport of dangerous goods. I would like to ensure the member that Transport Canada has a rigorous and robust dangerous goods regulatory framework and oversight program in place, which includes monitoring the safety of dangerous good operations. The department operates the Canadian Transport Emergency Centre. First responders and shippers can contact the centre at any time for expert emergency response advice and technical information to help with handling dangerous goods incidents. Safe transport of dangerous goods is a shared responsibility among industry, provincial and territorial governments and the Government of Canada. The provinces and territories work in concert with Transport Canada to enforce transportation of dangerous goods requirements on the highway. Transport Canada also conducts regulatory compliance inspections in other modes of transport, including marine and air, and leads in the development of dangerous goods regulations in the transportation sector. Where non-compliances are identified, various enforcement actions can be taken, up to and including prosecution. Incidents by road involving dangerous goods often fall under provincial jurisdiction. In the case of the events in Trail, the Ministry of Transportation conducted an evaluation of all aspects that fall under their jurisdictions and will share its findings with Transport Canada once that investigation is complete. In addition, Transport Canada conducted extensive follow-up actions to see if there were any issues with the transport operations of dangerous goods, and in particular, sulfuric acid in Trail. The results of that follow-up will be shared with safety partners. The department met with WestCan Bulk Transport, International Raw Materials, Teck Trail Operations, the Fire Department, as well as the Insurance Corporation of British Columbia to discuss the incidents. Further, WestCan Bulk Transport, who is contracted by International Raw Materials to transport the liquid, has since been suspended as a carrier. International Raw Materials has since contracted the company Trimac to carry out delivery of this product. Transport Canada inspectors conducted a follow-up meeting with the company involved to ensure that all regulations were being followed. This includes verifying driver training, reviewing the required shipping documents, and inspecting the damaged tanks. Mr. Speaker, we will never hesitate to take the necessary actions to ensure the safety of transportation of dangerous goods on our roads. Thank you.
Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her detailed reply. She mentioned the Canadian Transport Emergency Centre, which companies are required to report to these incidents to, and I've looked into the reasons when they have to reply, and it would seem that both these incidents would have qualified, and yet they were only notified in the second instance and not in the much larger first instance. So I'm hoping that gaps like that will have been fixed, unfortunately through these serious events. But I just wanted to reiterate how concerned the people of Trail and the surrounding area are about this. A lot of them have lost their vehicles. Many people, even if you get some money back from the insurance company, can't afford to buy a new vehicle. Some people are driving vehicles that may be unsafe because they don't want to bring them in for inspection in case they're seized as being unsafe and the people have to buy new vehicles. So it's a serious issue. And as I said, the regional governments they want answers to these questions so that they can feel comfortable about the services they're providing. And when serious issues like this happen, they want to make sure they're doing the right thing, and they're relying on Transport Canada for that.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And our government is committed to continually improving the transportation of dangerous goods for Canadians. And those improvements to an already rigorous and robust transportation of dangerous goods regulatory framework and oversight program are important. At Transport Canada, the oversight activities include monitoring dangerous good operations, enforcing compliance with rules, regulations, and standards through audits and inspections, taking appropriate enforcement actions as required, and working with our provincial and territorial counterparts. We take incidents involving dangerous goods serious, and follow-up actions have been conducted to determine if there were any further issues with the transportation of dangerous goods, in particular sulfuric acid, in Trail, British Columbia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.